Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents.
Daily order of business, tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Intimidation and subversion tactics to evade regulation in Canada and globally. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
And I understand there is a dissenting report from the official opposition, the honourable member from Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to stand in the House today on behalf of the Conservative members on the Standing Committee of Canadian Heritage. We submit this dissenting report on tech giants' use of intimidation tactics to evade regulation in Canada and across the world. The main report failed to adequately explore the state of censorship in Canada and the role played by tech giants and the current federal government. This dissenting report is required. I should say, Mr. Speaker, the committee got to hear from 18 witnesses over the course of the study. Many of those testimonies expressed the censorship of Canadians by this government and tech giants as to what they can see, hear, and say online, with specific nods to the hindrances being caused by both bills, C-11 and C-18. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence entitled Rebuilding Trust, Transparency and Accountability in the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Blaney, seconded by Ms. Dance, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Framework on Animal-Assisted Services for Veterans. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for seconding this important piece of legislation that is called the Assistance Animals Framework for Veterans Act. For over 15 years, veterans groups and experts have wanted to see service animals, especially dogs, as part of VAC's mental health rehabilitation program. I've met with many veterans who have bought dogs that were not properly trained, have met veterans who've become unhoused because tenancy laws don't have rules around making sure that service dogs can live in the home. And it's a terrible thing with a veteran who chooses to live on the streets to be with their service animal. This bill will create a framework that will provide certainty to the amazing animal training organizations with clear guidelines to meet so that they can have a standard that they can proudly showcase. It also protects veterans who are often taken advantage of, pay enormous amount of money, and the service dog is not legitimate and the group is not legitimate. It will also harmonize standards across the country, allowing veterans to have service dogs to be in their rental homes, trains, and planes, and will open the door to more veteran affairs funding to support those veterans with the service animals they desperately need. Dogs and equine therapy are perfect examples. Canada asks so much of the people who serve our country. This is an important bill that will help so many veterans and make sure that the standards of service and training of the dogs and other animals are of a level playing field for all. I want to thank all the veterans and the service providers and the organizations that have talked to me about this issue. I want to thank Christine Ackerman from my office who worked so hard on this, and I look forward to seeing this come into practice and law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Blaney.
Madam Bellini, seconded by Madam Dance, move that this bill now be read for a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu?
When shall we read this bill a second time in the next sitting of the House?
Madame Chabot.
Madam Chabot, seconded by Madam Gill, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Accessibility and Other Measures. This motion is deemed adopted. Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with the support of my dear colleague that I have the immense pride of moving a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, which aims to increase the bill in terms of its accessibility and other measures and in terms of length and the amount of the benefits. I would like to underline the work done by the Bloc Québécois. Starting from in 2019, we have always been on the side of workers and the unemployed, and we have favored reforms to the Employment Insurance Act, and the Liberal government has failed, and it is despicable that despite their engagement in 2015 to reform the Insurance Act and the numerous promises since, as they were recognizing as we were exiting the pandemic that it was too late. They took action too late. Thousands of workers lost their jobs and were either ill-protected or not protected at all by this out-of-date bill. And there are injustices in the regime that are not well adapted to the reality of working life today. And we have known about these issues for a long time, and we also have known what the solutions could be. So today, it is through a bill from the Bloc Québécois, a strong bill that we are moving, which is in line with the reality that we will hopefully try to help a higher number of workers and seasonal workers, especially young people, women, who are doing atypical work, who do not have access to employment insurance, and people who end up losing their jobs and who are not covered by the Employment Insurance Act. And I also would like to underline people who are dealing with health issues who are not covered by this current regime. So thousands and thousands of workers who are paying their contributions into the system but are not protected by the bill. So the coverage of insurance employment insurance should be expanded. It's a question of equality. Our bill is correcting many shortcomings that are important in size and scope in the current bill. And we invite the Liberal Minister, the Minister of Employment and Official Languages, to side with the workers and to honor their engagements and to bring forward concrete measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville, Ms. Chabot, seconded by Ms. Gill, move that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall we read this bill a second time? During the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
First reading. Introduction of private member bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be concurred in. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my absolute joy to be rising in the House today and to speak to this important report. And I will, at the outset, say that I'm splitting my time with the amazingly talented member from Bay of Quinte, who is single-handedly going to bring trade back to Canada. So excited, so excited to split time with him. But the order of business today is to talk about the report entitled "Lessons Learned from Canada's Record on Climate Change," delivered by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. The report was delivered pursuant to 108 sub 3 sub G of the public accounts. And I was pleased to be on the committee actually when we studied this important report. And I will just maybe just read a couple of highlights into the record before we get going in earnest on my speech here. From the committee report, the report further clarifies that although Canada's population and economy have grown faster than the emissions have, its GHG emissions have increased since the Paris Agreement was signed, making it the worst performing of all G7 countries since the 2015 conference. And an update to the report is to see that the trajectory has not changed in recent months or years. In 2023, the Commissioner wrote in a new report, while some progress has been made, we are extremely concerned about the federal government's ability to achieve meaningful progress. So what I think we could really entitle this report, both the committee report and the Environmental Commissioner's report, is all pain and no gain. We have experienced tremendous economic challenges due to this government's environmental policies without any real achievements on the environmental side. And in fact, I'll read some testimony because I had the privilege of asking the Environmental Commissioner some questions, and I'll just read from the testimony. In the last 7 years, of course, this was back a couple years ago, has the government achieved any of the international carbon reduction targets? So have they achieved any targets was the question. Mr. DeMarco's response, none that I'm aware of. Wow. And so this is incredible, the pain this has caused without any gain. And so we're sitting here, we're amongst the lowest when it comes to the ability or ranking of achieving reductions in GHG gases. Yet we are dealing with the economic pain. And a large portion of that can be explained by this government's ideological, reckless, dangerous, I would say, obsession with the carbon tax. And so we actually recently received a report from the PBO, from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which just once again amplified all pain and no gain when it comes to this government's environment policy. What they said in their report, amongst other things, is that the carbon taxes actually had very little, if any, material impact on our total GHG emissions, meaning that the carbon tax's impact on the climate change is negligible. And so the reality then is, well, okay, that's one side of the equation. Clearly, we are not achieving anything. But let's look at the financial impact of the carbon tax. Now, we hear over and over again about the fiscal impact of the carbon tax. Let me just start off by saying there's this artificial division between fiscal impacts, that's the direct impact, and economic impacts, which is indirect. The reality is that a Canadian doesn't get up in the morning and decide, well, today I'm going to go fiscal impact and tomorrow I'm going to do economic impact. We are all dealt. And so the artificial division between fiscal and economic impact shouldn't even exist, in my opinion. The reality is, when we look at just the fiscal impact, depending on where you are in the economic spectrum, there are situations where you could be ahead by the rebate. And that is absolutely true, and I like to be an advocate for the truth. But the reality is, you can't live in Canada without the Canadian economy affecting you. And so when we look at the economic impact, which is the total impact of the carbon tax, nearly all Canadians will be behind. And I just want to read into the record, just because there's been a great deal of discussion of this and even debate about the impact of the carbon tax. So let's just pick Newfoundland and Labrador here. So let's see, what is the net negative impact in 2026? That's a net negative impact of $876. So once again, people in Newfoundland are behind because of the carbon tax, even including their phony rebate. Let's flip over, let's pick another province out here. Let's say Saskatchewan here. Let's go 2028, 9. The average Saskatchewanite is out $434 per household. Let's flip over to, let's say, Alberta. So the average Albertan in 2027, 2028 will be out $436. It is beyond frustrating to sit here day after day, hour after hour, month after month, and hear the government not telling the full story, if I'm being kind. Willfully changing the information would be perhaps another way of casting this. The fact is that when we look at the global impact, the economic impact, which is really the only sensible way of looking at the carbon tax, Canadians are behind when it comes to per household. And we see that impact, that doesn't even fully capture the challenge of the carbon tax, because of course we live in a dynamic economy. The more money we give to the private sector, the more money grows in that private sector, in that economy. And it's perhaps not surprising that in 2015, when this government was elected, we immediately saw a diminution in our productivity, which has then led to a lower GDP per capita. So GDP per capita is probably a stat we're going to hear about a fair bit, because in Canada it actually hasn't risen a bit since 2015. We are facing one of the worst economies in the OECD. And so when we look at the per capita, which really just means per individual, that our economy hasn't grown, which means that while Canada, because of our growth in our population, may have technically avoided a recession, the reality is we've been in Canadians, individuals, have been in a recession for a very long time, as per capita growth has not risen since 2015. And the challenge here is that while the governor of the Bank of Canada is saying we are in a break glass emergency, this government just wants to put more and more barriers in front of our economy. The one sort of bright light, or one of the bright lights I should say, in the Canadian economy is actually the energy sector. The energy sector, despite all of the impediments and all of the barriers that this government has put in place, continues to work and to thrive. So, for example, petroleum and petroleum-related products account for 40% of our total exports. And so what do we do with the golden goose? Well, we tax it some more, and we try to regulate it. And there are many members, let's not kid ourselves over there, that if they could press a switch tomorrow, they would cut off Canadian energy. That's what they would do. They are radicals and they are extremists. The reality is that we need a Canadian energy. We need clean Canadian energy to power our economy, because right now, like I said, Canadians are in an extended recession that has gone on for years. This has decreased our standard of living. It makes it tougher for all Canadians to do the things that they want to do, including feeding themselves. That's why 2 million Canadians are going to the food bank. But that doesn't even tell the whole story, because there are students living in cars. There are tent encampments across our country that are a direct responsibility of this government's irresponsible and radical plans for our economy. Their economic malfeasance has led to both the lowering of Canadian standards of living, making every Canadian poor. In addition to that, they have not achieved any of their goals with respect to climate change. They have not lowered GHG emissions. Canada continues to be an outlier and a poor performer when it comes to reducing carbon and other emissions. This government is a failure on every account. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the members absolutely all over the map on this issue. Try to understand in terms of what it is that the report itself is actually about. I'm listening very closely. But let me pick up on one of the biggest flip-flops that we've actually seen in Ottawa, probably in the last generation or so. And that is the members talking about the price on pollution, the carbon tax versus the carbon rebate. The reality of it, Madam Speaker, is that every member of the Conservative caucus that was participated in the last federal election said, yes, we support a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. And then they get this new shiny far-right leader from MAGA principles, Madam Speaker, and he comes out and he says, well, we're going to do a flip-flop on this issue, and as a result, they are now all in opposition to the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. My question to the member opposite, does he not believe that the MAGA far right has been a bad influence on the Conservative Party?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
You know, in first-year psychology, you learn about something called shadow projection. That's projecting onto other people your own insecurities and failings. And so when I hear about confusion and radical policies, it's no surprising it's coming from that member.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this is an important topic, and I listened to my friend intently on his speech, but I'm wondering, has he heard of other flip-flops on the carbon tax? One comes to mind is the NDP and BC. They were against it before they're for it, before they're against it. Another one comes to mind is the flip-flop of these very Liberals when it came to being an open and transparent government. I remember in 2015, the Liberal government said, we'll be the most open and transparent government in the history of Canada. Could we maybe walk through a few of those missteps, Madam Speaker?
Member of Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah, you know what? You're experiencing, I think, something that we see with all progressive candidates, whether it be the Liberal Party or the NDP or otherwise. Right after election, they become strong progressive legislators. Right before the election, they suddenly start understanding the importance of things like fiscal responsibility and the economy, but that will quickly fade away after the next election, and they'll become the radicals they are.
Questions and comments. The honourable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, Madam Speaker, with regard to climate change, I think the main lesson we should be taking away from this is that oil is still profitable for oil companies. Shouldn't the government stop giving them money at some point? Shouldn't it stop giving them tax credits and subsidies? This is on the scale of tens of billions of dollars. So I think that is the real lesson we should be taking here. What does my colleague think?
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
The reality is that Canadian energy accounts for half, if not more than half, of Canadian exports. Without Canadian energy, we would be insolvent as a country.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker. And this report that the member brings to the attention of the House is so important. He talks about how the Liberal Party has been all pain and no gain. The member from Whitby actually is on the record saying that they know that their net zero policies are going to cause pain, intentionally, Madam Speaker. Now, what kind of government intentionally causes pain on their population? And we do know that the Liberal leader admires that basic dictatorship of China. And they talk about radicalism. It seems to be moving forward further and further and further to this wokeness. I was wondering if you could talk about Canada's competitiveness, because right now, Madam Speaker, we know we have to compete with the world, and with these carbon taxes, these crazy radical policies, what difference is that going to make for Canadian manufacturers?
The honourable for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I actually appreciated the comments from the member from Whitby, because at least he was being honest about the debate. I mean, the reality is that there are no Pollyanna solutions. There are only trade-offs when it comes to politics. And so we need to have smart policies that enable us to fight climate change while growing our economy. Clearly, what has happened over the last 9 years is that we haven't reduced carbon emissions. At the same time, we've put Canada into an absolute economic malaise. Our economy has not grown for the average Canadian in the last 10 years, which is making it harder for Canadians to eat. It's making it harder for Canadians to get by every month.
I see there's an honourable member that's trying to get up for questions. I just want to remind him he has to be in his seat, proper seat, if he wants to ask questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South. Always a pleasure to serve with him in this place. And Madam Speaker, a Liberal walks into a bar and says, "Drinks are on me." Who's paying? And who's paying, Madam Speaker, are the Canadian people right now with higher taxes, fewer jobs, and the struggling economy. We just have to look at the facts to see what's happened over the last 9 years. We have the GDP per person for Canada. The U.S. average worker is now making $22,000 more than the average Canadian worker. That's after 9 years. We look at a struggling economy with our unemployment. The unemployment rate for the U.S. is about almost 1.5% lower than Canada. They have the actual problem where they have 7 million jobs they can't fill. And in Canada, 2 years ago, we had 1 million jobs, high-skilled paying jobs we couldn't fill, and that number is now plummeting. It's less than 400,000 right now. We look at the average debt, personal household debt per person. In Canada, it's 180%, where in the U.S., it's just under 100%. We have Canadians that 9 years ago felt at that time that they could pay their mortgages, they could pay their rent, they could afford groceries. So of course Canadians and Canada, we were really focused on the environment. And when this government came in 9 years ago, it promised that it would be able to better the middle class, better the environment for Canadians. And what we've seen after 9 years of this mismanagement of climate and the environment and a bad environmental plan is that Canadians have found out now that it has cost them. And that's the thing we hear, Madam Speaker, when we hear about an environmental plan. The Prime Minister said himself that they're going to reward those that do the right thing, they're going to punish those that don't do the right thing. But Madam Speaker, Canadians, all Canadians, want to do the right thing for their families. They want to be able to get a job. They want to be able to get to work. They want to be able to ensure that their family can go to school and get a good education. They want to ensure they grow up and be able to afford a home in a safe neighborhood, free from crime, free from corruption. And what they're finding now, as all those things have disappeared, and this government still decries climate, environment over everything else. And what that means is that we only have a carbon tax that punishes its citizens, but punishes its workforce. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, we had an announcement to reduce emissions by 30% in the oil and gas sector, a sector that's already seen disparity at a time when Canada's going the wrong way. And if we want to see things go the right way, we're not taking out the environment in question, we're changing the way we do it. We ensure that we have good companies in Canada that are doing great things, but they're growing. You know, Madam Speaker, when you go into a hot tub, and this government's environmental policies are like saying you're going to a hot tub, but you're not going to pee in the hot tub, but everyone else is, right? You might think that you're doing a great thing, but you don't exactly have crystal clear water. And that's what's happening across the world. We have implemented punishing regulations to all of our sectors across Canada. We have a carbon tax that's punishing our citizens. But if we look towards the south of us, the Americans are not doing that to their citizens. They're not punishing their workforce. The Americans have an economy that's performing 5 times as well as Canada's. When they had an IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, it was supposed to entice clean competition and investment into America. And we've seen what's happened. They get the supply chains. They're getting the results of that. They have clean companies who are deciding to put their production in Canada. And when we thought we were doing only a smidgen of that by putting electric car battery manufacturing or assembly stations in Canada, we weren't including our supply chains with that. We weren't including the vehicle production. And even when we thought that the only thing we were getting out of it was workers, what ended up happening at the end was the workers weren't even Canadian. In Stellantis and Windsor, out of 2,500 jobs, 1,600 were coming from South Korea. So, Madam Speaker, we weren't doing the right thing to help Canada and to ensure we're working in a worldwide phenomenon to help the world when it comes to climate and it comes to environmental policies. And that's exactly what we're seeing. In Why Nations Fail, a favorite book that the finance minister said was her favorite book, it talks about how countries prosper and others fail. Those countries that focus on ensuring their members have savings, can innovate, and can invest, at the same time ensuring that they were free to, in a capitalist society, develop their businesses, innovate and invest their IP, and were able to find ways to expand their businesses and provide good-paying jobs, are those nations that were wealthy and well-off with good democratic systems. Those nations that restricted and coerced their industries and set targets or decided what industries those nations should be in, and I'm thinking of the old Soviet Empire, those nations failed miserably with their citizens finding it hard to pay for rent, to afford and have good paying jobs, and to ensure that they had good wealth that they transferred not only to their own generation, but to the next generation. And Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we're seeing now. When this finance minister says that she admired this book, I think she forgot to read it, or she needs to go back and read it again. But because when it comes to this carbon tax, the fact that it punishes our citizens and more importantly our workforce, when it comes to looking at putting emissions targets and reductions on already what we find is the cleanest energy in the world. And when people are going to go away from that energy, they're going to go to the dirty energy, to the energy that's not only from dictators, but from nations who don't have any environmental standards. We take 15 years right now to develop mines in Canada, mines for those critical minerals we need for the future of batteries, no matter where it is. And yet other nations are doing it for less. 86% of all the mined material needed for batteries across the world are in China. And let's not even start talking about the failed trade policies, Madam Speaker. And we have an important election today. You said today the news is going to be dominated so much by the election down south. You know, Politico said today that this is the day that they're going to release all the bad news because there's going to be no more room for other bad news. But there's so much bad news, Madam Speaker, when we look at what's happening across the world and what Canada could benefit, or what its workers and its citizens could benefit from. We are at third base, Madam Speaker, and we act like we hit a triple. We've got the oil and gas that the world needs. We've got critical minerals that the world needs. We've got great farms and food production, and yet we punish our farmers. We've got IP, great institutions and universities that create great ideas, and if we just learned how to commercialize those ideas, we could get those ideas out and become a leader in the world in terms of technology. And Madam Speaker, we have some of the greatest people in the world who come up with the greatest ideas, so entrepreneurs and small businesses who just need a leg up to be able to grow and to be able to create jobs. 98% of small businesses create jobs in this country, and we need to do more for that. Madam Speaker, nations fail because they don't invest in their citizens, and they punish them for decisions that they are unable to make alternatives to. If Canadians had the decision or ability to create a different fuel source for their car, they would make it. If Canadians had the ability to go to a different place of work, they would make that paid them a higher wage, but right now they're struggling to keep the job they had. And if Canadians could figure out a way to afford their mortgage and rent and to make sure it was cheaper, they'd want to do that. But Madam Speaker, because of this housing crisis in Canada, they can't. And it's all because of this government and its government knows best approach that says that we know better than the Canadian people, that we can control the environment, that we can control this economy. And the result we know is an economy that's running away way faster from the Americans and other countries than any other nation on earth. We have trade deals that are not helping Canadians and putting Canadians first. We have workers who are struggling to find a decent wage and to keep that decent wage. So when Liberals may be saying, drinks are on me, Madam Speaker, the reality is our Canadians are left footing the bill. And it's time for a real plan, one that empowers Canadians, that brings jobs home, and positions Canada as a leader in both economic prosperity and environmental stewardship. We need a government, Madam Speaker, that is going to axe the tax, fix the budget, build the homes, and stop the crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's truly amazing to the degree in which members will actually mislead. The member said that we have a failed trade policy. Reflect on that statement, and that's what he tells his constituents. No government in the history of our Confederation has signed off on more trade agreements than this government. In the first 3 quarters of 2023, we have had the highest foreign investment in the world, Madam Speaker, in terms of real dollars, third best.
Mind the honourable member for Regina Louvain that if he wishes to participate in the debate, then he waits for the appropriate time as opposed to heckling. And I also remind members if they continue to heckle after I've told them to not do that, they will not be recognized should they rise for questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, if he could wrap it up, 16 seconds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the GDP for Canada is absolutely incredible. Third in the world, first in the G7, and the Conservatives have no problem in terms of spreading misinformation. That is something that comes out of the leader of the Conservative Party's office. Why do you want to consistently mislead Canadians?
Secretary knows that he's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to members. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member didn't mention Stephen Harper, so I'll do it for him. Stephen Harper signed the CETA agreement. Stephen Harper was the one who signed TPP and set that up for the Liberals to tee off. When we talk about who led trade development, what industries led it, it was oil and gas. Oil and gas, which this government has declared war on, led trade export growth for Canada. And if we want to look at what happened for CUSMA the last round, well, guess what? When you talk about your success, it was complete incompetence. 3 months before CUSMA was signed, Canada was kicked out of those agreements. And you know who went back in the negotiations? Mexico. Guess who is now the USA's #1 trading partner? Mexico. China's #2, Canada's #3. That's the record of this government. Failed trade policies. We're going to fix that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Same hairdo. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I want to recognize the career of retired MLA Todd Stone. He served the Kamloops area diligently for 12 years, and I thank him for his service as a former minister and as somebody who gave a lot to the area. With that being said, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And my colleague from Winnipeg is talking about hypocrisy. Well, let's talk about liberal hypocrisy here. Let's talk about a prime minister who's been found guilty of 2 ethics violations, who promised a government open by default, who fired the first Indigenous Attorney General and tried to get her to break the law. I think we should be taking no lessons from the Liberals when it comes to the sanctimony. And what does he think about that hypocrisy?
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We're actually in this House, and we're doing a concurrence debate and reports, but the House is actually paralyzed because of this government. So this government's refusal to hand over unredacted documents to the police because Parliament said so is the whole essence of what this government stands for. It's not for the people. This place, we are put here and elected for the people, and this place has the power of the people. And if this government refuses to hand these documents over, the precedent that we set is that the people of Canada have no more power. This government would love to have that.
Questions and comments? Je m'excuse, j'avais manqué.
I'm sorry, I missed the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith on the previous question, so I will recognize the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you to the member for bringing forward this really important debate. Madam Speaker, this is my first time having a chance to review this very important document, and we can see here it has a list of lessons, and it says Canada's economy is still dependent on emission-intensive sectors, which is something that the member is talking about. But the consideration for parliamentarians, it goes on to say, how much financial support does Canada provide to oil and gas, and could the support be reallocated to workers? I think this is an important consideration for us because what we've seen is the Conservatives continuing to prop up oil and gas CEOs instead of looking at a true transition for workers to a clean economy and for those jobs. And so can the member share why the Conservatives are doing all that they can to ensure that workers are disadvantaged as we move forward with a clean economy?
A brief answer from the honourable member of Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, we're doing the opposite. Oil and gas in Canada employs 500,000 people with good wages and good jobs in Canada. We want to see a diversified economy, which means we have IP commercialization and tangible economy, that we're ensuring we're growing good small businesses, our farming. But until we do that, we have to make sure that the businesses and industries that are here in Canada are getting the support they need to keep bringing in the revenue that this government wants us to pay for all the other programs. We're going to continue to support workers, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to the motion that's been brought forward by my Conservative colleague across the way. But before I get into my real speech, I wanted to make reference to what we just witnessed on the floor. When I had posed the question in terms of misleading Canadians, Madam Speaker, what does the member actually do? He actually doubled down. What he says is that it was Stephen Harper that signed the trade agreement between Canada and the European Union, which is a number of countries. Madam Speaker, that's just not true. I don't know how much clearer we can actually be on it. History, take a look at the documents, look at when it was actually signed. It's just not true. Yet, his Conservative colleagues give him a virtual ovation because he was spreading, once again, misinformation in the comments that he was providing. That is the issue, Madam Speaker, that we see from the Conservative Party of Canada today, where they will go outside the chamber and they'll say all sorts of bizarre things. Whether it's what the members said inside the House, or whether you have the leader of the Conservative Party going around Canada saying how Canada is broken, when in fact Canada is not broken, Madam Speaker. Canada is the best country in the world to call home. Only a conservative, only a mega right conservative, Madam Speaker.
Members who continue to heckle, and I just addressed that not too long ago. I would ask members to please wait. They will actually have 10 minutes of questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, so lots of time to put their thoughts down and wait for the appropriate time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying, only a mega right, conservative, far right person like the current leader of the Conservative Party would take that sort of a tactic. It's a tactic that is coming up from the United States and being funneled through the leader of the opposition's office, quite frankly, or at least encouraged in greatly through that office, Madam Speaker. And that's why I was really serious when I had posed the question to the member opposite in regards to the degree in which that far-right element is actually infiltrating and playing such a strong role on policy development in the Conservative Party today. And I don't say that lightly, because all one needs to do is to take a look at what will be a very important election issue in the next election. The price on pollution. The carbon rebate versus the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Right. And all one has to understand in that particular debate is a couple of points that I would like to highlight.
Yes, please.
One is the fact that Aaron O'Toole, leader of the Conservative Party, had 337 other candidates. They had an election platform. In that platform, it said, we are campaigning on a price on pollution, a carbon tax, Madam Speaker. That's what it was, Madam Speaker, a carbon tax. Every one of them. Now, it's nothing that's new. In fact, I believe there's a 17, 18, 19 of the Conservatives, that's the second time that they actually campaigned on it, Madam Speaker.
Truth.
You know, there is a good number of them, including their current former leader, who's now the House leader, that campaigned on it not once, but twice. New shiny leader comes in, that far-right mega guy, and what does he do? He takes this huge flip-flop, like a fish on a dock, a dry dock, Madam Speaker. Flip-flop, you wouldn't believe. Changes the direction, and then he says, well, now we're going to cut the tax, or axe the tax. I'm sorry, don't want to misquote what the Conservative slogan is on this issue, Madam Speaker. And then, behind that slogan is a pile of misinformation where the Conservatives are spending millions of dollars promoting misinformation. They try to give people like the residents of Winnipeg North the impression that they have a net loss of disposable income as a direct result of the carbon rebate versus carbon tax. And that's just not true. And they know that, Madam Speaker. But you would think that that would stop them from saying it? Absolutely not. They continue to spread misinformation. When we know from the budget officer, from literally dozens of economic and university professors that are out saying that what we are saying is true, the public budget, or the parliamentary budget officer is reinforcing that, Madam Speaker. But they have no qualms in terms of spreading that. But, Madam Speaker, that's not what it is I want to be able to share today. I want to be able to talk and address many of the issues that were brought up by members opposite. And some of this stuff completely I would suggest maybe irrelevant when they start with the character assassination of the Prime Minister. And, you know, it's interesting when they talk about the Prime Minister, what they don't tell you about, the person that they glorify, is Stephen Harper. And I can understand why they glorify Stephen Harper, because who was Stephen Harper's, Mr. Speaker, they're applauding it. You know, the reason why they glorify Stephen Harper is because their current leader is tied so closely to him. Not only was he in his cabinet, but before being in his cabinet, he was his parliamentary secretary, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. If you take a look at it, you know, I got this booklet, and it's, you know, Stephen Harper, serial abuser of power, scandals, corruption, abuse of power. You wouldn't believe the number of scandals. And you know what? The leader of the Conservative Party today, he's even referenced on a couple of occasions in here. And it was interesting. They're talking about the filibuster in their comments, Madam Speaker. You know, it was Stephen Harper and the current leader that were actually found in contempt of Parliament. The only Prime Minister and Parliamentary Secretary that's actually been found in contempt of Parliament. And fast forward to the comments that we were hearing from Conservatives today in their speeches. They were talking about, well, we have this privilege issue. You're right, there is a privilege issue that's before us today. And the reason why it's still with us today is because the current leader of the Conservative Party has learnt nothing from the past, Madam Speaker. What he is engaged in is a multi-million-dollar political game on the floor of the House of Commons that is in his personal best interest and in the interest of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. That is what we are witnessing. The leader of the Conservative Party is not putting Canadian interests ahead of their political, personal, and party interests, Madam Speaker. And that is unfortunate, because there is a great, and that's why I call it, it's a multi-million-dollar game. So when they talk about a leader, and they reference the Prime Minister, and they make reference to our Prime Minister and a few of the issues, and they're trying to generate public interest, Madam Speaker, I can tell you where public interest is on a number of issues. In particular, I am going to tell you. I'm going to tell you about the issue, Madam Speaker, in regards to the leader of the Conservative Party today, who continues to refuse to get the security clearance. And as one of my colleagues has suggested, maybe the rumors are true. The rumors are that there is something that the leader of the Conservative Party is hiding from the public in Canada. There is something that is going to prevent him from being able to get the security clearance, and that is the real reason why he refuses to get the security clearance. After all, every other leader in the House of Commons has the security clearance. Every other leader is taking the issue of foreign interference seriously, Madam Speaker, and getting that clearance. Only the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada has chosen not to get the security clearance, Madam Speaker. And the question is, why? So when the Conservatives, as they've already done this morning, start focusing on the Prime Minister, I would suggest they need to start looking in a mirror and start looking and focusing on their own leader of the Conservative Party of Canada when he is too scared to get a security clearance, because by getting that security clearance, there's something in his past that's going to come back and possibly haunt them, Madam Speaker. That is the real reason. Madam Speaker, then we have the Conservatives talking about the economy. Seriously, when you talk about ideas on how they want to be able to contribute to the economy, you know, our inflation rate is well below the 2% today, which is good news, Madam Speaker. Interest rates are on a downward trajectory. They're going down, Madam Speaker. I think it's now 3 or maybe even 4 times. I'm not 100% sure. We're the Bank of Canada. We're leading the G7 on the issue. Canada's economy is getting healthier and stronger, yet they want to continue to downplay Canada's economy, Madam Speaker. And it is unfortunate. You know, the other day, the Conservatives, who have been very critical of the government's approach in regards to housing, and they make reference to it. The other day, they actually had this big, huge rollout of the shiny, brand new housing policy of the Conservative Party of Canada going into the next election, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier in my comments, I was talking about a flip-flop. They seriously need to do another flip-flop on this issue. Their housing announcement is a dud, Madam Speaker. Yeah, it is laughable. I agree. I agree. It is a laughable policy, Madam Speaker. When you have affordable housing as being a serious issue in Canada, the Conservative Party of Canada says they're going to get rid of the programs that are going to address that issue, and it makes no sense at all. And I tell you, even within the Conservative Party, they're already sending mixed messages. You have Conservative members that have actually written the Minister of Housing asking for more support from the Housing Accelerator Fund. They're encouraging local governments to...
I know that the honourable member's speech is very engaging, but I would just ask members to please wait to the appropriate time. Order. 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 As I said, I know that the honourable member's speech is very engaging, but I want to ask members to please wait till the appropriate time, and also not to try to engage other members back and forth on both sides of the House. I don't think that it's more from one to the other. It's both sides. So I just want to remind members to please wait and be respectful to the individual who happens to have the floor. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, interesting, one of the hecklers is actually a member from Kamloops. And I can tell you, and he puts up his hand, yes, it's me. That's the member, one of the many members that has actually appealed to the Minister of Housing, and he wants to be able to ultimately, Madam Speaker, get support from the
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Prince George. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has an obligation to speak accurately, and if he reads my letter, I actually lambasted the minister for this. Thank you.
The member is rising on a point of debate and not a point of order, and the honourable government deputy House Leader is also rising on a point of order, I would hope.
It is. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to table the letter from the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Do I have unanimous consent? No, I heard no. So, okay. Back to the engaging speech of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member from Caribou was saved by the Conservative member that yelled no to have that impressive letter released. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, and thrown off because of the point of order, is I was talking about how it is that the Conservative policy that they've just announced is actually into the detriment of Canadians. It's actually a dud of a policy. When you really stop and think about it, they're going to cancel the Accelerator Fund, amongst many other things, in fairness. That's true. This is just one program that they're going to be canceling, Madam Speaker. And by doing that, they're actually going to cause a more difficulty for Canadians to be able to find an affordable home. They're actually making it more difficult for municipalities and many other stakeholders in being able to increase the housing stock, Madam Speaker. How many people that are living in homeless shelters, or are homeless, or that are making that $30,000, $40,000 a year are going to be helped by the Conservative policy that they've announced just recently? At the end of the day, we have mayors, not to mention other local officials. You have Conservative members of Parliament that have all recognized the true value of the Accelerator Fund. I remember, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, you know, we had last year or earlier this year, we had the Prime Minister of Canada, the Premier of Manitoba, the city, Mayor of Winnipeg, and we even had, I believe I had saw David Chartrand, the President of the Manitoba Métis Federation, that were all present talking about how working together through programs like the Accelerator Fund, that we are going to be able to improve the housing situation for Canadians. Conservative idea, we're going to get rid of it. I don't understand who's generating, I shouldn't say that, I have a sense of who's generating their ideas. It's the same generation of ideas that we see on the flip-flop for the price on pollution. And it goes back to that far-right element within the Conservative Party today. It's that same grouping, that mega right, that ultimately is saying, we want to cut, cut, cut. It doesn't matter the program. We can articulate the true value of the housing accelerator program, Madam Speaker, but yet the Conservatives, they don't care. They're just going to cut it. Well, think in terms of the dental program. 1 million Canadians plus have now benefited by the dental program. The first ever nationwide Canada dental program, over 1 million people served. And the Conservative Party, who cares? We're cutting that program too. As a government, and this is where I take exception, when they talk, Madam Speaker, about the economy, and they talked a great deal about the economy. You know, as a government, we're focused on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it. We want an economy that works for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. And nothing has changed on that in the sense since 2015, when we brought in tax breaks for the middle class, where we increased dramatic increases to individuals receiving the guaranteed income supplement, where we reformed the Canada Child Benefit Program, so millionaires wouldn't be receiving the benefits, Madam Speaker, and enhanced the overall benefit for the average Canadian. To the creation of jobs. Over 2 million jobs created by this government, Madam Speaker. That's double the number that Stephen Harper did in the same amount of time. When you talk about infrastructure, no government in the last 50 years has invested more real dollars into infrastructure than this government. Go back to cuts on infrastructure. The Conservative Party has made it very clear they're going to cut the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker. They've made it very clear on that. Take a look, do the Google search, find out the billions of dollars of additional funding that's complemented the millions that the Government of Canada has invested in it. We are building a stronger, healthier infrastructure, something that we never saw under Stephen Harper. This is a government that understands the importance of infrastructure. Whether it's coming up with supportive programs for housing, or whether it's building streets or communities in which we all live in, Madam Speaker. All of that being supported by the type of question that I had posed earlier today on the issue of international trade. No government, contrary to the misleading information that the Conservatives talk about, no government has actually had more signed-off trade agreements than this government in the history of Canada. Canada is a trading nation, Madam Speaker. And that's something that helps and elevates all of us, and is something in which the government continues to invest in, Madam Speaker, because we see the true value of reaching out, working with Canadians, dealing with the provinces in the best way we can, encouraging how we can build a healthier economy and support Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And those are the types of policies, whether it's a budgetary measure or it's a legislative measure, that the government has been taking since day one, Madam Speaker. That's why I talk about this silly multi-million-dollar game that the Conservative leader of Canada is playing today. Because there still is a lot more that we can be doing, Madam Speaker, only if the Conservative Party of Canada would stop thinking about their personal interests and the interests of their party, Madam Speaker, and start refocusing it on doing what's right for Canadians, Madam Speaker. There is substantial legislation that's not being debated because of that multi-million-dollar filibuster game that they're playing. And the sooner that they get over it, Madam Speaker, the sooner we're going to be able to get down to business here in the House and do a whole lot more for Canadians. So my appeal to my Conservative friends on the other side of the aisle is to start looking and behaving in such a way, and a good starting point would be the leader of the Conservative Party gets the security clearance and we stop the filibuster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Where to start? You know, my colleague spoke about one of the Conservative members in a speech that was all over the place. It's almost as though the Liberals have become that which they state they abhor. People appealing to conspiracy theorists. What could possibly be there? Wink, wink. There was a story about this in the national newspaper. The moment that anybody brings up anything about the Prime Minister's past, oh, we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about the reporter in the Kootenays or how people experienced it differently. This is just complete and utter hypocrisy. He said that we should just get over this filibuster. You know what will get over the filibuster? Handing over the documents. Why won't he do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member is a lawyer. Surely to goodness he can appreciate why, as a government, we are going to listen to what the RCMP are saying. We're going to listen.
Being had on both sides of the House, I would ask people to please wait, individuals to please wait until the appropriate time, so I can actually hear what the Parliamentary Secretary's answer is. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada has chosen to listen to the RCMP, the Auditor General, the former Deputy Law Clerk, many other stakeholders. Read the Hill Times story on this silly game that the Conservative Party is actually playing, where the conclusion is that the Conservatives are actually abusing power. You have the leader of the Conservative Party abusing his authority on the floor of the House of Commons, and that's while he's in opposition. It reminds me of the day when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, when the Prime Minister was held in contempt of Parliament, the first time ever in the British Commonwealth. That includes Canada, Madam Speaker. Seriously, stop the game and let's start dealing with the interests of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if you'll allow me, we'll go back to the question of Canada's performance in terms of climate change. Oil companies have made record profits over the last years, and they are subsidized as well in the billions of dollars. And Conservatives would like to make cuts everywhere except there, and the Liberals don't want to cut anything. And then they say they're going to cut in the oil industry, and they don't. So the real coalition is the Liberal-Conservative coalition. That's the Canadian Ottawa and Oil and Gas Coalition. And this is despite the fact that Ottawa has engaged before G8, I think around 2008, 9, and 10, to end subsidies for fossil fuels. So why are they doing this? Are they telling the Quebecers that it is going to be easier in the next country of Quebec. Madam Speaker, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, it's interesting. I appreciate the question. For the first time ever in 2026, we are on target to hit our climate goals. I see that as a very strong, positive thing. One of the differences between the Bloc and the government is that we recognize that in order to grow the economy, you have to be sensitive and respond to the environment also. And Madam Speaker, you can do well on both. Sustainable development is something that can be done in a very successful fashion. And we have demonstrated that as a government. I don't think that we want to shut down industries. This is not the end goal. The end goal is to have a healthier, stronger, and cleaner environment that's acceptable by Canadian norms and standards. And I think that we've made major strides, whether it's the price on pollution, the single-use plastics, and the cut or the cap on emissions that we just put in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I really appreciated the member's comments, and it's always an honour and privilege to rise on behalf of the good people of the riding of Waterloo who actually support making sure that pollution is not free in Canada. They are concerned about the misinformation coming throughout different channels, especially the Conservative Party of Canada. And we do believe as constituents and as a riding, for the most part, that everyone should pay their fair share. We recognize there's a transition happening. There's more people using electric vehicles and so forth. And that transition is, I think, the result of taking meaningful measures that this government has been leading. What I find fascinating is that the Conservatives today are choosing to do this, are asking to have transparency reign, get the information. A Canadian was killed on Canadian soil by a foreign government, and the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get his clearance. I would like to ask the member why the Conservatives don't want real information, why they promote disinformation and misinformation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. There is a very serious issue that's before us when you have the issue of foreign interference, and whether it's extortion that's taking place, an assassination that has taken place, whether it's the foreign interference in the leadership of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, there are Conservative members that the leader needs to be aware of, or Conservative parliamentarians, I should say, in which the Conservative leader needs to be aware of. And what is the leader of the Conservative Party actually doing? He has actually chosen to be silenced. He doesn't want the security clearance. It is something in which I believe is disgraceful. As a leader of the official opposition, there is an obligation for him to do the right thing, and doing the right thing means getting the security clearance. This is a Conservative scandal in the making, Madam Speaker, in a serious way.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague, which we all get to very often hear the great words of wisdom from the member from Winnipeg North. However, it's important, I think, in this debate today to hear from the Commissioner of the Environment, who I will quote in direct reference to the member's statement that the government is on track. The Commissioner says, quote, despite various policies and commitments from the government after government to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions over the past 30 years, Canada has failed to translate these commitments into real reductions in net emissions. Instead, Canada emissions have continued to rise. Meanwhile, the global climate crisis has gotten worse. What does the member have to say to the independent environmental commissioner who's raising a warning about the fact that what he's saying is not true?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, well, Madam Speaker, I do have confidence that as a government we will be able to achieve our goal in 2026. I also believe that we have the zero emissions by 2050, in which we are on track with. At the same time, I would raise the issue that there has been concern in regards to the NTP softening on the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. And I'm hoping that we will see the NDP recognize that there is value and we should continue to work together and fight that a price on pollution is a good thing, especially when you factor in the carbon rebate, providing that incentive for people to do things like what the member from Waterloo has made reference to, and that would be to encourage the consumption of less fossil fuel, Madam Speaker. That is good for the environment, and it helps support a greener economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina North.
Speaker, and it is a short question about the environment. About 3 or 4 years ago, this government signed an agreement with the City of Montreal to continue to dump raw sewage into the St. Lawrence Seaway. So my question is, they care about the environment and they're so focused on emissions. What about having clean waters and the clean waterways down in St. Lawrence? So how can they continue to allow the City of Montreal to dump raw sewage? How does that help our environment, Madam Speaker? And that's agreement signed for another 20 years.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, can you imagine, if you will, if you actually had a Stephen Harper government that actually invested in infrastructure in the same fashion in which we have invested in infrastructure? Then Montreal might not have had to have done that dumping. Then the taxpayers of Montreal, the property taxpayers, maybe wouldn't have seen the type of increase in taxes that they have seen. At the end of the day, as we continue to invest in infrastructure, building better water treatment facilities across the country, the Conservatives' track record on it has been abysmal. And they also have to take some of the responsibility, ultimately, for a lot of the things that we're experiencing today, because they refused back then to take action when the action was necessary. Infrastructure is something that wasn't just created when we became in government. Yes, we've invested in infrastructure like no other government before us in terms of real dollars, but I can tell you the biggest disappointment on infrastructure was likely Stephen Harper. By the way, his current leader was in that cabinet and the personal parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister at the time.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we are gathered today to talk about a report that I found very interesting when it was tabled in 2022. It's been more than 2 years, 2.5 years. We studied it in the Public Accounts Committee, and unfortunately, I would have liked to have chosen a more recent report from the Commissioner of the Environment or from this committee, because things have evolved and not always in the right direction. Let's look at what the report was saying in the first place. Canada has not succeeded in making sure that its promises lead to net and real reduction in its emissions. The emissions by Canada have continued to go up. In the meantime, the global climate crisis has gotten worse. So from 2022 to our day, it's still the case. So the GHG emissions of the country have gone up since the signature of the Paris Accords, which puts Canada in the bottom of the rank in the G7 in terms of their performance since the 2015 conference. So that is the general outlook of the report of the Sustainable Development Commissioner. Now, there are some lessons included in this report. First, it takes a more effective leadership and coordination to end the polarization on questions that have to do with the environment, and it needs to be coherent, but clearly that has not been done. Secondly, the Canadian economy continues to put a lot of emphasis on GHG emitting industries, for instance, oil and gas. But we have heard about this issue enough from Conservative MPs from Alberta and the Premier in the province. The Commissioner also mentions in the report that the Canadian economy continues to put the emphasis on sectors that produce a lot of emissions. And when you look at the Liberal government strategy vis-à-vis climate change during the pandemic, a green assistance was put in place to help these oil and gas companies. But according to Environmental Defense, the federal government set aside more than $20 billion in subsidies to the oil and gas industry. And in 2022 only, so after the pandemic, and despite the help to transition, they kept subsidizing the oil and gas companies. Why? Well, the end result is that the emissions from these industries did not start to go down. A third lesson is that adaptation measures have to be made the priority. We are realizing that the policies are not functioning because you are not imposing a carbon tax, or you're not able to make sure that the highest emitting industries reduce their emissions. But you have to give up and you have to turn to adaptation policies vis-a-vis climate change. And it is indeed necessary. And for that, the federal government needs to stop collecting all of the money without distributing it intelligently, and they have to give the money to municipalities, because it's in great part that are the municipalities that will be impacted by the climate change, inundations, water treatment, resource issues, be it during storms that will destroy the infrastructure in municipalities, etc. So we will have to help them. UMQ published a report, and I think they were saying that the expenditure connected to climate change by municipalities will have to go up by 12%. Fourth lesson, Canada is running the risk of being at the bottom of the rank in terms of resilience vis-a-vis climate change. And I think it is already happening. Canada is already late and behind other countries, so it's very clear. We can see this in the group of G7. Fifth lesson, we have to increase the awareness of the public, and people should be made aware when it comes to the fight against climate change and the changes that we have to make. Well, we can see that some measures have been taken. One such measure is quite absurd, and I have to underline this. A minister of a province is paying a gas truck, if you will, to drive around endlessly to make their publicity and to say things against what the Minister of Environment has been saying. So the premier of a province, instead of financing their own education system and rebuilding the city of Jasper, and you know what province that city is in, they're going to finance a truck to come here to Ottawa and to drive around with messages on screens on it. So we have to continue emitting, and it's very important. It's our constitutional right to pollute the planet. Honestly, it's absurd. And I have to say this here in this chamber. How can Albertans allow the premier doing this instead of taking care of their own people?
Les cibles climatiques.
Now, we know that our climate targets are not supported by clear evidence. As far back as 2009, G20 countries, including Canada, had agreed to decrease these ineffective fossil fuel subsidies. But despite these promises, nothing has happened. There's been radio silence. Then yesterday, the minister made a controversial announcement, and I'll come back to that. Next, we need more stakeholder cooperation. That's nothing new, and things aren't going well on that front either. The federal government needs to understand that there are provincial and municipal jurisdictions. The federal government needs to understand that it's not up to the federal government to just gather all the money and then hand it out to the provinces with strings attached. That's not how it should work. The federal government needs to work with the provinces, with Quebec, with municipalities, give them the money, let them have the money that they should be able to have without strings attached. And then the eighth thing in this report is that there's an intergenerational crisis here. We hear a lot about intergenerational fairness now. And I'm really wondering what kind of planet we'll be leaving to our children. This is a matter of fairness. And we also have a responsibility to seniors as well as the future, and it's possible to do both. We can help seniors by increasing old age security while simultaneously no longer subsidizing the fossil fuel industry. That would be a win-win. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, I believe, the Minister of the Environment, wanted to announce that there will be a cap to oil and gas sector emissions. And I do think that's important. This is something that was discussed as early as 2009 among G7 countries, G20 countries, because we're continuing to subsidize an industry. We're hoping that it will change and adopt greener technologies. And yet, what we ultimately see is that emissions are not going down, and that the oil and gas industries, we need to ensure that it stops receiving these subsidies. It's making huge profits. We need to stop hoping that it will just miraculously change, and we need to instead favor a green and fair transition. When we discussed the report, we heard from Équiterre. We heard from Équiterre at committee. So we heard from Équiterre, and what did the representative of Équiterre, what did Mr. Villot say? He said that we needed to move away from our dependence on the oil sector. We needed a fair transition. And he also mentioned that Canada needs to stop putting all its eggs in the carbon capture basket. He already seemed to know that Canada would turn towards this false solution because it's just really an excuse for the oil and gas industry to keep polluting. And what we've seen as a response from some of these provinces is shameful. How can someone look at themselves in the mirror in the morning and honestly say, I want to keep polluting? How do these people live with themselves? Do they think at all about other people's well-being? And what about the Constitution? These people are deeply blinkered because we know that this is also a global issue. For those who don't understand how it all works, a ton emitted here will have the same impacts here in China and France or wherever. And the same thing about emissions elsewhere. Our climate responsibility is up to each and every one of us. Even though we are the ones that have the resources, we have this black gold, that doesn't excuse us from taking responsibility. We as legislators have a responsibility to future generations. So let me come back to what was announced and to the reactions to this cap, emissions cap. With this exciting new slogan, scrap the cap, which is really, the way we have these 3-word slogans like axe the tax and scrap the cap, it really means treating voters as though they were stupid and they don't understand the nuances of climate change. It's shameful to have these slogans all over the place. And the costs of climate change are enormous. We need to remember that there are issues of fairness, intergenerational fairness, among others. Economists are unanimous. All research is unanimous. Yes, we still need oil, but the reason we still need it is that we don't yet have a real plan to get away from our dependence on the industry. Now in Quebec, things are going relatively well. We have an excellent cap and trade system, and we have reduced our per capita emissions. We are by far the best performers in Canada on this score. Now, we don't know what's going to happen in the US, but in Europe, they're speaking very seriously about creating an entrance tariff, which will take into account a country's emissions. The EU is discussing that. they're saying that that's something that they might apply to their imports from highly polluting countries. And if that kind of policy is implemented, Canada will be facing a major problem, and Quebec will have yet another reason to leave Canada once and for all. According to a WSP Uranus analysis, it would cost Quebec municipalities $2 billion more. That's an increase of 12% in their total expenses to modify their infrastructure to adapt to climate change. Since 2010, costs associated with meteorological disasters represent 5 to 6% of annual GDP growth in Canada, which is an increase with regard to the previous 1% average. According to a report called Damage Control, Reducing the Cost of Climate Impacts in Canada, Canada might see real annual decreases, GDP decreases of $35 billion a year by 2030. Yes, the real losses that we might suffer because of climate change add up to tens of billions of dollars. I myself participated in a study at Uranus, commissioned by the government of Quebec, to calculate the cost of climate change right before the Paris Agreement. That was in a former life. It was almost 10 years ago. And yet, not much has changed. The costs and the sectors we looked at, they may not be aspects we think about every day. Let's look at health and infrastructure. In health, heat waves are increasingly common due to climate change, and they affect our seniors. People are dying. Annually, every year, people are dying because of heat waves, and yet we haven't necessarily adapted in our health centers and so on. And for seniors living at home, we need to adapt more, and seniors are paying the price. There are also zoonotic diseases, animal vector diseases that are spreading. Look at the West Nile virus. Look at mosquito-borne diseases. We know that mosquito season is going on longer and longer. The West Nile virus, Lyme disease, all of these diseases are spreading more and more quickly. And it's all because of climate change. With climate change, temperatures are going up, and these disease vectors are traveling north. Lyme disease is a new disease for people living further north, for example, in the north of Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. Allergies are also more and more expensive for the population because people are less productive when they're suffering with severe allergies. Now we know that there are also more and more floods, and we need to adapt our infrastructure. Think about what's happening in Valencia in Spain. It's a catastrophe. They're still looking for bodies that were swept away by these torrential floods. And in August, here in Quebec, there were severe floods, and we don't quite know how the insurance companies are going to manage the situation, all of these lost vehicles and homes. It's very concrete, it's very expensive, and these events are only going to become more and more frequent. We also are dealing with issues of bank erosion. Increasingly, homes and roads are going to have to move. All of this costs money. There's also the matter of permafrost. For First Nations living in areas where normally there's permafrost, well, due to climate change, these homes will have to be completely rebuilt because otherwise they will collapse because of the loss of the permafrost. And we know that in some areas, on some reserves, housing is already an issue. Climate change, will only make these housing issues worse. And yet, some are still telling us that it's anti-constitutional to think about the future of Quebecers and Canadians. I just can't wrap my head around it. What we've realized is that despite the good intentions of some ministers, and I think they do have good intentions, despite that, we haven't accomplished very much. Unfortunately, the carbon tax is going to become an election issue, not so much for Quebec, but for the rest of Canada. And that's a pity because it makes complete sense. Look at Quebec's cap and trade system, which works very well. Did it hurt Quebec's economy? No, on the contrary. Before the pandemic, Quebec had the highest rate of growth in Canada, despite its cap and trade system. It's possible to cut carbon emissions and help the economy. It's possible to decouple carbon emissions and the growth of the economy. We've seen, thanks to Quebec and to France as well, that this is possible. But Canada is very far from this laudable goal. The Liberals promise everything and deliver nothing. And then among the Conservatives, some don't even believe in climate change. They keep saying, look, I have a right to pollute. It's my right to pollute. What an unfortunate situation overall. And so, what I think is the only hope on the environmental front is for Quebec to become independent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. When I think in terms of the energy needs of Canada into the future, I can't help but to reflect on things such as how we can use and have greener policies. One of those issues was the C49, the Atlantic Accord. Think in terms of the power generation potential by using our coastlines. Think in terms of the billions of dollars of investment that would be attracted to that. The thousands of jobs that would be of great benefit. This is for Atlantic Canada. And yet, I don't quite understand why it is that the Bloc voted against the Atlantic Accord. And when we talk about reducing emissions, I would suggest to you that this is one of the ways in which we could achieve that net zero by 2050. Can she explain why it is that they would oppose Bill C-49, the Atlantic Accord?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, when I hear about the Atlantic, I think about Baie du Nord. I think about how maritime protected zones are changed so that more exploration, oil exploration, can be carried out. When I think about the Atlantic, I think about the federal government's financial support for increased oil exploration. So, Madam Speaker, when I hear the word Atlantic, I don't think climate change progress. I hear backpedaling on climate commitments. The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. First with the former Conservative government and then with the Liberals, what we've seen is that when we spend billions and billions of dollars to massively subsidize oil companies, it makes no sense when we think of all the things we could be investing in, things that would make a real difference. When we think about what we could be doing for clean energy, which would ultimately create more jobs. So I'd like to ask my colleague if, like us, she feels that it's ridiculous that we're continuing to subsidize the oil and gas companies like this to the tune of billions of dollars. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And as I said in my speech, I am just as shocked as he is, maybe more. When I think about the subsidies that the oil and gas sector receives in Canada, as I said, just in 2022, we're talking $20 billion. It's absolutely abominable. Even though the federal government can't seem to dig up $5 billion to help our seniors, but it keeps shelling out $20 billion to the oil and gas companies, that nonetheless is bringing in huge profits on the backs of future generations. It's shameful. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Nangers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating my colleague on her excellent speech. She made very clear points. On a few occasions, she brought up an important thing, local infrastructure. We see billions of dollars being gifted to these oil and gas companies, and they're going to keep polluting because of these subsidies. Meanwhile, we see weather events happening. Berthier-Masquinongé was severely affected by the flooding my colleague touched on. Most of the municipalities in Berthier-Masquinongé suffered severe damage because of this flooding. We need more investment. We need more money for infrastructure. We need to decentralize the funding. So my question for my colleague, does she think that that's a good idea, firstly? And secondly, what should we do to ensure that that money is truly decentralized and doesn't have strings attached? Because we know that the people who really know what needs to be done on the ground are mayors, not the centralizing federal government. The honourable member for Terrebonne, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And I would just say that over the last few years in its budgets, the federal government has boasted that it was helping municipalities. But actually, what they did was offer money with strings attached. The federal government said that, for example, the funding was to be used for wastewater treatment. But in this example, such a municipality might actually need the money for something completely different. This federal government is obsessed with centralizing control. They are an ivory tower, and yet they seem to think that they know better than a mayor what that municipality actually needs. It makes no sense, and this federal government needs to stop its centralizing tendencies. It needs to take that money, which it already gets too much of, and give that money back to Quebec and municipalities so we can really fight climate change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her fantastic speech, and I find myself, I often agree with that member. And I think part of what we had witnessed when we had the Environmental Commissioner come to present to our committee, to which we're both, I'm a former member of, sadly. This report in particular was actually highlighted for the fact that there was an attempt to break the consensus around the science, around climate change and the impacts of climate change, which is why the commissioner came out with this. There's no actual recommendations according to the report, but there are some things called lessons learned, and here's 3 of them that I'd like the member to comment on. Climate change is an intergenerational crisis with a rapid closing window for action. Climate targets have not been backed by strong plans or action, and Canada risks falling behind other countries on investing in a climate-resilient future. What is her message to young people who are right now feeling a despair, a kind of apathy from the lack of action on this serious issue by the government?
Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague. I really miss him at the Public Accounts Committee, although his successor is also fantastic. But there was some great teamwork between us on the committee. Now, coming to his question on the 3 lessons that he mentioned, I did touch on them during my speech, but regarding the intergenerational crisis caused by climate change, well, as I said during my speech, a key point here is that as legislators, we need to consider that we have a high level of accountability to the future and to young people who are worried and deeply anxious about climate change. What I would say to them is that I am deeply sorry for what they're going through, and I hope that their vote will count, maybe even more than other groups. They need to go vote. Youth need to vote because they need to bring in a government that prioritizes the environment once and for all. And if that's not possible, then for these young Quebecers, I would suggest that they back Quebec independence.
Oui, merci. The honourable member for... Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes silence speaks more than words. To date in this debate on my colleague's speech, we haven't heard members of the official opposition who are nevertheless very vocal when we're talking about the oil sector. How does my honourable colleague from Terrebonne explain the silence, the honourable member for Terrebonne? Well, I think when we talk about climate change, it's complete disinterest at best and at worst disdain for the issue, or in denialism about climate change, which is perhaps the general opinion of the official opposition. It's unfortunate because I would have liked to continue to educate them on the subject. There is a course at a university in Paris to deal with climate change and the economy, and that could be very useful to them, I think.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. My question is simple one. This government has a terrible record. Of course, they're one of the worst in the OECD when it comes to reducing GHG emissions. They have not hit an international target yet. Why does the Bloc Québécois vote with this party over and over again and keep them in government, destroying our economy along with it?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne, you have 1 minute for your response. I will weigh in briefly. I think perhaps he hasn't followed the news. And my colleague that I do appreciate, however, the Bloc Québécois is ready to bring the government down for a new election however, it is important that I mention that we don't think that the Conservative Party will be any better, especially not on environmental issues. We think it will be a disaster. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleagues for what is a very important debate on the climate crisis that's facing everyone across our globe. We share this planet. We share a future. Our children, of course, will have to share the consequences of decisions made in this place, but also decisions made in all of our lives. In this report in particular, the Environmental Commissioner has made very clear that we're approaching a detrimental future. I'd like to quote from the report: "Despite various policies and commitments from the government after government to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions over the past 30 years, Canada has failed to translate these commitments into real reductions in net emissions. Instead, Canada's emissions have continued to rise. Meanwhile, the global climate crisis has gotten worse." Madam Speaker, this is a serious warning from the Independent Commissioner of the Environment for our country. Canada is one of the largest countries in the world. If the climate crisis is one that impacts land, we are ones to be greatly impacted. Whether it's the North Arctic regions where we see issues of melting ice that are dramatically impacting the ecosystems there, making it so that generations of Canadians may no longer ever get to see a polar bear. Whether it's Indigenous hunters who are right now in the season of trying to find moose in my parts of the country and are finding it more and more difficult to because of the changing and rapid changing environment. Or whether it's people in urban centers who have been choked by smoke and increasing rates in something that generations before had not experienced. But the question of all this is something I hope unites all of us as colleagues, which is what we do about this rising concern. What I've heard from the Liberals is that things are fine. Meanwhile, a planet is on fire. They're giving billions of dollars to oil resource companies. Most of them are foreign owned, by the way. In addition to a Conservative Party that wants to wield power and is using the climate crisis and the rejection of the science as a way to get there. New Democrats are often found in this tough position of being brokers of, I think, a better morality in this place, and I hope a better future for all of us. When we pose the question in the hopeful, optimistic reality or future that I think, given the circumstance of the opportunity of all of us being in the same place, that if we could put aside our partisan differences, that this would be one of the issues we would do it for. That is my greatest hope in this debate, and it's my greatest hope as I continue, and I think Canadians will continue to judge us on our remarks we make in this place for many generations to come. There'll be a moment in our history when our children look back at the transcripts when we debated these things, including today, and everything that we say will be quoted by generations of the future, whether that's generations who are suffering from the reality of an impacted climate to which they can't breathe, can't find clean water, or having difficulty to pay for food because the cost of living would increase so greatly because of the mysterious but very present reality of the impacts of climate change that continue to unfold in front of our eyes. We still have not even yet faced the greatest consequences of this immense challenge. On top of all this, of course, the question of affordability. There seems to be a conflation in our country, brought on largely by partisan politics, that trying to achieve an environment and a future with low emissions, simultaneous to a healthy environment, clean water, honoring the treaties we've made with Indigenous people to protect this place, and the very real and tough discussions around how we can create good jobs, how we protect good jobs, and how we make certain that Canadians continue to put food on the table. This is a question that people, particularly in Alberta and particularly Conservative politicians, attempt to put at odds with one another. They attempt to put at odds a worker's future to bring in a paycheck while threatening the fact that if they don't, or if they do, in fact, agree with climate change, that they're going to impact their own industry. This kind of false dichotomy hurts workers and it hurts our children, most importantly. I'm a former oil and gas worker, and I know this sector very well growing up in the northeast part of Alberta, working in the Coal Lake oil sands. I know exactly what it's like to have to work with and to try to achieve a paycheck to feed a family. I know how difficult it is for thousands of northern Alberta workers, thousands of Indigenous people, and of course our children who are asking questions of when or if we will stop and whether or not their future is truly worth it. This is an area where workers have to take a central role. Workers' jobs and their livelihood need to be protected. It's very clear. This is the most important priority in this work. If we're to truly address the climate crisis, we have to address a few major topics related to this crisis. And my number one discussion point and argument today will be largely on the financialization of natural resources, publicly owned resources, by the way, towards mega super corporations that are depriving us as Canadians of the opportunity for that better future and, of course, better jobs. So the question I want to answer is, who is benefiting from the extreme fossil fuel development in Canada? In Alberta, at one point, we had a prime minister, very, very noble prime minister that I think is one of the most popular ever, and his name was Peter Lougheed. Peter Lougheed created crown corporations. When Texaco came to Alberta and threatened Albertans by saying, we will pull out all of our assets if you don't let us absolutely destroy everything we want without having to clean it up, he said no, that Albertans would do it themselves. And he created some of the lasting crown corporations we still have today. Unfortunately, consecutive Conservative governments would sell off those oil companies. Even worse, at the federal level, we'd see Stephen Harper green light the largest purchasing of a foreign-owned entity, state-owned entity of a Canadian asset, which is Canadian Natural Resources takeover by Chinese-owned Nexen, greenlit by Stephen Harper's Conservatives. And so the question is, who is actually benefiting from our oil production? Well, I'll tell you this, it's certainly not the rural communities that have much of the development in their backyard. I know that from experience. My dad, who was a worker in the oil sector, died. He was a worker who got killed on a lease site because of the lack of safety or concern by some of these oil companies. Worse, what we see is municipalities in Alberta still today being deprived of basic taxation. If I'm a Canadian taxpayer, I, like many of those in the chamber, my colleagues, would know this. If you don't pay your taxes, guess what happens? You get a phone call from the CRA and they make sure you pay it. And those penalties are swift, those penalties are brutal, and those penalties are severe. But when you're an oil company in Canada, not even owned by Canadians, you get a pass in Alberta. You get a pass on surface taxes that are owed and paid, and those dues paid to rural municipalities. And if I had the opportunity to canvass my colleagues, I'd ask whether or not anyone knows the amount of unpaid tax amount and tax liability owed to Canadian municipalities, whether that's the Fishing Lake Métis settlement, whether that's St. Paul, Alberta, whether that's Two Hills, whether that's High River, whether that's Paddle Prairie, or whether that's even larger municipal centers like Grand Prairie. We're seeing huge debts building up because the oil companies don't want to pay their fair share. They owe $250 million in unpaid municipal property taxes to date. $250 million. Guess what $250 million could have gotten the rural municipalities? Probably could have gotten them better roads, better municipal services. They could have even maybe held a festival or a fair. They could have even tried to challenge the very real reality that's facing municipalities when it comes to houselessness. But instead of those resources being paid by oil companies going to municipalities that desperately need it in our small rural communities in Canada, that money is being pocketed by oil barons, CEOs that have made record profits. And I want to back up a second. In Canada, we often talk about the oil sector as if it's in need of something, that it's in great need of Canadian support, that it's in great need of more financialized public dollar, when they're making the largest profits they've ever made before in their entire history. An oil boom that is unseen and unmatched. And the fact that these companies, in addition to making record profits, are unwilling to invest that money back into communities is a shame. Worse yet, they're taking First Nations to court. And on top of that, they're not even helping workers. And I'll give you an example of one. In Alberta, the Labor Relations Board had heard a hearing alleging unfair labor practices by a company enjoying the fruits of massively profitable oil and gas products. The United Food and Commercial Workers Local 401, quote, their president says, they're asking for concessions when the oil and gas sector is making record profits. We're not going to take a $7 rollback when inflation is at a 7%. Is that 6%? Madam Speaker, that's a shocking reality that in our oil and gas sector, and the reality, if people went and talked to workers there, you'd find that some of these companies are attempting to reduce the wages of people who make less than $20 an hour right now are being asked to take, or were asked to take, a $7 rollback. And when those workers said no, we deserve a fair share of the labor that we're doing on behalf of this country, the company fired them. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. How shameful is that? That the company would fire every single person at that camp because they would not accept a $7 cut in their wages on top of the fact that inflation is at 6%. Shameful. First Nations, are they being served by these massively owned foreign oil companies that were sold off by Stephen Harper to them? No, they're not either. What we're seeing is some of the worst environmental catastrophes we've ever seen in Canada's history are taking place right now. We're seeing, for example, in Fort McMurray, just Fort McMurray's recent, or the 2006 wildfire, which many families are still reeling from, cost us $9 billion in direct and indirect financial, physical, health, and environmental impacts, including being a regional hub for First Nations who then lacked the important goods and services that they relied on. 80% of majority Indigenous communities in Canada are located in fire-prone regions. This is something we have to take into consideration as we plan our future. What we know is that between the years of 1980 and 2021 in Canada, 16 communities were evacuated 5 or more times, but all 2 of those were First Nation reserves. Madam Speaker, this is a serious situation that is being faced annually, predictably, by community members, whether you're a rural municipality, whether you're a First Nation, or whether you're a worker. They're just not working for regular working Canadians. We have the largest profits in this sector that we've ever seen before, the largest ever. But we're seeing the worst outcomes on our streets. We have the highest price of oil that we've seen in many decades, the last 3 years. You would think if we've seen high oil prices that we'd see this huge investment in new jobs, that we'd see new investment in hospitals, roads, social services, but we're not seeing that. What we're seeing is the company, and they've admitted this, all of the oil companies, the major 6 have all said, rather than investing in production in Canada, they're at a time where they must pay out their shareholders. So all of their profits have been being paid out to the shareholders, many of which are foreign-owned shareholders, no longer Canadian. Shame. The Liberals have made this even worse. So on top of the fact that we have this major profitable oil sector that's not giving good jobs, that's not increasing wages for our workers, that's not cleaning up its message it's making in First Nations communities, that's not paying their taxes, the Liberals are giving them billions and billions of dollars of public dollar. When that billions of dollars to a profitable sector could otherwise go to healthcare, could otherwise go to housing, could otherwise go to an enhanced employment insurance program that would otherwise be invested in helping support a diversified economy. We need jobs in our country, but we also need jobs that are good paying, that aren't going to give you a $7 rollback when they don't need you anymore, that aren't going to say, too bad, so sad, we're not going to pay the municipal taxes to your little community so that you can have a senior's bus. We're not going to clean up the mess when we pollute large, huge water reserves. We're not cleaning it up. What do we say to companies that say that to Canadians, that are bullying Canadians out of $7 an hour, that are bullying Canadians out of taxation amounts so that they can get the supports in their municipal, in their little village or hamlet? Or when they tell First Nations, we'll go to court rather than discuss your rights. These are all facts that are related to this very problematic industry. It's true that workers have to be put first in this process, which is why the Alberta Federation of Labor, for example, has proposed an industrial strategy. A country like Canada during the post-World War II era had to learn how to retool our economy following war. But what we learned during the war process, when we had to fight fascism overseas in Europe, which, by the way, we still have to fight today, the evils of which are still persistent across our country and across the globe, we must continue to fight fascism and the evils that it persists across the globe. But when we did that, we tooled our economy. We planned our economy. How did we do it? We raised the largest merchant navy in the globe, Madam Speaker. Canadians did that. It's Remembrance Day here soon. It's time for us to remember that. We raised, as Canadians, a small little country, the largest merchant navy in the globe. And right here at home, the governments of our country work together. They built crown corporations, hundreds of crown corporations, and put every single man and woman to work in our country. They produced stuff. We built factories. We invented stuff the world had never seen before. Canadians, because we had planned properly the kinds of needs that our economy needed to come up to. Right now, our economy doesn't need to make more profits for billionaires. Our economy needs to return value to every working person in this country. In doing so, we must fight the climate crisis. In doing so, we must fight unfair labor practices. In doing so, we must protect the rights of First Nations communities to see their lands and their resources developed in a way they see fit, which includes the right to say no. Madam Speaker, it's important that as we think about the climate crisis, as we speak to young people right across this country who are demanding justice, and Madam Speaker, they are right behind us. If we don't speak to young people today, right now, we will suffer their anger. We will suffer, rightly, their accusation of inaction. We will suffer a great betrayal of a generation that is yet to come because we didn't act sooner. Because we, as honorable members of this House, could not put aside our partisan difference to see what is a national challenge ahead of us. A challenge that will take every single one of our children's breath if we don't act. Take their future from them. I would argue and suggest that all solutions must be endeavored upon at this time. Solutions proposed by all honorable members in the face of this crisis are needed, are much worth debate in this place, and are much worth even better implementation. We have to have hope, Madam Speaker. I have hope that we can, as colleagues, come to a position where we bring together labor, we bring together management, and we bring together those most affected by the climate crisis. We bring them together in a great coalition towards ending this unjust future. That we build together a process that protects jobs, that brings in the workers most affected. Because rather than a worker getting laid off, which I was when I was in the oil sector, I was laid off when things got tough, and they can do it like that. Instead of that happening to the many workers we have in the resource sector, we ought to work with them to make certain that their skills, which are the best skills on earth, are put to good use, not just in getting and fighting for a good paycheck, but fighting for our future, fighting for their kids, fighting for all of us. That's what workers want. Workers want to be part of the solution, Madam Speaker. They don't want to be part of the problem. Right now, we have companies that are controlling exclusively the needed labor that's much needed to transition to a diversified economy that's going to create future jobs for everyone. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is we need these companies, just like I see them, to see the workers they employ as the key and solution to a better paycheck, as a key and solution to a better economy, as a key and solution to combating the climate crisis. If we can do the work of making certain that the best skills which my province, I believe, has, and I know there's a lot of honorable members in the chamber who may say the same thing, but I deeply believe Alberta has the best labor force in the globe. We have the skills, we have the technology, we have the training. Precision drillers, for example, drilled many of the wells right across the province that is able to make certain that homes are heated. But times are changing, Madam Speaker. It's time for groups like Precision Drilling, for example, to expand their work, to use the skills they've gained over the course of history in the production of oil toward the production of new innovative technologies that will bring wealth, prosperity, and good stable jobs into Canada. That is the power of our labor in Canada. We can build that future. We can build that reality, and we owe it to our children, we owe it to workers, and we owe it to each other in this place to treat each other with more dignity when it comes to a very serious challenge that is facing every single one of us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that very impressive speech. Like him, I share his views. And I'm just wondering, though, we're sitting here, we're debating this because the opposition is feigning concern for the climate crisis, for what is happening. And I'm very curious as to why the NDP is continuing to allow this filibuster to continue to support the Conservative Party in what they are doing to actually prevent us from moving forward and taking real action on issues such as Bill C-73, which I'm sure the member would agree with me is an incredibly important bill as well to fight climate change and to protect our environment. So perhaps the member could comment on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I see the change of crew there. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the honourable member's question, I want to take very serious consideration of that fact. The reality facing Canadians right now is our House of Commons is deadlocked, meaning that solutions like those facing the climate crisis cannot come to the floor of the House of Commons. That's a shame. But what's a greater shame is the fact that we have a very serious motion relating to the breach of the privilege of parliamentarians. The majority of the House of Commons has come together and said that we must release documents pertaining to the very severe and extreme instance reported by the Auditor General in the breach of trust by SDTC, Sustainable Development Technology Canada. When a breach of trust takes place by one of our colleagues, or in particular this House, we must take serious the consideration of relief for that breach of trust. In this consideration, the Conservatives brought forward a motion that seeks to remedy that serious breach of privilege, to which I agree. I was the member that studied SDTC on behalf of New Democrats, and it is severe in both its condemnation and severe in issue. And I agree with my fellow party members and the House of Commons, including the Bloc Québécois, that we should unite towards the release of these documents that will give light and transparency to the reality. But I take full note of the members' concern about the delay in the House.
In comments, the other one, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed working with this member on public accounts. I, too, am a member of the Alumni of Public Accounts Committee. My question, though, is really designed to, in order to educate the electorate as we get nearer and nearer to an election. So we have seen on the other side of the aisle that they are quite strongly for the carbon tax. In fact, they want to quadruple it, despite its limited impact on GHG gases and the negative impact on the economy. We are clearly against the tax. We want to axe the tax. The NDP have been less clear. Could the member be unequivocal and say whether the federal New Democratic Party supports a consumer carbon tax? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
My unequivocal answer is yes. Of course, we support a price on pollution, a consumer price on pollution. How the Liberals have done it, though, has been to divide the country. What we've seen just recently, for example, was a carbon exemption for eastern provinces. What does that mean for provinces in Alberta? What does that mean for provinces in the West? And what does that mean for other provinces? It means that they have citizens who are concerned about the unfair application of what was supposed to be a unifying process for the country. I agree that we need to have a different process to carbon pricing, though. I believe that's a serious solution to a serious problem. But I think that we have to make more certain that those who pay should be those who pollute. The Liberals got that wrong. And what I want to be clear on is the fact that even the best politicians, and let's assume the better nature of the Liberals here, and that they had wanted to do the right thing in this case. What they went and did was flip-flop, which is something they accuse everybody else of, on their own policy. So the Liberals have broken the carbon pricing, consumer pricing mechanism in Canada, something that Aaron O'Toole and my honourable colleague knows ran on a carbon price as well. And I'd ask the same question, but I'm confused whether he agrees with his own platform or if he agrees with the statements he's making in the House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his always amazing speech. You know, everybody's talking about the worker, you know, the oil and gas sector. I really appreciated what you shared, both from your personal experience working in the sector, the impacts it had on your life with your father. What you spoke a lot about how both Conservatives and Liberals are letting the big polluters off the hook around not paying taxes. Everybody talks about the taxpayers. Yet we know that both the Liberals and Conservatives are letting their corporate buddies off the hook. How is this impacting the communities most impacted by the oil development?
I just remind the honourable member not to refrain from using "yous" or directly to the members. Right through the chair. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre, who is not just a stalwart for residential school survivors as she champions a very important bill to deal with denialism. She also champions the very real impacts faced by Indigenous communities in resource development areas, particularly the impacts of women when it comes to the direct connection of the impacts of resource development against women, and they're often very harmful. In relation to the impacts that are made and had by the lack of payment by these oil corporations to rural municipalities means we can't actually finance or address serious issues like the violence faced by women who are living around a resource development sector. Now imagine there's solutions in your little community. Even in Fort McMurray, there's the Women's Center of Fort McMurray that has proposals to be supported to help women in that community recover from what is a higher rate of domestic violence and a higher rate of sexual assault than almost any other region. And that member was on the committee for women that studied that very important finding. Organizations like that could be supported if these oil companies paid their fair share and they paid their taxes like everybody else.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I would like to read you an excerpt from the report. It says GHG emissions in the country have gone up since the signature of the Paris Accord, which puts Canada in the last rank among the G7 since the 2015 conference. So I think this is an interesting precedent that a committee report can include this in their work. So I'd like to hear from my colleague. Do you think that this is something good? Are you proud of this? Are you ashamed of this? And how can we improve the situation for next generations, obviously?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And listen, we failed a whole generation. We signed the Paris Accord a long time ago, the Kyoto Accord. So many accords have been signed and giving this hope to a generation that maybe the biodiversity that so many generations have been able to experience, the beautiful air, the clean water, the immaculate forests, and of course, just the right to live would continue to be exercisable in the future. What we're seeing now is a catastrophic reality where we're seeing the highest rate of extinction of species simultaneous to the loss of clean water, on top of global economies feeling the pressure of a climate crisis that isn't being taken seriously. From floods to wildfires, we're seeing the direct impacts today. In Fort McMurray, $9 billion of assets were lost. Of course, I'm ashamed that the government has failed to respond appropriately, both to the commitments made by international community, our international partners, but to Canadians here at home. We failed to ensure that. COP is coming up here soon. It's time for Canada to get serious about the reality facing our planet and the reality facing our species, and have the courage to know that as the largest country, one of the largest countries on Earth, we face and will face the largest impact.
Time for a quick interaction. Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
I must say, Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely floored by listening to the response that this member gave when he tried to justify the fact that the NDP has stepped away from the current pricing pollution with the rebate mechanism that we have. This member voted in favor of it 24 times. On June the 4th of this year, this member himself justified the policy by saying in this House, on April 1st of last year, the Prime Minister increased the carbon tax by 3 cents. Conservatives say it's bad, but Danielle Smith increased it by 4 cents, and that's even without a rebate. Can the member please just not come clean and say, we stepped away from this because we were feeling the political pressure and we couldn't stand up to the Leader of the Opposition?
30 seconds or more. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think the member would do right by taking more serious concern to this issue. Young people are watching, and I've made a very clear example of where the Liberals have failed in this. I won't bring up the personal record of the member speaking to this fact, but I'll be serious in the fact that you can't tell one part of the region you are exempt for political reasons to save your party and then tell the rest of the country to pay.
Resuming point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Could the member tell us what region that was?
That's just getting back into debate. So we've moved on to the next speaker. Happy to recognize the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by saying I'm going to be sharing my time from my colleague, the member from Kingston and the Islands. But I'm proud to rise to speak in this place on behalf of the constituents of Aurora Oak Ridges and Richmond Hill. However, I'm not proud of the behaviour of the official opposition in this House, wasting taxpayers' money on filibusters, feigning concern for issues that they otherwise dismiss, such as environmental progress, and preventing real progress on issues that matter to Canadians. However, I will rise to try and address some of the disinformation that has been put forward by the opposition as they speak, to use up the time available to this place to do the real work that needs to be done for Canadians. So let me start with one fundamental flaw in Conservatives' arguments, and they do it repeatedly. It has been done since I've been in this place. And that is that they have an inability to understand the difference between correlation and causality. Now, this is a first-year statistics course that perhaps they missed. But what they continue to say is that just because something happened during the same period of time as something else, it was caused by that. And we know that is not the case. Many things happen during the same period of time, but they're not caused by that thing. You know, we heard today a member opposite state that Canada's economic challenges are caused by the Price on Pollution program. They constantly state food prices are higher because of the carbon levy. It's simply not true. And the misinformation that they continue to spread has turned many Canadians against fighting this great fight against climate change, an existential threat. Young people are discouraged. They hear us talking in this place, doing things that are not addressing the concerns that are giving them great anxiety. You know, Trevor Toombs, an economist, the Bank of Canada, many other independent studies have indicated that this program is not responsible for the high inflation we experienced. At most, it accounts for 1%, much less by most studies. They know, economists know, and I believe actually that the Conservative Party knows, that's the COVID pandemic, the post-COVID economy, supply chain issues, conflicts around the world that have caused global inflation. The inflation we saw was not just in Canada. It is around the world. And although I do wish every country around the world had a price on pollution program, it's not the case.
I think we have a point of order for Grasslands.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know that the member opposite is from the Have a Yacht Club. I'm just wondering if she could talk a little.
The Honourable, I just will always remind everyone of relevance to the debate topic at hand. The Honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to say that that was a personal attack. It had nothing to do with what I was talking about, and I would like to see some rulings about Conservatives attacking people personally as opposed to talking about politics.
Another point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
You know, I fully understand, Mr. Speaker, that during the proceedings of this House, from time to time, somebody will stand on a point of order and make what is potentially not a point of order as an opportunity to make a political statement. And I realize that I do that sometimes and others do that, and you let people get away with it and whatnot. But what we just saw there was just an intentional personal attack on a member who's speaking. And I think
But that's why I cut it off. The second that I cut it off the second. Yep. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that you should be asking the member to apologize for that.
Listen, we get into lots of crazy debates in this House, and I want to make sure that we move on to the topic at hand. So that was a little off topic. I would suggest everyone to stay to the topic at hand. And if there's a real point of order to be brought up, I'm more than happy to hear from the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yeah. I'd actually like a ruling on this, Mr. Speaker, because this is not the first time this has happened to me in this House. The Conservatives are making a point of attacking me personally on things that have nothing to do with the business of this House, and personal attacks are not permitted in this place.
We also have a point of order, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member from Kingston United just rose on a point of order related to the fact that we should utilize point of order as a valid point of order. The member just less than 5 minutes ago interrupted you, Mr. Speaker, in the proceedings of this place. And so if you're going to apply a ruling to this, I'd hope that it's applied equally and fairly for all members, including Liberals.
On that point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
On that point of order, in my most recent intervention where I rose on a point of order about this very serious matter, I did acknowledge the fact that that happens, including the fact that I do it from time to time. But let's not distract from the fact that this member is being personally attacked by the Conservatives right now, Mr. Speaker, on a personal level.
Okay. No, listen. Let's not talk across. Let's talk across. Personal attacks are not allowed in this House. Mark? We are not allowed in this House. We are not allowed personal attacks in this House. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grassland to retract that and apologize. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I didn't hear the retraction, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, but it is important. I just heard an apology.
Retractions and apologies are actually the same thing. So he apologized, that means he retracted it. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll continue. So I was actually talking about things that matter to all my constituents, that matter to Canadians. And I would say right now that the behaviour of the opposition is something that most Canadians should be very concerned about. Not just what they're doing in this House, Mr. Speaker, not just the personal attacks, but the fact that the Leader of the Opposition will not get security clearance, will not, is ignorance is bliss. I believe that is their basic motto right now. Let's try to put our heads in the sand and just ignore what is happening.
I think we have a point of order from the Member for Peace River, Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, the member, we've just seen this conversation about personal attacks. The member across the way has a problem with personal attacks, as we should, and then she proceeded to have a personal attack to our leader. So I'm not sure the inconsistency. Personal attacks, we either have them or we don't. I wish the member would be consistent in what she's doing.
There we go. Again, the warning as we fall into these discussions that if we're talking about one another, we're not talking about the things that are important to Canadians. So I just wanted to make sure that as we make rulings as a chair occupant, that we're consistent across the aisles. So I will take that. Hopefully, everyone will take that for what it's worth. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you.
We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make 2 comments, and I would like clarification, so I'll seek it from yourself. I would like clarification on retractions versus apologies. I have seen them be in this House within my short time. I know other members have been here a long time. I do not believe they're the same, so I would like a clarification on that. The second thing I will just say, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was a little bit concerning when the member for Kingston and the Islands was referred by his first name. In this chamber, we know we don't do that. So I would just say, I can see that there's a little bit of control being lost in this House. The chair has no problem calling me out on a regular basis, and I'm just asking for equality and equity in this place so that we all can do our jobs and represent our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I do apologize for that slip of my tongue. I normally try to represent the honourable members' ridings that they have. When it comes to retractions and apologies, we do in the chair, or whichever one comes first, we accept it to be able to move on to the debate of the day. So we'll accept either or in every case. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that. I just want to reiterate that I was not making a personal attack. I was stating a fact that should be of concern to Canadians, that the leader of the opposition, has failed to get security clearance. This means that they are not apprised of what is happening within their own party. That is factual. That is not a personal attack. So if it sounds like a personal attack, then perhaps you should be talking to your leader about what he is doing. But I will go on to what I was talking about, which is that the Conservative Party does understand, I believe, and I hope they believe, I hope that's true or otherwise ignorance is bliss, that global inflation was not caused by the Price on Pollution program. It was caused by the COVID pandemic, by supply chain problems, by conflicts, and by the post-COVID economy. It was global. And although, as I said earlier before I was interrupted, that I would hope all countries around the world would have some kind of a price on pollution program to join us, only 40 do. Only 40 countries around the world do. So the global inflation that was experienced in other countries that was greater than the inflation we experienced many times could not have been caused by a price on pollution program. And yet they sit here and use as proof that it was caused by us the fact that we had high inflation at the same time as we had a price on pollution program. You know, I would really appreciate some more attention being paid to facts. I know that slogans are easy. I know that slogans are catchy. But in fact, they're not reality. You know, we have to look at something even worse that is happening, which is that not only have the Conservatives put forward the misinformation that this was caused by a price on pollution, but also that it will be solved. It will be automatically solved. All of the issues, inflation, you know, and high interest rates. Now, we already see those coming down from the concerted efforts our government has made. Has nothing to do because the price on pollution program continues. In fact, the price on pollution increased at the same time that interest rates, that inflation fell. So if it's caused by it, I'd like them to explain how it works in the inverse. There is no science, there is no math, there is no proof behind what they're saying. And when they say that it will all be solved by their simple slogan of axing the tax, they are misleading and deceiving Canadians. In fact, we know 8 out of 10 households in Canada on a current basis, cash in, cash out per month, get more back than they pay. The only households that do not are those of the wealthier, those who could pay more, those that are actually consuming more fossil fuels because they have bigger homes, more cars, perhaps a cottage, perhaps a boat. Those people can pay more and should be paying more because they are doing more damage to our environment. So, you know, when you look at the projections, now there's the other argument is that it's done no good. That is not true. Emissions are down 8% from the 2015 level. And in fact, in 2015, when our government took over, the projection for what the emissions would be in 2030 were twice as high as they are now. That is, if we had had a government like this Conservative government in office, continuing inaction on climate change, muzzling scientists, not letting people talk to the press about what was happening, and clearly preferring to let the oil and gas industry run rampant, just as this Conservative Party is doing. The leader here meeting with oil and gas executives behind closed doors to take maximum contributions to their fundraisers, to their fundraising efforts, Mr. Speaker. That kind of behavior shows that they're not really concerned about what concerns most Canadians, which is pollution, which is the future of our planet. Our young people need us to stand up for them. You know, the oil and gas industry contributes more than 30% of emissions in this country of the pollution. They contribute less than 6% to our GDP. And it is mostly foreign owned, Mr. Speaker. So why is that party continuing to support them, to put them ahead of Canadians? Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that is going on right now is that this filibuster. Now, I understand to some extent why the Conservatives are doing this. They want to have an election right now. They know that the longer they go, the longer they speak, the less popular their leader becomes. People see what he is really about. They see what he is saying and what he is doing and what this party is doing. And so they don't want it to go any longer. Ignorance is bliss. If people start to wake up, if people start to understand that what they're saying is not true, they may actually realize that the best bet for the future of this country is a continuation of our government, which is what we all need, Mr. Speaker. But what really confuses me is the NDP, the shadow minister for the environment, the member from Victoria. Why is she supporting this? We agree we have an important piece of legislation, C-73, that needs to move forward. An Act for Accountability on Biodiversity is the sister act to our Net Zero Accountability Act. We need this to move forward as well. And yet they are persisting in supporting this opposition in the filibuster which is keeping us from doing the real work that Canadians need us to do. So, in conclusion, I would just say that we need to move on. The filibuster needs to stop. There's real work to do. And continuously repeating empty slogans and blocking the work of this place will not get us there. We on this side continuing to work for Canadians, ensuring we are ready to move forward with important legislation when the filibuster ends, and we're always going to put Canadians first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Councillor Kamal Tara, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague. I do agree with her. We have a lot of work to do. Recently, we attended an event in the riding, the Yellow Brick House, which is a safe home for victims of violence, women and children. One of the things that was loud and clear after speaking to the victims, listening to the victim's story, was their catch and release policy is not working. Why won't they listen to women and children so that we can ensure their protection? Thank you.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague. It was great to see you at the event. You know, it's really interesting because I don't believe victims actually spoke about that at all. In fact, I spoke to many victims. I spoke to the executive director, Laura Sorrenda, who does an amazing job. And it's true, people are getting released. But when I spoke to the York Regional Police that were there, they told me that the problem is actually there aren't enough Crown attorneys, that there are not enough detention spaces for people, and that criminals are being released not because of any legislation in place. In fact, they supported bail reform we put in place, Mr. Speaker. So what they are trying to do is blame our government and say it is our fault when we are supporting these women. The first national action plan to combat gender-based violence that this government has put in place, and stronger bail reform laws that not only the police but these organizations support. So stop the misinformation, please.
Questions and comments? Councillor Kamal Tara, l'honorable député de Berthier-Mascouche.
The honourable member for Berthier-Mascouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know her well because we both sit on the Agriculture Committee, and I know she cares deeply about climate change and the impacts that it has on people. The report we're discussing today was analyzed by my colleague for Terrebonne earlier. And my colleague said that instead of subsidizing highly polluting oil companies, we could take that money and instead help our communities to adapt to climate change. She discussed our municipalities, which need to upgrade their infrastructure. My colleague for Terrebonne also spoke about bank erosion. My colleague across the way knows that I work hard on that file as well. And I think that it's very unfortunate that we don't have enough money to support people who live along the St. Lawrence even though that's so important? Does my colleague agree that we should stop giving money to the oil companies and instead help people to adjust to climate change, which is only going to get worse?
Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And thank you very much to my colleague across the way. I very much enjoy working with him on committee, and I know he's a great advocate for the environment. I would say we need to do both, and we are doing both. The reality is that the need for oil and gas is not going to disappear overnight. And the need to fight climate change, to fight pollution, is urgent. So we have to do everything we can. Helping oil and gas companies reduce emissions, reduce methane, putting the cap on pollution that we're doing, continuing to make sure that we are doing everything we can in Canada to bring emissions down is incredibly important. At the same time, we are investing in infrastructure. We have a green infrastructure fund. We've put a lot of money into trying to help communities. Could we do more of both? We would love to, but we know there are fiscal realities, and we are trying to stay within those guidelines to keep our economy on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. She did mention, she seems to be focused on the NDP, Mr. Speaker, about the filibuster. I mean, I do agree that it's a little bizarre the Conservatives are blocking their own motion, but the Liberals just have to hand over the document. So I'm wondering if she's so concerned about ending the filibuster, I'm wondering when her government, through you, Mr. Speaker, will be handing over the documents that have been that they're required to do so.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would agree with the member that it is rather odd that they are actually, fighting against their own motion at this point. We are in agreement with the recommendation that was put forward by the Speaker. We are ready to send these documents, this issue, to PROC to be considered. There is a lot of considerations with what is being asked, and the RCMP and the Auditor General have both expressed their concern about handing these documents over to them. So we are ready. We don't understand why the NDP won't align with us and let this issue go to PROC where it should be considered as has been recommended by the Speaker of the House and move on to the really important issues that we need to be considering here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be up today to talk about this important concurrence or this important issue, concurrence motion that has been tabled by the Conservatives. I suspect the only reason why they tabled another concurrence motion is because they're starting to run out of speakers to filibuster the other item that they have stalled in this House, which has been talked about just moments ago. But, I will say, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment and our climate policy, it is working. And the evidence and the data is now coming out to show exactly how it's working. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time since the Industrial Revolution that Canada has seen a decline in carbon emissions while at the same time experiencing economic growth. Say that again. This is the first time since the Industrial Revolution where we have seen an increase in economic output in our country while at the same time seeing a decrease in carbon emissions. And that's because of a number of policies that we brought forward. And the one that I know has been talked about a lot today, and I'll touch on this, is the price on pollution. Now, it's not surprising to me that the Conservatives maintain their same position, at least the position they've had since the last election, because during the last election, they did run on pricing pollution in a very similar but very complicated way of earning arrow points, so to speak, to get purchases from a catalog. But they did at least run on pricing pollution, and they flip-flopped completely since then. And so I'm not surprised. But what I am really surprised of, quite frankly, who I'm surprised the most of, are my NDP colleagues. These the NDP members of Parliament that we've been able to work with over the last number of years have always been in favor of pricing pollution. They voted in favor of it, as the Conservatives counted for us, 24 times. They, on numerous occasions, I have endless quotes on my laptop here from members in this House from the NDP getting up and supporting pricing pollution, and time again. And then I was absolutely floored today when I heard the member from Edmonton Griesba get up and say, well, we just think that the way that it was done wasn't the best way. It should have been done a different way. And the Prime Minister failed Canadians because he didn't do it a different way. Meanwhile, he offered no solutions in terms of what that other way might be. He never once mentioned that before today, or before, at least since the leader of the NDP made this big reveal towards the end of August. They were always squarely in focus, knowing that Canadians, 8 out of 10 Canadians, got back more than they paid, and in particular, and this is the important point, in particular, 94% of households that make less than $50,000 a year definitely got back more. 9.4 out of every 10 households that made less than $50,000 a year got back more than they paid. So let's just be absolutely clear. When the NDP abandoned their position on pricing pollution, they didn't just abandon the idea of collecting money and understanding and agreeing with 300 Canadian economists and countless professionals and economists throughout the entire world. They didn't just abandon that principle of the right way to decrease emissions. They also abandoned the principle of knowing that more of the money collected through pricing pollution would be going back to those in particular who need it the most. That's the choice they made. And they made that choice for a very good reason. They made that choice because they understood the politics of this to be worse than the potential benefit from a policy perspective. And I'll be the first to admit, we did not have a good communication plan. We did not inform Canadians, and we let the Conservatives take the narrative on the carbon tax. We did that. But listen here, Mr. Speaker. When I look back on my time in Parliament when I'm older, and I reflect on it, I much rather be on the side of good policy than great slogans. And I will be very proud to have stood up for good policy, even when Conservatives know that it's good policy because they've run on it several times in the past. And I will also know, Mr. Speaker, that unlike the NDP, I did not cave to the Leader of the Opposition. I did not look for my own political opportunity over the slogans and the way that the Leader of the Opposition had taken great policy and weaponized it, regardless of what comes in that program in the future. But I think that this whole idea of hypocrisy and flip-flops is completely in line with what we see from Conservatives lately. You know, the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader brought this up, and I'll do it again. We have Conservatives who on a daily basis have been jumping up in this House demanding that more be done for their constituencies in terms of housing. Time and time again, they get up. We have the Leader of the Opposition putting forward proposals and slashing the programs that we've put in place. And then what we end up with are Conservatives who then get up and recite his talking points and talk about how we've done nothing good and we can't bring about any change for housing in this country. We need to help communities. Then we find out that behind the Leader of the Opposition's back, most likely without him knowing, because when I read to you what the member from St. Albert Edmonton wrote to the Minister of Housing, you can be rest assured of one thing, Mr. Speaker, there is no way that the Leader of the Opposition would have allowed that member to send this letter to the Minister of Housing had he known what he wrote in it. But he did. The member from St. Albert Edmonton did, because you know why? Because at the end of the day, he said, well, my community is more important than my party. That's right. He said, my community is more important than my party. So I might go along with all the slogans and the three-letter phrases we can come up with in here, but when push comes to shove and I really need to get things done, I'll make sure the minister knows how I really feel about the programs that the Liberals have brought in. And so this is what the member from St. Albert Edmonton said, and I quote from his letter. The requested federal funding is critical to making this needed development a reality, a development that will help address the significant shortage of affordable housing opportunities in the community. That is exactly what the, end quote, that is exactly what the member from St. Albert Edmonton had to say about the Housing Accelerator Fund. He was right. After many times getting up in this House and lambasting the government for doing nothing. You know, we also had the member from Fundy Royal that said this Housing Accelerator funding will quote, provide much needed housing in this area, end quote. He's right too. But those two aren't the only ones, Mr. Speaker. A number of other Conservative MPs had sent letters to the minister as well, encouraging the same thing. As we know, the member from Central Okanagan, Simically Nicola, the member from Simcoe North, the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and I already referenced the members from St. Albert, Edmonton, and Fundy Royal. But another one that we just learned today, a member who always likes to get up in this House, and he's very good at this, and I applaud him for it. He always gets up and says at the beginning of his whatever he says, it's an honor to rise on behalf of the member, the constituents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. You've heard him say that. He says it every single time. And I want his constituents to know that not only does he take that pride when he gets up in this House, he also takes that pride on their behalf when he sends a letter to the minister asking for Housing Accelerator funding for his community. So he extends that outside of this House.
He didn't want to table his letter, mind you.
But you would never, ever, ever know it by the way the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou engages in the House that he actually was supportive. So, you know, I just want to end, Mr. Speaker, by saying we have a great More? More. The Conservatives want more. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to give me an extra 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
No, I'm already hearing no's. The honourable member for Kingston Island has 26 seconds.
In any event, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is beholden upon Conservatives to start doing the right thing for Canadians, and that's not parroting the lines of their leader. That's actually standing up to the leader and saying, hey, hold on a second. Before you go talking about slashing this Housing Accelerator Fund, maybe we should consider keeping it because I know it's really helped my community. That is how you would be properly serving your leader and your caucus and your constituents.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's an entertaining speech from my colleague from Kingston and Islands. He didn't talk much about the environment law. So I asked a question to the member from Winnipeg North who's yakking right now, but I asked the same question to the member from Kingston and the Islands. I'm wondering that what is the environmental impact of allowing Montreal to dump raw sewage into the St. Lawrence? Because about 2 or 3 years ago, in an omnibus bill in the budget, they extended their ability to dump raw sewage in the St. Lawrence for another 15, 20 years. So I'm wondering what the environmental impact of that is. And I'm also wondering, could you give me an update on the 2 billion trees they're supposed to plant?
Member for Kingston Islands.
Well, the environmental impact isn't good. I'm not going to stand here and try to justify it, but I can also inform the member if he doesn't understand how a sewage holding tank works, the tank has a limit. And when you get to the limit, something's going to happen. Do you know what happens when you get to the limit? It overflows. And do you know why that happens? In many cases in older municipalities, Mr. Speaker, it's because municipalities still are relying on infrastructure where their storm and water, their storm sewer and sewers are not separated yet. So in municipalities like Kingston, a 300-year-old municipality, we have done extensive work to ensuring that we can separate the sewer from the storm water. And as a result, where we used to overflow into Lake Ontario 30, 40 years ago, I think it was 50, 55 days a year, the city of Kingston maybe it has to do it 1 or 2 days a year now. So the idea here, Mr. Speaker, is that we move forward and that we help build the infrastructure that the communities need in order to deal with these problems.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, you know, in recent weeks I wasn't in the House and I was watching the debates online, and I couldn't help but see that there was someone missing and that the person missing was public interest. It seems to have been evacuated from the debate. So I would like to ask my colleague across the way, and thank you very much, by the way, I'd like to know if he's not embarrassed to talk about a paradox by talking about environmental causes on the surface and then talking about other issues. Is it one or the other? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Admit, I don't fully understand the question. I'm talking about the environmental impacts of the programs that we've brought in, and I've spoke to those very clearly for the first 5 to 6 minutes of my speech. I think that there is a lot more that we can do when it comes to protecting our environment. I know that pricing pollution is a very good model. I know that Quebec prices pollution through cap and trade and through the Western Alliance Initiative with California and other states, and used to be Ontario. So I think that there's so much more we can do. I don't understand him. I must have missed the question when he was asking about a paradox between what I'm saying and what we're doing, but I believe that we're on the right course to do what we need to do. And as I indicated in my speech, when I opened my speech, this is the first time since the Industrial Revolution that we are seeing a decline in emissions while at the same time seeing economic growth. So that means that at least some of the policies are working.
Questions and comments are the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what is oftentimes a very partisan speech. I do appreciate it, though, because it gets insight into the many, I think, logical fallacies that exist within the members' party's framework when it comes to prevention of some of the worst disasters in our country. In particular, I think about this last summer, we had a severe wildfire season. First Nations, the Auditor General, and the Environmental Commissioner, which published this report, were very confident in their assumption and statement and recommendation that more needs to be done to support First Nations in the prevention of some of these major disasters. Worst of all these disasters is the fact that the government knew that there was flooding of a particular set of communities that continues annually. What is his message to First Nations leaders who are going to be witnessing this debate in the obvious absence of commentary from this member and the fact that there is a historic underfunding for emergency services for these communities, and it's been decades in the making?
With less than 30 seconds, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, yeah, it was a partisan speech, Mr. Speaker. This is a political chamber. Show me a House of Commons in the world that doesn't engage in partisan speeches. That's the whole point to being here. But to answer his question, he kind of answered the question in his question. He talked about more that needs to be done. Yeah, more needs to be done. Not rolling back and not trying to cancel programs that we already have, which is what the NDP are talking about when it comes to pricing pollution and the carbon rebate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honour to rise in this, the People's House, and speak on behalf of the good people of Tobique-Mactaquac and New Brunswickers. It's absolutely an honour. Today I rise in regards to, of course, the report that has come out of the Public Accounts Committee, and in regards to the 13th Annual Public Accounts Committee report regarding climate change and the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. And what's become abundantly clear in this report is how that this government has not accomplished its objectives, its stated goals, or met its targets in any way, means, or fashion, not even close. In fact, we are ranked last of the G7 nations in accomplishing these targets. It's an indictment on the current government for having, once again, wonderful rhetoric as it relates to the environment, but absolutely atrocious results. And I think if I could summarize quickly, right off the top, Mr. Speaker, the basis of my remarks is, before us is a clear choice. And I think Canadians are going to have a clear choice before them, and that is in regards to, do they want the approach of rhetoric, or do they want the approach of results? And that choice can be clear. And I should say this as we get into this, Mr. Speaker, I'm splitting my time with the member from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake. I don't want to forget that. I want to make sure that I mention that. But for so long, we have many times heard speech after speech in this House. We've heard presentation after presentation, announcement after announcement, some with lofty ideals and tremendous goals, and they sound excellent when they come out, like, hey, who wouldn't want to see 2 billion trees get planted? Wonderful announcement. I mean, fantastic. 2019, we're going to plant 2 billion trees, and oh man, yeah, that's a great goal and objective. Well, hey, can I update you on the results of the rhetoric?
Please.
The rhetoric was 2 billion trees. Do you know what percentage of that announcement has been accomplished in the 5 years since they made it?
50%.
Tell us.
50%.
0.4%. 0.4% of their grandiose announcement of planting 2 billion trees. And Canadians look at it and wonder, wow, that was tremendous rhetoric, and it made us feel warm and fuzzy, and we were promised that the planet was going to heal, the weather was going to change, and the tides were going to recede if only we implemented their policy ideas, like a carbon tax, which as a result of its implementation, we can clearly see it has not accomplished its result other than diminishing the amount of money left over in Canadians' pocketbooks at the end of the day.
Tax.
It's been a tax with no results. They promised big plantations of trees, very few trees to show for it. They promised that things would be, our environment and our ranking on dealing with the challenges in the environment would improve as a result of their approach. But sad to say, Mr. Speaker, we rank last out of the G7 countries. Canadians are tired of soaring rhetoric. They're tired of lofty promises. They want tangible, achievable, real results. Everyone in this House wants to be good stewards of the planet. I believe that. We want to hand on to future generations a better and cleaner planet than the way we discovered it and found it. That is a great goal. And we on this side of the House fully agree with that. But the question is, how do we approach attaining that goal? How does this House best implement policies that will actually make a real difference without punishing our own citizens and taxing our own people into absolute dependence upon an ever-growing, ever-expanding government? How do you do that?
Tell us.
I think it's going to take practical approaches. Common sense approaches. All of the above. There's an ancient writing that put it this way: cast your bread upon many waters and see what comes back and that which will prosper, because you don't know exactly which way or which approach may work best. So we believe in all the above when it comes to resource development and energy. We believe in being responsible, good stewards, but we also believe that we need to have the backs of Canadian energy producers and natural resource workers. We need to take a back seat to no one when it comes to our environmental practices as it relates to resource development. We have the best environmental practices in the world. We have the best extraction practices, and we have some of the lowest emissions as it relates to production of energy and natural resource supplies. Why would we take a back seat, shut down those industries, put our boot on the backs of those producers, and then outsource our energy needs to nations that don't have near the environmental regulation, nor the ethical approaches to paying people good wages for producing those resources? I'd say we stick up for Canadian producers, stand on the side of Canadian natural resources, and tell the good story of natural resource development, and say it will do the Earth's planet a whole lot of good to have Canadian energy on the market. People are tired of us talking down what we do here in Canada. We do a great job, and we don't need to take a backseat to anyone. And our environmental record is stellar, and it's not been done through taxation. It's been done through innovation and expansion of better technologies. We believe in that on this side of the House. We need more of that approach. We need practical approaches that make a real tangible difference. And you know what? Yeah, let's plant those trees, but let's do it comprehensively, and let's do it with a real plan and a focus. And one of the biggest gaping holes in their approach to the environment, which again goes back to this rhetoric over results approach that they have, there's a massive gaping hole. It's the lack of meaningful consultation with those whose livelihoods are most impacted and affected, and whose lives are most impacted and affected by their policies' decisions. For example, I sit on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. And you know what we hear there? Some of these policies are going to have devastating consequence to their industry and to their livelihoods. I asked this House, and I asked you, Mr. Speaker, to the government, who wants there to be a better, more healthier future for the fishery in Canada than those whose livelihoods depend upon the fisheries and the health of our waters? It's our harvesters and those living in coastal communities. But they've been overlooked in the policy development of this government. And they're frustrated because they're saying, we want clean oceans, that's our livelihood, that's our future. We want healthy fish stocks because that's where we derive our livelihoods from. But we ignore them. I go to our farmers, Mr. Speaker. Who wants better, healthier, cleaner lands than our farmers who produce the best food in the world and worked from morning till night to make sure goods and food are delivered to Canadians? Who does that any more than our farmers? But we have a gaping hole in this government's approach. They don't consult properly with our farmers when coming up with their policies around the ways and means of agriculture. They pass these rules and bring in these taxes, and it devastates those industries. And as a result, they're frustrated and left out of the circle. It's the gaping hole that leads to the vast expanse between their rhetoric and their results. Yes. One other sector I want to talk to you about, and that is in regards to forest management. We all know that the greatest cleaner of the Earth's atmosphere is our trees. Canada is blessed with an abundance of trees, some of the best forest coverage in the world, and we don't get near the adequate credit for that.
No credit.
And yet, what do? We make a grandiose announcement. 2 billion trees are going to be planted. And we deliver 0.4% of that target in 5 years. Now, I asked them, have you consulted with those who are experts in the field of forest management?
No.
Have they consulted with some of the largest tree producers as well as tree planters in the world?
I bet they didn't.
I know for a fact they haven't talked with many of them. And as a result, they wonder why we can't get trees in the ground. Perhaps it's because of the gaping hole between their rhetoric and their results. They haven't consulted with those who are most connected to the very industries they're talking about. It's time we changed approach. And it's time we got back to meaningful consultation with those who are most affected by the policies. And I believe if we get on the right side of this, we can win this debate. But more than win the debate, guess what? We can get the results that Canadians are demanding as it relates to being responsible stewards for our country's environment. We can improve our results and our outcomes by having a common sense approach. And what better way to get that than have a carbon tax election so Canadians can weigh in on this?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're talking a lot about the climate actions, and it's interesting. The Conservative Party, the leader of the Conservative Party in particular, and here's where it's really important for members across the way to understand this. You have the far-right mega-conservative leader who is actually causing all sorts of reactions, such as the flip-flop on the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, there is an issue that's there that's really important.
Representative Lubin.
Well, I know you had a comment on the point over to the last Liberal speaker where you shouldn't cause disruption. So I figure is name calling going on, and I think that is adding to disruption in the House. I'd like you to roll on that, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for that interaction. We just need to make sure we're all honourable members in this chamber. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable far-right mega-conservative leader, if I can get away with that, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a fair description in terms of...
That's one step too far. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Okay, I'll start from the top and I'll withdraw, Mr. Speaker. We have the Conservative Party leader who's done a flip-flop in regards to the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. That is being heavily influenced by the far right, in particular the mega conservatives in the United States, where it kind of creeps in and ultimately being endorsed by the leader of the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker. This whole fake news, fake facts, say whatever you want, it can be easily justified. Just like the leader of the Conservative Party has made the determination that he is not going to get the security security clearance.
That's right.
And one has got to pose the question, why?
Why?
Can the member opposite give a clear indication as to how or why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party has made the decision to not get the security clearance? Does he not believe that Canadians have a right to know what it is that he's hiding?
Yep.
What in his background is he scared to share with Canadians, because ultimately I don't think he would be able to get the security clearance.
That's right. I agree.
Honourable Member Tobique Mactaquac.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for the absolutely, totally irrelevant question. But to respond to the issue at hand, I'll say this. The issue at hand is the Commissioner of Environment for Canada was brought before committee, and my honourable colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South, asked a straightforward question to the Commissioner of Environment of Canada. He said, in the last 7 years, has the government achieved any of the international carbon reduction targets? To which the Commissioner of the Environment for Canada said, none that I'm aware of. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that once again we have tremendous examples of soaring rhetoric and no results. I think we need to get back to results.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member says, well, we've got to tone down the rhetoric, and then gives us nothing but rhetoric. I mean, the reality was the Harper regime was terrible on climate change. We saw housing prices double in the Harper regime. We saw the food bank lineups double during the Harper regime. The Harper regime and the Conservative government were absolutely terrible, and he knows this. In New Brunswick, New Brunswickers took a look at the Conservatives and said, hell no. And they threw him out of office just a few weeks ago. Now, the reality is climate change has an impact. In my riding and in the Lower Mainland, we lost 600 people due to the heat dome. These are profound impacts. The atmospheric rivers cutting British Columbia off from the rest of the country, the forest fires. And yet the Conservatives have not produced a climate plan. They have no environmental policy. And so, Mr. Speaker, through you to my colleague, I appreciate his rhetoric, but the reality is he needs to have substance. Why have the Conservatives no environmental plan?
The Honourable Member for Tobique Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly have. We have a practical environment plan, much better than the alternative, which is a huge tax plan. And here's the issue. This honourable colleague represents the wonderful province of British Columbia, which has had in place for over 15 years carbon pricing, or a carbon tax. And guess what? With that carbon tax, I asked the Commissioner of the Environment at the Natural Resources Committee, can he point to, do we have yet in this country a metric that can tell Canadians how much carbon has been reduced from Canada's atmosphere as a result of the implementation of the carbon tax? Do you know what his response to that was? He said, no, we have no such metric, sir.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will be short. I'm just waiting for people to calm down. So, economists agree on one thing, that is, policies such as introducing a price on pollution or caps, they work, and they do not reduce the economic growth rate. So what can the colleagues say on that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find interesting is that we had a comparative not that long ago of a neighboring jurisdiction that basically, as a result of their approach, which was expanding in regards to natural gas development and energy development, they became much more energy secure while their carbon footprint diminished. While at the same time, we were signing accords, giving these roaring, wonderful speeches and soaring rhetoric about what we were going to do with the implementation of the carbon tax, and our carbon emissions went up while theirs went down. I think we need a more practical approach that gets better results and less rhetoric.
Resuming point of order, the gentleman for Kingston Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment was listening to the speech and would like to ask the member a question. I would ask for unanimous consent to allow the Minister of the Environment to ask a question.
I'm hearing a number of no's before I even get done. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands has the floor, and I will have to cut him off at about 1:12. The honourable member.
Well, thanks very much. I am delighted that, as the parliamentary secretary pointed out, that my remarks have drawn the attention of the minister, and look forward to his having the opportunity to hear a little bit about the effect of their record on Canadians, his record on Canadians. Look, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, they claim time and time again that they're looking out for people. But I'll tell you who they're looking out for. It's always Liberal insiders. It's never about what they put up in the window. There's always a sleight of hand with these Liberals. And of course, with the context of what's been happening in Parliament that's been paralyzed by Liberal corruption for more than a month, the $400 million scandal at their green slush fund is a testament to what these Liberals prioritize. It's not about the environment. It's not what that environment minister says it's about. It's about helping their well-connected insiders. What did they do? They appointed one of their friends to chair the board, and what did she do? Well, she did what Liberals do, and she stuck her hand in taxpayers' pockets, and she took out their wallets, cleaned them out, and put it back in rows.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary,
Mr. Speaker, is he talking about the lady that donated thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party?
At a point of order, the Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Island Green Lakes.
The truth hurts for these Liberals that are so corrupt that Prime Minister, the Prime Minister that he might support. Well, he might be one of the dozens of Liberal MPs who don't support their own Prime Minister, but that Prime Minister, he broke the law. He broke the law twice. And multiple ministers over here also broke the law. And that's why when they appointed their friend to the Green Slush Fund, when they appointed their friends to the Green Slush Fund board, what did they do? Well, they also got caught breaking the law, putting themselves before Canadians, robbing them blind. Well, Canadians line up at food banks in record numbers. We've seen their record after 9 years. Costs are up to such a point where food bank use has never seen the likes of what it has after 9 years of these economic vandals. Millions of Canadians using food banks in a single month. That's their legacy. Doubling food bank usage in all sorts of communities right across this country, including in that member's riding. His legacy is doubling food bank use in Winnipeg. Shameful. It's shameful.
Very shameful.
And what do Canadians get? We have a third of those food bank users who are children. For the first time in my lifetime, we've got 25% of Canadians who don't know how they're going to feed their families. Now, unemployment isn't at 25%. Double digits higher of Canadians who are suffering from food insecurity after 9 years of their economic vandalism, the NDP Liberals. How is it that we have that in this country? 1 in 4 Canadians. Well, I'll tell you who isn't lined up at food banks. It's these well-connected Liberal insiders. Like in their $60 million Arrive scam, paying tens of millions of dollars to a company that did no actual work, no IT work on an app that should have cost many orders of magnitude less. But what did they do? They put those Liberal insiders first. And what did Canadians get in return? Were they safer? Nope. But their rent doubled. Their mortgages doubled. Yep. Used to be able to pay off a mortgage in 25 years. Now that's how long it takes to save up for a down payment after 9 years of the NDP Liberals. It's a broken promise to Canadians. And the lists are too many. We've got the $9 million condo, the luxury suite they put the Prime Minister's media buddy in Tom Clark. He's on Billionaires Row. Well, Canadians are living under bridges in tents in record numbers. That's the legacy of these NDP Liberals, and it's shameful. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Cypress Hills Grassland, that this motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, including with respect to the implementation of requirements for financial institutions to disclose climate-related financial information, an invitation which the committee traced back to an initiative which the committee traced back to a 2015 decision of G20 central bank governors, provided that, for the purpose of this study, Mark Carney be ordered to appear as a witness for at least 2 hours at a date and time to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but within 21 days of the adoption of this order. This is incredibly important. We can look at the record of economic vandalism by these Liberals, and that's why I've moved this motion today.
Well done, Michael. Well done.
Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Patzer, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word. May I dispense? Okay. Can I dispense when I'm reading a motion? I'm just going to look to the table. I should probably read the whole thing. And substituting the following 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that be committed to the committee for further consideration, including with respect, I'll have to read it all, respect to the implementation of requirements for financial institutions to disclose climate-related financial information, an initiative which the committee traced back to a 2015 decision of G20 central bank governors, provided that, for the purpose of the study, Mark Carney be ordered to appear as a witness for at least 2 hours at a date and time fixed by the chair of the committee, but within 21 days of the adoption of this order. The amendment is in order. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time, put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Williams, move that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be concurred in. Mr. Barrett, appuyé par Mr. Patzer, proposed.
Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Patzer, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, including with respect to the implementation of requirements for financial institutions to disclose climate-related financial information, an initiative which the committee traced back to a 2015 decision of G20 central bank governors, provided that, for the purposes of this study, Mark Carney be ordered to appear as a witness for at least 2 hours at a date and time to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but within 21 days of the adoption of this order.
Wishes of the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. No more motions. Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions. The first is with respect to folks who are concerned with the proposed 60-kilometer route for Highway 413. They note that it would cut through 2,000 acres of farmland, 85 waterways, 220 wetlands, and the habitats of 29 federally listed threatened and endangered species, which must be protected as per the Fisheries Act and the Species at Risk Act. The petitioners note that there's been a complete absence of meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities along the proposed route. They note that comprehensive federal environmental assessment could mitigate potential environmental harm and ensure sustainable development, and that the federal government has a responsibility for overseeing responsible, predictable, and constitutionally robust environmental review. They call on the Government of Canada to take several of actions. I'll summarize them briefly here. The first is to ensure that the federal government uses every tool available to assess and protect Indigenous rights, as well as the area impacted by the proposed Highway 413, to protect the Greenbelt, farmland, and natural ecosystems, including identified species at risk. I'll now move to a second petition, Mr. Speaker. This petition is on behalf of folks who are devastated by the poisoned drug crisis. They note that since 2016, over 34,000 people across the country have died, each one a preventable death as a result of a poisoned drug supply. They note that the Canadian Public Health Association and other experts have recommended a number of measures that comprehensively could address this crisis. And as a result, they have several calls for this government to take. First of all, to declare a public health emergency as a result of poisoned drugs, to treat this crisis as a health issue rather than a criminal one, to provide a regulated, safer supply of drugs for people who need them, to reduce overdose deaths, and ensure that folks have access to get to treatment. You have to be alive to get to treatment. And last, to make significant long-term investments for supports for those who use drugs or those who are in recovery. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to table a petition submitted by the hardworking firefighters of Regina, Saskatchewan, IFF Local 181, addressing an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across Canada. This petition, signed by 139 residents of Regina and Saskatchewan, calls for immediate action to ban PFAS in firefighter gear and firefighter foam. PFAS chemicals, as you know, are man-made, and they're resistant to heat, water, and oil, but their durability comes at a significant cost. Scientific evidence links these substances to severe health risks, including cancer, putting firefighters who already face hazardous conditions at greater risk. And research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. Alarmingly, firefighters face a higher cancer risk than the general population, and we must mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control in their working conditions. Several countries, as you know, Mr. Speaker, have restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit. Our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals. Let us protect those who risk their lives for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to present a petition today in the House. It calls on the government. The government has attempted to ban and seize hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians. The targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime, and the government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, I am presenting this petition because their member from Skeeto-Bulkley Valley refused to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Waterloo. Thank you.
I actually appreciate the comments that the member just made, because as we present petitions, members of Parliament present them on behalf of their constituents regardless of what member's position is. The constituents who sign, or constituents from across the country who have signed this petition, are noting that Canada was a founding member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, in 1949, and has participated in every NATO intervention. They're noting that NATO has failed to uphold Article 1 of its charter to settle any international dispute in which they may be involved by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security are not endangered. They're noting that according to NATO Defense Expenditures Report, Canada's military spending has increased from $20 billion in 2014 to $39 billion in 2023. They're noting throughout a year, NATO engages in exercises and operations which involve thousands of soldiers and vehicles that adversely impact the climate and environment, amongst other things. They are calling on the government, as well as the House of Commons, to withdraw from NATO, remove Canadian troops from Latvia, reduce military spending, and to conduct public consultations on new foreign policy based on peace and international cooperation. There are 628 Canadians who have signed this e-petition 4979. The person who was advancing this petition lives in the riding of Waterloo. My job is to represent the diversity of views and perspectives within that constituency, and it's an honour and privilege to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Seeing no other. We're going to move on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Privilege. Resuming consideration on a motion on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
Floor is free. Therefore, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has a 20-minute speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years under this Prime Minister, Canadians face a buffet of corruption scandals, with each new revelation showing just how entrenched corruption has become under this Liberal government. The latest is the Green Slush Fund scandal, a $400 million scandal that the Liberals are scrambling to keep hidden from Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, that's why we are here today. The Auditor General uncovered that Liberal appointees funneled hundreds of millions of taxpayer money, hard-earned taxpayer money, to companies that those appointees themselves owned, setting off no less than 186 glaring conflict of interest violations. And what do Canadians get from this government? Instead of transparency, Canadians got a government openly refusing a House order to turn over key documents for an investigation. This refusal to cooperate led to yourself, the Speaker of this House, to rule that the Liberals have violated a direct order from Parliament. Canadians want to know why they are refusing to turn over these documents. They have a right to know. What is so damning in those documents that they are refusing a House order to hand them over, Mr. Speaker? At a time when Canadians continue to shoulder soaring costs for food, housing, and basic necessities, this government's cover-up has not only wasted hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, but it has also paralyzed Parliament, not allowing members of this House to continue the crucial work on urgent issues like the rising cost of food, cost of housing, the cost of this Prime Minister. Perhaps stopping these discussions at a crucial time when Canadians want a carbon tax election is exactly what this Prime Minister and his elitist friends have in mind. As Canadians continue to live through this unprecedented crisis of this government, waste and Canadian suffering, today, instead of addressing critical issues that we all came to this place to address, that Canadians are struggling because of these issues, we find ourselves talking about this government's ongoing negligence, incompetence, and continued corruption. Imagine being a taxpayer who is struggling to pay for food, lining up at the food bank with their children, and then hearing that billions of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars are being wasted by this government. Not only being wasted, Mr. Speaker, being given to their Liberal friends. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from many of my own constituents in Edmonton who are struggling to afford to heat their homes, to fill up their car with gas, and feed their families. People in Canada are dumpster diving to feed themselves. Never thought that that could happen here in this great country. This is what life in Canada looks like for many who work and are still unable to pay for their bills. These hardworking Canadians are shocked that the taxes they pay simply disappear in a web of liberal corruption scandals, bogus apps, useless infrastructure banks, and their endless corruption, supported by the NDP. Despite all of this, the NDP support continues to prop up this Liberal Prime Minister, allowing this disgusting misuse of taxpayer dollars funds to persist. The 2024 Hunger Count report shows that food banks saw a record of over 2 million visits in March of 2024 alone. That's up 6% from last year and a staggering 90% since 2019. Mr. Speaker, many of these people are people who used to donate to the food bank and now are lining up at the food bank to help support their families. Over a quarter of these visits were by children. And because of this high demand, nearly 30% of food banks reporting running out of food in the past year. Unemployment and economic misery continues to rise while paychecks are shrinking. It is this Prime Minister's inflationary spending that has driven up the price of groceries, gas, and heating. To make matters worse, his endless tax hikes drive businesses, jobs, and investment out of our country. Billions of dollars of investment has left Canada, along with it all of the jobs that it would have created. The middle class, once secure, is now struggling to keep a roof over its head, and life has become an uphill battle for Canadian families. And this isn't just a temporary hardship, Mr. Speaker. It's a fundamental shift in what it means to live and work in Canada. Today, life costs more under this Prime Minister, and hard work no longer provides the security it once did. Canadian families with 2 working parents can't afford to buy a home anymore in Canada. 9 years ago, this would have been shocking to hear. Since 2015, the cost of housing has skyrocketed. Rent has doubled, mortgage payments have doubled, and the down payment needed to buy a home has doubled. In fact, housing costs have risen more in these 9 years than all of the previous decades combined. Canada, a country with vast open land, now has the highest housing cost and one of the fewest homes per capita amongst all G7 countries. At the same time, life has never been better for the Liberal insiders and elites who are filling their pockets with hard-earned Canadian taxpayer dollars. One government project and one government scandal at a time, they are lining their pockets. Despite a House order to provide the documents into their green slush fund, the government has chosen self-interest over the best interest of Canadians. Rather than doing what's right, they have failed to show leadership, transparency, and accountability, showing this House and all Canadians that they will do anything to cover up their multitude of scandals, including this $400 million corruption scandal. But how did we get here, Mr. Speaker? Let us review what the Green Slush Fund is and why this Liberal government is hiding key documents that would aid the RCMP in this investigation. Sustainable Development Canada, Technology Canada, was created as a $1 billion fund with the support across party lines to help green technology startups tackle climate and environmental issues. This program ran smoothly until about 2017 under the Prime Minister's appointed new Liberal board chair. After a Conservative motion led to an audit by the Auditor General, it was revealed that $400 million of taxpayer funds were misused, with 80% of reviewed cases showing conflicts of interest. The Auditor General's findings only scratched the surface. She reviewed a sample of cases, finding that 80% contained legal violations those central to the scandal, Liberal-appointed board members, had even managed to secure other government positions. One SDTC board member acknowledged multiple conflicts of interest involving funds directed to companies she was financially invested in. The current Environment Minister, before his cabinet role, was an advisor at Cycle Capital, the venture firm Method found and which received SDTC funding during her board tenure. As these revelations surfaced, she was appointed to the board of the $35 billion Canada Infrastructure Bank, where McKinsey consultants with Liberal ties were heavily involved. Despite the conflicts of interest in funding companies tied to her financial interests, she transitioned to this new role. Ms. Method has been directly implicated in mismanaging $42 million of taxpayer money to benefit companies she was financially linked to. Despite clear violations to benefit her own company, this government saw fit to appoint her to the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is another example of this government's waste and negligence. Mr. Speaker, this is the blatant misuse of Canadians' trust looks like when individuals who repeatedly violate conflict of interest rules are rewarded with prime government positions due to their Liberal connections. And speaking of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, another glaring misuse of taxpayer dollars and another project riddled with similar issues of mismanagement and conflicts of interest. Just as with the Green Slush Fund, the Canada Infrastructure Bank has become a haven for Liberal insiders and politically connected firms that are more interested in securing lucrative contracts than delivering real value to Canadians. The Canada Infrastructure Bank, presented as the Liberal government's flagship initiative, has proven to be costly disappointment. Instead of delivering the infrastructure that Canadians desperately needed, the Canada Infrastructure Bank has squandered taxpayer monies on excessive overhead, high-priced consultants, and generous CEO payouts, spending far more on salaries and bonuses than actual projects. Mr. Speaker, nearly $1 million was wasted on consulting and legal fees for an electricity project that never even came to fruition. With a budget of $35 billion allocated 7 years ago, Canadians were promised a return on investment of up to 4 times from private sector companies, but contributions as well as an ambitious multiplier effect of 11 to 1. Yet, 7 years later, those promises remain unfulfilled. The Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities has concluded that the CIB is beyond repair and recommended its abolition, citing expert testimony from stakeholders who highlighted its inefficiency, lack of transparency, and inability to attract private sector investment. At a time when Canadians are grappling with record high inflation and rising costs of living, they cannot afford these expensive government initiatives that fail to deliver anything that they promise to Canadians. Once again, the Liberal government's mismanagement of the CIB exemplifies a broader pattern of waste under this Prime Minister. Since June, the government has demonstrated complete disregard for Parliament's authority and its duty to uphold Canadian democratic principles. Conservatives had introduced a motion demanding transparency. We called on the government to release all the files, all the communications and financial records on their Green Slush Fund to Parliament, which would then turn the documents over to the RCMP for a much-needed investigation. Yet, after the motion passed, the 30-day deadline for compliance was ignored by this Prime Minister. The government has openly disrespected Canadians and this House's authority on some of their departments provided heavily redacted documents, and others outright refuse to provide any documents at all. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of this place, yourself, that has refused ruled that this refusal showed contempt, quoting that only partial disclosures were made, owing either to redactions or the withholding of documents, and some met the other order with complete refusal. The Department of Justice alone withheld 10,000 pages, violating Parliament's demand for evidence so the RCMP could proceed with its investigation. Mr. Speaker, this is not a political debate. The RCMP isn't investigating this matter at the direction of the Conservatives. They have found credible grounds for criminal code investigation. They will review the documents and they will determine if charges are warranted. The RCMP will proceed as they see fit. The House of Commons represents the people of Canada. With absolute powers under our Constitution to oversee the actions of this government and the actions of the Prime Minister. In Canada, no one is above the law, and everyone must abide by our Constitution, even the Prime Minister and his wealthy buddies. By consistently dismissing Parliament's authority, this government demonstrates open contempt for this balance of power, undermining the very institution that checks executive actions. Our democratic strength rests on the House authorities to hold the government accountable, investigate breaches, and protect Canadians' interests. We cannot let the actions of this Liberal government dilute the power of Parliament and the integrity of our democracy. What exactly is the Liberal government trying to hide in this case? And why is it so determined to keep these documents from Canadians? Just how far does this corruption reach? The government's embarrassment over the mismanagement of the Green Slush Fund has driven them to shut Parliament down. Yet this does nothing to excuse the actions of those involved in the slush fund to relieve the government of its duty to Canadians. They owe Canadians, our Parliament, and the RCMP a full explanation of what happened, when, and just how deep this scandal goes. Mr. Speaker, this House could get back to business today if the Liberals showed the integrity to hand over those documents. Yet, we know that they won't. These documents would expose the extent of the Liberal corruption and exactly how high this goes. It is clear the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. They are not worth the crime or the corruption. Canadians deserve better than a government that prioritizes their own pockets over the well-being of the people. It is time for the NDP Liberals to stop hiding the evidence, hand over the documents, and let Parliament get back to work for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done,
Questions and comments. Question from Altar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is nothing more than a multi-million-dollar game that the Conservative Party continues to play at a great expense to Canadians. As opposed to the government listening to the Conservatives, we are listening to the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, the former law clerk, and other stakeholders that are saying that this tactic that the Conservatives are playing is wrong. We even had one expert indicate that it is virtually abusive. If anything, the leader of the Conservative Party, as the leader of an opposition party, is virtually in contempt in terms of what's taking place in the House, which shouldn't surprise any of us because he was the parliamentary secretary to Stephen Harper, who is the only Prime Minister to ever be held in contempt of Parliament in the Commonwealth. The issue and the question I have for the member opposite, does he not agree that the Conservative leader needs to start putting the Canadian interests ahead of his own personal interests and the interests of the Conservative Party, and let's allow the Conservative motion to actually be voted on?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Well, one thing I will agree on with this member, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very, very expensive, call it a scandal. Mr. Speaker, what happened here, the Canadians know that over $400 million of hard-earned Canadian taxpayer dollars were funneled through a Liberal-appointed chair to Liberal-connected companies, and they lined their own pockets with it, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve answers. Canadians deserve justice in this case. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament, through you, decided that those documents should be presented to the RCMP. We, as an opposition, are here to make sure that that happens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The current situation is so serious that listening to the cacophony of the debate, it's almost laughable. Ha ha. Well, listen, it's absurd. It's Kafkaesque, if you will. Public interest has been completely evacuated from this debate. Debates that should be held. We have enough proof to show the gravity of the situation. But the opposition is putting conditions on things. These conditions that they be submitted to the RCMP, it cannot be done. The RCMP itself admits that it doesn't want the documents because they will compromise its investigation. This is a paradox. It's based on the weakness of human spirit. I will ask my colleague, will he back down and stop repeating empty slogans and get down to work?
Mr. Speaker, we will not back down from protecting Canadians and Canadians' best interest. $400 million were funneled to Liberal insiders. They stole that money, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve to get it back. Canadians deserve to know what happened, and the RCMP should get all of those documents so they can bring criminal charges on all the people that are involved in this case.
And comments, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We, of course, support the motion. We want to get to the bottom of things. And NDP MPs were key in terms of getting to the bottom of the SNC Lavalin scandal and in terms of the We Charity as well. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleague said, gosh, that we need to get answers for Canadians. And he also talked about what is a considerable amount of money, $400 million tied up with the STTDC scandal. What he didn't mention was that the Conservative scandals under the Harper regime were even bigger. I'm talking about the $400 million for the ETS scandal, $1 billion for the G8 scandal. We remember the misspending that took place at that time. The Phoenix Pay scandal was $2.2 billion. The anti-terrorism funding, they simply lost the paper trail, it was $3.1 billion. So the Conservatives were much worse in terms of the massive amounts of corruption and misspending under the Harper regime. The Conservatives misspent a lot more. And so we've never had an apology from a single Conservative member. No one has acknowledged the fact that they shut down all the parliamentary inquiries into these spending scandals. And my question is simply this to my colleague. If $400 million is bad, why is the $5.2 billion that Conservatives misspent not so much worse?
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Well, Mr. Speaker, right on cue. There's the NDP standing up to protect their Liberal buddies. And this is what we've seen all along right here in Parliament. They will continue to stand up for this Prime Minister. The NDP Liberal government are doing nothing but protecting themselves. Mr. Speaker, we are here for accountability, for transparency. The House of Commons has voted for these documents to be turned over to the RCMP, and we will make sure that happens.
Comments? The member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll leave the NDP comments where they stand. Thank you for that answer to my friend from Edmonton Mills. My question is, they talk about some of the scandals, but one thing I find fascinating is the fact that this Prime Minister is the first Prime Minister that has ever been in conflict of interest, not once, not twice. And how many cabinet ministers have also been found in conflict of interest? So I'd like my friend to answer the question of, do we know how many Liberal cabinet ministers and how many times the Prime Minister has violated the Conflict of Interest Act, Mr. Speaker?
The
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Good question, and I think this is part of their strategy, that they continue to have so many scandals and so many conflict of interest violations that I think they're just hoping Canadians forget about it. But we will not forget, Mr. Speaker. We're on the side of Canadians. We're going to make sure that they are held accountable for their actions, held accountable for every single scandal that they've had, especially this one. This is $400 million of Canadians' hard-earned taxpayer money. We're going to get it back for them.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe this member is number 98 in terms of the number of Conservatives actually spoke on the Conservative filibuster, and there's still a lot more to come. There's no doubt about that. I want to take the member to an issue that is very serious here in Canada today and to get his comment. The issue of foreign interference is very real. It's very much something that Canadians are concerned about, and we have only one leader in the House of Commons that has made the decision not to get the security clearance. And that begs the question as to why it is he continues to not get the interest, or continues to, why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party continues to not get the security clearance. Many, including myself, believe that he actually has something to hide, that there's something that he should be telling Canadians, but he's choosing not to do that, and that's the reason why he has made the decision not to get the security clearance. Unlike every other leader in the House of Commons, does he not agree that he should be putting his personal interest to the side and come clean and share with Canadians why it is that he actually does not feel he should have to get the security clearance? What is he hiding?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, this is the debate today, that what are they hiding? That really is the question, because they will go to any lengths to talk about anything except what we're debating today, which is $400 million of hard-earned taxpayer dollars being funneled to Liberal insiders, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP needs to look into this situation. The RCMP needs those documents. This House of Commons voted for those documents to be turned over to the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to push for justice.
Another question. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a question to my honourable colleague. A question that I haven't had answers to so far. Is the Conservative Party committed to continuing to finance green technologies and development, knowing that it's important to have a necessary, just transition?
Mr. Speaker, what we're committed to is ensuring that in this place there's accountability and transparency from this government, Mr. Speaker. They have now a whole range of scandals. It's hard to keep track of how many scandals there are, hard to keep track of all the conflict of interest breaches. Over 186 in just this one case. That's in addition to what the Prime Minister's already gone through and other ministers have gone through, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to hold this government to account, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we need a carbon tax election to change this.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Monsieur Scheer, appuyé par Monsieur Bertal.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Bertal, says that the be sent to the Standing Committee on House Affairs, and
Mr. Perkins moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Quote, provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Auditor General of Canada. And 4, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 5, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. 6, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons. 7, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. 8, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And B, that a report back to the House no later than Friday, November 22nd, 2024. Monsieur Muse, sous-amendement.
Mr. Muse, sub-amendment, moves the following after A1 with what follows. 3, the Commissioner of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, who tabled must table unredacted documents for Paul McGinnon, former Deputy Secretary.
Wishes the sub-amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
We request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, which means we go back and we're...
Orders of the day.
Oh, right, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, privilege, resuming consideration on a motion on the failure of a witness to provide information to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
And resuming debate. So on our list, I just want to confer with who's supposed to be next here. Going back to the same schedule, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby is the next one on the list on the main motion. No? All right. Going to the next one on the list, we're going to go to the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you. Who's Randy? That is the central question before this House as a result of your ruling, Mr. Speaker, in finding a prima facie question of privilege after the Minister of Employment's business partner, Stephen Anderson, refused to disclose to the Ethics Committee who Randy is. The Ethics Committee's probe into Randy began when Global News reported that the Minister of Employment was involved in a shady PPE company called Global Health Imports with Stephen Anderson. According to Global News, the minister had been a partner at Global Health Imports along with Stephen Anderson up until the time that he had been elected in 2021, and that he continued to maintain a 50% ownership stake with Anderson. Global News reported that the company was mired in allegations of fraud and ripping off clients. Indeed, multiple judgments have been issued against the minister's company by Alberta courts. Alberta courts have ordered the minister's company to pay back clients $7.8 million for ripping them off. And Global Health Imports faces a litany of other lawsuits, including a lawsuit commenced by a California-based company, the Gowie Group. The Gowie Group, like other clients of the minister's company, purchased PPE. The PPE was never delivered, but the Gowie Group was on the hook for $500,000, having transferred a $500,000 deposit to the minister's company. Now, one of the excuses provided by Stephen Anderson for the failure to deliver PPE was the Global Health Imports warehouse burned down. Amazingly, 2 weeks after Global Health Imports received the $500,000. And then Anderson was reported to have told the Gowie Group that once they collected the insurance money, maybe then he would be in a position to repay the $500,000 deposit. And the Edmonton police, in their investigation of the fire, concluded that in all likelihood it was arson. Just by coincidence, Mr. Speaker. So here you have a minister involved in a shady company, mired in allegations of fraud, ordered by Alberta courts to pay back clients $7.8 million, where there are allegations or evidence of potential arson and insurance fraud. I would submit that on that alone, that ought to have been enough for the Prime Minister to tell the Minister of Employment, you're fired, you're out of cabinet. But there's more, because Global News reported that someone named Randy, connected with Global Health Imports, was involved in shaking down the Gowie Group for that $500,000 deposit, and that was evidenced in text messages. Among the text messages that Global News uncovered was a message from Stephen Anderson to the Gowie Group leading up to the shakedown, in which he says, "What is going on? I just received this from Randy." And then he copied and pasted the message that he had received from Randy that states, "Anderson, it's 1314 MST and 1514 EST. It literally takes 10 seconds to complete a transfer. I'm telling you, we are not allocating like this. It's midday and nothing is completed. I'm calling Felix to discuss. Be available in 15 for a partner call." Now, why are these text messages so significant? Well, very simply, because if the minister is the Randy in those text messages, then the minister broke the law. That's right. The Conflict of Interest Act is clear. A minister of the Crown shall not be involved in the operations of a business. If the minister is that Randy, then the minister was involved in the operations of the business, working to secure a $500,000 deposit for Global Health Imports, not to mention of participating in a partners meeting. Now, that's why the Ethics Committee launched its investigation. We brought the minister to committee at the beginning of June, and the minister was adamant he wasn't that Randy. How convenient, except for a few inconvenient facts for the minister. First of all, the Gowie Group believed at all times that the Minister of Employment was that Randy in the text messages. When Global News reached out to Anderson to inquire who the Randy in the text messages was, he said it was not the minister but the VP of Logistics. But when Global News inquired as to who the VP of Logistics was, they found out it was not a Randy but one Edward Anderson, the father of Stephen Anderson. And Anderson later admitted before the Ethics Committee that he lied to Global News. Global News undertook a further investigation. They couldn't find a trace of another Randy at Global Health Imports. And I would further add that the Randy referenced in the text messages was a partner. The minister had been a partner along with Anderson up until his election. He had a 50% stake in the company at the time of the text messages, and according to the minister's own evidence at committee, he admitted that it was a small operation, that there were a handful of people in the company, him, Anderson, and a few others. So, in the face of that, without a trace of another Randy, without any explanation for who this other Randy could be, there is only one reasonable inference that can be drawn, and that is that the Minister of Employment is the Randy in the text messages. He is the Randy that was involved in the shakedown of the Gowie Group. He is involved in allegations of wire fraud, and he is the Randy who, as minister, contravened the Conflict of Interest Act. The minister's story doesn't add up. Everyone knows that he is that Randy, and it is why Conservatives have been consistent in calling for this disgraced minister to resign from cabinet. For months, he has refused to do so. So we have called on the Prime Minister to fire that disgraced minister. But of course, this scandal-plagued, conflict-ridden Prime Minister has been found guilty not once but twice of violating the Conflict of Interest Act. He is standing behind his corrupt minister. It is an absolute disgrace. It underscores why this government can't be replaced soon enough and why this country needs a carbon tax election and a carbon tax election now.
When we return back to this debate, the honourable member will have 11 minutes and 30 seconds left in his speech. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I represent a strong and vibrant Lebanese community in Scarborough Centre. They are business owners, professionals, and families who are an integral part of Scarborough's social and economic fabric. The Lebanese Canadian community nationwide numbers between 200,000 and 400,000 people. They are deeply concerned for their loved ones overseas, anxiously following every news report and waiting on each call or text to confirm their loved ones' safety. Their mental health and daily lives are deeply impacted by this ongoing crisis. This is no way to live. While the community and I appreciate the government's recent measures to support those already here in Canada, we believe more is necessary. We call on the government to enact special measures allowing the extended family members of Canadian citizens and permanent residents to seek temporary refuge here in Canada. No Canadian should be forced to leave their parents, spouses, children, grandparents, or siblings behind in danger. We urge the government to heed this call for compassion and assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester, we'll try that again. The honourable member Cumberland Colchester.
It is important that Canadians pay tribute to the countless men and women who left behind homes and families to serve the cause of freedom in the face of unimaginable odds. Cumberland Colchester has been home to many Canadians who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Ivan Lee Crow was born near Stewiacke and landed on Juno Beach during D-Day with the North Nova Scotia Highlanders. On June 7, 1944, he was murdered along with 10 other Canadian prisoners by Hitler's 12th SS Division at the Ardennes Abbey, a despicable war crime that still resonates today. He was 21 years old. Daniel McMasters grew up on Yonge Street in Truro. He served in the legendary 1st Special Service Force during the liberation of Italy and was only 20 years old when he gave his life on May 28, 1944, near Anzio. I also want to pay a very special tribute to Lloyd Cody, a cherished member of our community and a proud veteran of the Second World War, who will celebrate his 100th birthday and is still going strong. God bless you, Lloyd, for all you've done, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, during Veterans Week, I'm honoured to speak about Cyprus 2024, commemorating Canada's contribution to Cyprus since 1964. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Operation Snow Goose, Canada's longest peacekeeping mission, and the 50th anniversary of a forgotten war. I acknowledge the invaluable contributions of Major General Walter Holmes and Colonel James Holsworth, both retired and residents of Kingston and the Islands, who co-chaired the Cyprus 2024 committee. Their leadership ensures our veterans' sacrifices are remembered and celebrated. This week, veterans and their families will participate in guided tours, cultural excursions, historical walks, and remember services in Cyprus. They will meet Canadian UN soldiers currently serving, as well as Cypriots who lived through the conflict. This pilgrimage and the historical exhibits across Canada commemorate the past and strengthen our veteran community, fostering unity and remembrance. Let us honor their legacy and support our veterans and their families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Salabri-sur-Loire. Across Quebec, humans are at the heart of our social economy, and this heart is beating strong. More than 200,000 workers are working in collective companies, which generates more than $47 million. The social economy is the idea that the future belongs to everyone, and we can all contribute to it to build a fairer and fairer world. Before Christmas comes, it's a reminder that we can choose a social economy by acting social products and in your community, and by committing to a board in your community to do business differently. We need to take action and be part of the solution. That's what all these entrepreneurs are doing that are the pride of our community, the type of companies that do well. So on behalf of the Bloc, happy Social Economy Month.
The honourable member from Lac St. Louis.
Canada has lost a pioneer in global water management. William Cosgrove was a visionary who long ago recognized the crucial importance of water not only for developing countries struggling with water scarcity for drinking and sanitation, but for a world increasingly in the grips of climate change. Bill's passion for water, the environment, and humanitarian development guided a 50-year career that included 17 years at the World Bank. He also served as chair of the International Steering Committee of the Dialogue on Water and Climate, was a member of the Task Force on Water Millennium Development Goals, and directed the third UN World Water Report. Bill's attention was not limited to global water issues. Over 55 years ago, and well ahead of his time, he advocated for creating a catchment basin for excess rainwater in the city of Dollard-des-Ormeaux. William Cosgrove Centennial Park today serves as a vital practical purpose while offering local citizens a peaceful and refreshing oasis on a hot summer's day. To Bill's wife Frances and children Anne-Marie, Carolee, Christopher John, Sean, Ginny, and Catherine, we offer our deepest condolences.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Senor Presidente, last month over 10 million Cubans spent nearly a week without light after their communist regime plunged them into darkness. Cubans took to the streets to protest the repressive government responsible for the hardships they continue to endure. But it's clear they need the international community to speak up in support. Canada used to be a voice that Cuban dissidents could rely on as they fought for freedom from Castro's dictatorship. However, under this Liberal government, this is no longer the case. Earlier this year, I spoke with Cuban dissidents and political prisoners from across the region. My message was clear. In the honourable leader of the official opposition, Canada will have a Prime Minister who will advocate for freedom and democracy and stand against dictators. To the people of Cuba, we see you and we support your fight. Someday soon, Canada will once again be an ally you can count on.
The honourable member for Ochemo.
Both my grandparents had diabetes. My mom has diabetes, and so do nearly 4 million Canadians. That's 1 in 10 of us, our family, our friends, our neighbors. Insulin and other diabetes medication are expensive, and if you don't have private insurance, well, that's a huge monthly expense for you. All that's going to change because our government is making diabetes medication free for everyone.
I have the good fortune, Mr. Speaker, to represent many citizens, including several members of my own family, for whom sugar in their tea is not only an integral part of their daily lives, but truly a culture, a very rich culture. But let's face it, diabetes affects nearly 1 million Quebecers and 4 million Canadians, and the drugs to help treat it can be very expensive. Our government has just passed legislation to make diabetes medication free. Yes, it'll be free for everyone.
The honourable member from Milton.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Parks and Recreation Association is here on the Hill in Ottawa today with workers and advocates and professionals in the parks and recreational sectors right across the country. They're here advocating for public spaces, for access to recreational facilities, for active transportation, for operating costs, to make sure that parks and recreation and physical activity are top of mind to people up here in Ottawa and right across the country in influential positions like ours. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the fact that the CPRA is one of the top recipients of the Community Sport for All initiative, this government's effort to invest in community sport right across this country. And the result, with that $60 million investment in Canadians, is higher participation rates. In fact, 1 million Canadians said they got more active thanks to the Community Sport for All initiative, and that was due in part to the Canadian Parks and Recreation Association. So, Mr. Speaker, let's continue to invest in the sector so that every Canadian can benefit from the enriching experiences that we get from our parks and our outdoor spaces. And thank you to every worker in the recreational space.
The honourable member from Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to keep their heads above water and to keep food on their tables. Over 2 million Canadians were forced to use food banks in March, a number that has almost doubled in the past 5 years. In my home province of Saskatchewan, food banks have seen a 42% increase in visits. Throughout my constituency, there are daily calls for donations to the many food banks in the Salvation Army. While children make up 30% of people using food banks across the country, in Saskatchewan, that number is almost 40%, a sad and alarming figure. Parents are going without meals so that their children have food, and those who once donated to the food bank are now the ones needing its help. Instead of fixing the situation, the NDP Liberals have continued to increase the cost of groceries by increasing the carbon tax by 23% and are on their way to quadrupling the tax in the future. It is time for Canadians to see a government that works to make their lives better, not worse. It's time for a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, last year we signed a landmark agreement with Quebec to mobilize a joint investment of $1.8 billion in affordable housing through the Housing Accelerator Fund. And this, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to enable several projects to be carried out over the next few years, which means 8,000 affordable and social housing units across Quebec, including in my riding. Last week, the Conservative leader announced that he intends to cut this fund and rip up our agreement with Quebec and squabble with mayors. And this doesn't make sense. And the only part, this is too risque for Quebecers.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, here is the truth. There is only one person left keeping that Prime Minister in power, and that is the leader of the NDP. Canadians see it clearly. All you need to do is think back to the big stunt the leader of the NDP pulled when he told Canadians that he ripped up his coalition deal with the Liberals. Since then, they have had ample opportunity to prove it, but has refused to do so. In fact, in his own words, the leader of the fourth party said, "The fact is the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people." Words don't equal action. That party continues to be beholden to that Prime Minister. The fact is that the NDP love the Liberals and they love the carbon tax, something they've voted for more than 24 times, even when it is sending more than 2 million Canadians a month to the food bank. Every day that Prime Minister remains in power, it is because of the sellout leader of the NDP. It's time for him to buck up and call a carbon tax election.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask for a couple of things. First, I'm going to ask members to not speak out of turn. The members know who they are, so I'm going to ask them not to do so. And secondly, I'm going to ask all members, of course, as the Speaker or the Chair has already ruled on being careful about what adjectives you use in front of names of honourable members in this House.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, less tax, more housing. The Conservative leader proposes a concrete plan to fight the housing crisis by cutting GST on new homes. In Quebec, for a $500,000 home, buyers will save $25,000 or $1,300 a year. This will add 30,000 new homes a year in Canada. This is a step in the right direction, says the Property Owner Corporation of Quebec. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we know that in 9 years, housing prices have doubled because of the inflationist policies of this Liberal government. And all this with the enthusiastic support of the Bloc Québécois Libre. Just recently, the Bloc leader voted twice, affirming his confidence in the Liberal Prime Minister. And for a month, the Bloc leader made people believe he was going to make gains for Quebec, but the result, nothing, nothing, nothing. That is what the Bloc leader's concrete record is. For Quebec, no gains, but 2 votes for Justin. So we can't wait for an election to elect a good government, a Conservative government. It is rare that the Speaker has to intervene twice, but the honourable member, and a reminder for all members, knows that we cannot refer to another elected official by their first name or family name.
Honourable member from Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, Foreign interference is a danger to our country, and we all have to do everything in our power to call it out and to address it. Our government has made it a top priority. Canadians are nervous. The RCMP has evidence that agents of the Government of India are involved in serious criminal activities undermining our democracy. There are reports of a number of other countries intimidating citizens, interfering in elections, and leadership campaigns. The leader of the official opposition needs to do his part.
That's right.
He needs to show we're united in this fight.
Right.
Every member of this House took an oath. Some of us have leadership responsibilities and take other measures, including getting the appropriate security clearances so we can do our part keeping Canada and Canadians safe. The leader of the official opposition can't delay any longer. He has to apply for the top security clearance so he can do his part and let Canadians stop wondering about what he may be hiding.
What's he hiding?
Order. The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
At Remembrance during Veterans Week, recognizing both Aboriginal Veterans Day and Remembrance Day, I want to thank every person who has served or is serving our country, and thank their loved ones as well, who we all know serve alongside them. Every year I am so grateful to the many legions who are in my riding that prepare sacred events around remembering the service of Canadian soldiers. I have 11 across my riding, and I want to name them all, Mr. Speaker. Port Hardy Legion Branch 237, Port McNeill Legion Branch 281, Port Alice Legion number 180, Gold River Legion 270, Sayward Legion number 147, Campbell River Legion number 137, Quadra Island 154, Alert Bay Legion 198, Comox Legion Branch 160, Powell River Legion number 164, and Texada Island 232. With significant engagement from their communities, they hold space for veterans, and it's so important that we remember them lest we forget.
The
honourable member for Bellay-Chambly. During the first seconds of the record gala on Sunday, we were really under the spell of what took place. They passed the torch of Quebec songwriting and paid respect to Leonard Cohen. On behalf of the Bloc, I would like to congratulate them for their album Inuktitut, and they won the Felix Award for the Album of the Year. And with their other artists, they build bridges between the various worlds that only an artist can understand. The Quebec nation on Sunday expressed its full affection. Bravo and thank you.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, the Canadian dream of home ownership has become a pipe dream, unless, of course, you're a friend of the Prime Minister. Today it was revealed that he purchased a $9 million condo on Billionaires Row in New York City for his good friend Tom Clark, after Clark complained that his old residence wasn't up to his standards. It's difficult to do the work of a consul general without Italian marble floors, a $5,000 coffee machine, and a golf simulator at your disposal. Wow. This revelation confirms that Tom Clark lied to committee about his involvement in the purchase. It also confirms evidence obtained by committee showing that Clark was instrumental when it came to purchasing the property. Canadians are fed up with this government. Right. It's time for change, time for accountability, time for a Conservative government who will bring transparency and respect back to the Canadian taxpayer.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Sutton. Order. The honourable member from Kitchener South, Hesper.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act, is seeking to create a safer online space for all Canadians in this increasingly digital age. Online harms have real-world impacts with tragic, even fatal consequences, and the delays in our Parliament are putting more Canadians at risk every day. I think of the important work of Carol Todd, the mother of Amanda Todd, the 15-year-old girl who so tragically took her life 12 years ago after being victimized online. Carol stated in an interview that the filibuster that is happening right now and holding everything up is so frustrating. It's just wasting time. I've waited 12 years for this. Unfortunately, the important work this House undertakes has been held up due to conservative delay tactics with support from opposition parties. We are working every day to pass important legislation for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and the Conservatives are working every day to make sure this isn't the case.
Questions orales. Oral questions. L'honorable chef de la...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Just 80 days after becoming Prime Minister, Stephen Harper promised to put an end to, or managed to put an end to, tariffs on softwood lumber. But this Prime Minister caved in and allowed Donald Trump to reimpose those tariffs, and Mr. Biden doubled them. Stephen Harper entered into a deal with Barack Obama in order to avoid the consequences of the Buy America Act. Can we have an election so that Canadians could have a Prime Minister who will stand up for Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what we see once again is the Conservative leader saying anything and everything. While we stand up against Donald Trump, we stood up against him when he wanted to renegotiate NAFTA, and it was the Conservatives, including Stephen Harper, who were encouraging us to back down and not offend the Americans. On the contrary, we stood up for ourselves. We protected supply management. We protected steel and aluminum workers. We protected Canadian jobs all across this country, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. This Liberal Prime Minister not only capitulated to Obama, Trump, and Biden, he also gave $500 million worth of investment that left this country, impoverishing Canadians in the process. 10 years ago, the New York Times said life in Canada has the wealthiest middle class in the world. And Canada seems to be outstripping even the U.S. Today, it's the opposite. Canadians are poorer than Americans. Why is this Prime Minister creating jobs for Americans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader continues to claim that Canada's broken, but at the same time, he wants to get rid of the investments that will help Canadians, for example, with the construction of new homes. The millions of dollars that we've sent to the government of Quebec to build new affordable housing, if it was up to him, he would cut and impose austerity on Quebecers and all Canadians. They don't want that. We don't want that. We need to invest to help alleviate the housing crisis, and that not the kind of policies the opposition leader is proposing.
Minister Stephen Harper only 80 days to get a softwood lumber deal that put an end to the tariffs and reimbursed what were already collected. And then this Liberal Prime Minister capitulated, allowed Trump to reimpose the tariffs and Biden to double them. Harper got us an exemption to Buy America. This Prime Minister then capitulated, allowed Trump and Biden to reimpose them, hurting our construction workers and our providers of steel. Why can't we have a carbon tax election so that we can have a Prime Minister that no longer capitulates to the Americans, but instead will stand up for Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr.
Speaker, since I just answered that question in French, allow me instead to take a moment to condemn unequivocally the violence we've seen in South Asian communities across the country over the past few nights. Let me be very, very clear. The individuals who are inciting violence and division and hatred in no way represent either the Sikh community or the Hindu community in Canada. At a time of Diwali, Bandi Chor Divas, we're seeing communities come together to celebrate their diversity and their strength. We will continue to stand for the unity of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The New York Times 10 years ago. Life in Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class. Median income in Canada appears to have surpassed median income in the United States. Oh, what a decade can do. Now, American workers make almost $20,000 more than their Canadian counterparts. They get twice as much investment every single year. The gap between our per capita GDP and that of the United States is now the worst in a century after this Prime Minister's rising taxes, bureaucracy, and blocking of energy projects. I know why Harris and Trump want to create jobs for Americans, but why does this Prime Minister want to help them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the silence of the Conservative leader is deafening when it comes to what's happening in the South Asian communities right now. And it's a real shame. Not only is he not stepping forward to talk about how all Canadians must stand together and all South Asian Canadians, Sikh, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, are celebrating together this weekend, but he even refuses to take the issue seriously enough to get the security clearance necessary to be briefed on threats to Canada and to Canadians. That's not leadership, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now you know his real agenda. He wants to distract from all the economic misery he's called at home. And so he uses divisions here at home. These divisions are the result of him. Under his leadership, we've seen a 251% increase in hate crimes, fire bombings of synagogues, bullets shot at Jewish children's schools, 100 churches burned and vandalized, and now we see sectarian riots on the streets of Brampton. This never happened before this Prime Minister. Does he take ownership for the divisions he's caused and the violence that has resulted?
Order. Colleagues, I'm going to ask members, please, especially members from the far end of the House, to please not take the floor unless they are recognized by the Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, people watching that last answer will know and note the assuredness with which the Leader of the Opposition declared all the causes and the sources of the terrible violence we're seeing, when the reality is he refuses to take the necessary briefings that our security agencies are offering him to understand the threats to Canada. Why won't he get the security clearance necessary to protect Canadians?
Order. Colleagues, it does not do well when on one side of the House is asked to keep quiet, the other side of the House should do the same. All members should do the same.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the government has tabled regulations to cap greenhouse gas emissions. It's a bit complacent because the deadlines are long, extremely long, and it's Quebecers and Canadians who are paying the price. This is going to give polluters a holiday on emissions control. And this regulation is may appear inadequate given the oil and gas lobby here in the House. Could this not be better done through a statute? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always chosen to do everything that's necessary to reduce emissions, to protect Canadian prosperity, and to protect Canadians' future. That's why we're moving ahead with a cap on greenhouse gas emissions coming from the oil industry. This is an industry that is making record profits, an industry that already has the technology to reduce emissions, but with this cap, the industry will have to invest to reduce emissions so that everyone does their fair share in reducing emissions and protecting the planet. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Instead of considering the green equalization or green banking or funding of green technology, as the Bloc has been advocating for a long time, the Prime Minister himself has said that this is an industry whose profits have skyrocketed since the pandemic. Instead of imposing standards that aren't tough enough, why doesn't he impose tougher standards? And that way he could go before the electorate finally with a bold record on the environment. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know full well that both the Bloc and we have the same opinion on this. No industry should be allowed to pollute without limit. That's why we have put a cap on greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas industry. That industry contributes almost 1/3 of Canada's annual emissions. And so that industry has a greater capacity to reduce our emissions. They're making record profits, so we agree that they should reinvest in technologies that will help reduce emissions and help them do their fair share.
Honourable member from Burnaby South.
Who here doesn't have a family doctor? Well, 5 million Canadians don't. Now, Loblaws owns Maple, and a family doctor working at Maple's will charge you $80 a month per person to see a doctor. Now, things are gotten so bad, this is predatory. The Prime Minister lets you down, and then Galen Weston swoops in to profit off it. Why is this Prime Minister letting Galen Weston profit off of people's pain?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it is the provincial area of jurisdiction to deliver health care in this country, but it is the federal responsibility to make sure that that health care remains public and universal and single payer. And that is exactly what we're doing by investing a record $200 billion in health care over the coming years that will oblige the provinces to invest in public health care, to hire more doctors, particularly family doctors, to reduce wait times, and to improve their mental health services. These are things that Canadians expect, including the federal government expecting it of the provinces.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Yeah.
Private health care is a jungle. It could cost $213 for a minor emergency. It's so profitable that real estate investors are opening private clinics. And the Prime Minister will the Prime Minister finally stand up and put an end to all of this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, we understand and respect the fact that the delivery of health care comes under provincial jurisdiction. But the federal government is responsible for ensuring that our healthcare system remains public, and the federal government has to be there to help with the funding. That's why we've put on the table $200 billion in investments for the next 10 years, which will allow for the hiring of more family doctors, reducing wait times, more support for mental health and workers in the system. And that's what all Canadians expect.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
This Liberal NDP Prime Minister presides over the worst GDP per person growth since the Great Depression. And it's no surprise. His high taxes and woke policies like carbon tax scams, job-killing capital gains tax hike, and oil and gas cap have made Canadians poorer. In fact, U.S. GDP grew 2.8% as Canadians' GDP per person declined for 2 years, driving out business, investment, and jobs. Will this Prime Minister axe the tax hikes that make Canadians poorer?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, what the Conservative will talk about is the record level of investment we have seen in the country, Mr. Speaker. But more importantly for Canadians watching at home, people are wondering, Mr. Speaker, they're really wondering, why is the leader of the Conservative not getting his security clearance, Mr. Speaker? What does he have to hide, Mr. Speaker? People on the street of Canada are asking, Mr. Speaker, get the clearance, get the briefing, get on and do your job, man.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
We're talking about the Canadians. They're starving and they want to make personal attacks on the Conservative leader. These economic arsonists will do anything to deflect away from their failed record. Canadian workers are $22,000 poorer than U.S. workers. If Canada had just kept pace with the U.S. over the last 2 years, Canadian workers would have $6,200 more every year. And now Canada is poorer than Alabama. Why don't these economic arsonists call a carbon tax election so Canadian workers can finally fire them?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and People with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from the Conservatives on how to deliver for Canadians. While they keep their headed agenda, Mr. Speaker, we know exactly what they'll do. They'll cut dental care for 9 million Canadians. They'll end $10 a day childcare. They'll cancel the National School Food Program, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, won't tell you their plan because they don't want Canadians to know. Just like, Mr. Speaker, their leader won't get the security clearance that he needs to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Shame on them. What are they hiding?
The honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, more bad news from experts. Last week, economists at National Bank released an analysis that said, quote, GDP per capita has fallen by about 4% cumulatively since 2022, which is unprecedented outside a recession. This is a made-in-Canada per person per capita GDP recession caused by a government that's hiked taxes on everything. Energy, housing, banks, investment, that's driving out investment and making Canadians poorer. When will the government admit its mistake and reverse course on tax hikes that are driving out investment, like they reversed course on so many other issues?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives would like to make comparisons with the United States, I have one for them. Canada ran a deficit of just 1.1% of GDP in 2023, Mr. Speaker. That's compared to a 6.3% of GDP deficit in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker. We have made sure to be responsible with our balance sheet, and we are doing it while supporting vulnerable Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives' hidden agenda is to cut programs that Canadians rely on.
The honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'll quote another expert relative to Canada's position with the United States. The Governor of the Bank of Canada, who last week said, quote, foreign capital, even some Canadian capital, is going to the United States because they can get faster regulatory approvals, end quote. 2 years ago in Washington, the finance minister in her speech said, quote, Canada must and will show similar generosity in fast-tracking, for example, the energy and mining projects our allies need to heat their homes and to manufacture electric vehicles, end quote. Simple question. Can the government tell us which mining and energy projects they have fast-tracked since the speech in Washington?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I know that member to be an honourable.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's, please. to not take the floor unless recognized by the chair. The honourable member. The honourable leader of the government in the House of Commons from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that member to be someone who cares about Canada's standing in the world and who I thought cared about Canada's national security as well. But what I find perplexing and what I think must be difficult for him to understand is why is it that the leader of the official opposition is refusing to get a security clearance? Why is it that he would rather ignore the threats to Canada's national security? What is it that he's trying to hide, or what is it that he doesn't want to know? The NCCOP reported that a conservative leadership campaign was under threat by foreign actors. Is that something he doesn't want to know about?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Canadian GDP has declined in 8 of the 9 last quarters. This means Canadians are getting poorer, their quality of life is declining dramatically, and the story is exactly the opposite in the U.S., where there's 2.8% GDP growth. Canadians are facing a recession caused by the Prime Minister's increases in carbon tax, housing tax, and capital gains tax. I know it's hard for the Prime Minister to understand the poverty of Canadians because he's never been in need himself, but can he show some compassion by eliminating his taxes? The Honourable Minister. Canadians have enjoyed record investments. Take Honda, for example, the largest investment in their history, $19 billion Honda has invested, and the largest investment in BHP's history also, $22 billion in Saskatchewan. Record investments are being made in Canadian companies. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a winner in this century's economy, and we will continue working for Canadians. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, how many jobs are Canadians losing because of the quadrupling of the carbon tax, and the job-killing capital gains tax increase as well? Where's the gain, Mr. Speaker? And what we've learned through Statistics Canada is that the income of Canadian households has declined while it's on the increase in the U.S. In Canada, people are having to pay through their teeth. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Let's talk about investment in my colleague's riding. Affordable housing units are being built as we speak and the funding for that was questioned by the Conservative leader because he wants to cut back on those deals with the provinces. Would he ask the Conservative leader, who's sitting just 4 seats over for him, if he could get his security clearance so that he can protect all Conservative members against foreign interference? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Tonight, in the presidential elections, Americans will choose who gets to reopen the North American Free Trade Deal in 2026. Our most important free trade agreement is at risk of being renegotiated. Trump has promised to do that, and Harris voted against CUSMA. That's why it's dangerous to let 2 senators, Peter Boehm and Peter Harder, block C-282. They want to overturn the vote of elected officials to put supply management back on the bargaining table as early as 2026. It's the Prime Minister who appointed them. Will he finally ask them to pass C-282 so it's enforced before any renegotiation? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind our Bloc colleagues that senators are independent. What he's saying is that the Bloc doesn't have the power to protect supply management. The only government, the only party, the only group of members who has the will and the desire and the ability to protect supply management is a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Prime Minister knows that if C-282 isn't passed, the Americans could put supply management back on the bargaining table as early as 2026. He also knows it won't be him doing the bargaining, it'll be the Conservative leader. If he doesn't act to put C-282 ahead of any negotiation, he's putting our agriculture in the hands of the Conservatives, the same Conservatives who conceded supply management loopholes in agreements with Europe and Asia. Will the Prime Minister intervene, or has he already done so silently? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that with our Prime Minister, the Minister of International Trade, the Minister of Agriculture, and myself and many of our colleagues, we are talking to senators and we are asking them to get that bill back here quickly. But any legislation can be amended. The best way to protect farmers in Quebec and all across Canada is to ensure that we keep a Liberal government in office for a long time to come. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The last answer to my last question was yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to interrupt the member. I would ask members, please, to allow the member who has the floor to ask his question so that everyone here, including the Speaker, can hear his question. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. From the top, please. It seems that the answer to my last question was yes, Mr. Speaker. No one in this House should tolerate two senators overturning our democratic choice to protect supply management. Message to Misters Beam and Harder. If you want to sacrifice supply management, then run for office. Face the voters for once instead of cashing checks for life in the Senate. Come and present your ideas to farmers in Berthier-Masquinongé. Come and face me. The Liberals are looking for candidates. Will the Prime Minister finally tell them to put their faces on election signs or mind their own business? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. The worst way, Mr. Speaker, to defend supply management is to align with the Conservative Party and vote along with them. They're the ones who pose the greatest risk, the greatest threat to supply management. We're the ones who stood up and defended it against the U.S. And unfortunately, what the Bloc is doing is getting in cahoots with the Conservatives.
Honourable Member from Prince George, Northern Rockies.
After 9 years and 3 U.S. presidents, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister has failed to get a deal with the Americans on softwood lumber, while our previous Conservative government got it done within 80 days. 2 more mills in BC are closing because of this Prime Minister's incompetence. Wayne and Marie Harder have seen their logging businesses in Fort St. John destroyed by these NDP Liberals. I asked Wayne yesterday, who would you fire in this NDP Liberal government? Wayne's answer, all of them. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing for forestry families and call an election today?
I'm going to ask once again the colleagues at the end, particularly the member from New Westminster, Burnaby, and Timmins St. James, Bay James, to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say to forestry industry workers and those in the sector how important they are to Canada, how important they are to Canada's economy, and indeed how important they are to building affordable homes in this country. I know that we continue to work very hard and we have said that getting a deal is indeed the best way to go. But I think what Canadians want to know is why it is that on this side of the House, when we renegotiated NAFTA, on this side of the House, when we stood up to defend tariffs against steel and aluminum workers, or on this side of the House, we are always standing up for workers, what they are doing on the other side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost to Canada's economy. While the Prime Minister dismissed his failure on softwood lumber as a small issue, the U.S. slapped a 14.5% tariff on Canada. This negatively impacts the 24,000 New Brunswick forestry workers. The Prime Minister has failed with 3 straight U.S. presidents, while Prime Minister Harper got a deal in just 80 days. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up for New Brunswick forestry workers?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House have been working very hard in the interests of forestry workers and forestry companies here in Canada. We are working very hard to progress negotiations with the Americans. We are working very hard on value-added forestry. It is something that we are committed to continuing to do, including working with Irving Forest Products in New Brunswick. I would say, though, that on this side of the House, we are working very hard in the best interests of Canadians. We would expect elected officials across the board to be doing that, and Canadians are asking why the Leader of the Opposition will not get his security clearance.
Exactly.
The Honourable Member from Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. Just weeks after the U.S. hit Canada with a 14.5% tariff on softwood lumber, this Prime Minister dismissed its failures and the impact on Canadian workers and the impact of our forestry sector as small issues. Since the PM's comments in New York City, 2 sawmills in BC have closed, putting over 500 workers out of work. Canadian producers have paid $9 billion in tariffs to the U.S., from softwood lumber to Buy America. Why has this Prime Minister repeatedly backed down to the U.S.?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government always stands up for Canadian workers and it always stands up for Canadian industry. When it came to renegotiating NAFTA, we stood strong and protected Canada's economy, while the Conservative Party of Canada said to capitulate. When it came to supporting our steel and aluminum workers, we stood against those tariffs. We hit back hard. What did the other side say, Mr. Speaker? The Conservative Party of Canada said capitulate. Right. When it comes to standing up for Canada's national security, we will always do that. But what about the Conservative Party of Canada? Mr. Speaker, their leader won't even get a security clearance to know what's really going on. What is it he's trying to hide? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have
the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government and 3 American presidents, we still don't have a softwood lumber agreement with the United States. While the previous Conservative Prime Minister got a solution at 90 days after being elected, the incompetence and lack of leadership from this Prime Minister means we don't have a deal. 3 sawmills have filmed recently in Quebec, including one in my riding. 100 workers have been let go. Why are the Liberals still abandoning forestry workers?
Then I had
the Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague, and he knows that we've always stood up for the forestry sector and its workers. But the real question, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are asking today, the real question they're asking is, why is the Conservative leader not getting his security clearance? Why, Mr. Speaker? What is he hiding from Canadians, Mr. Speaker? That's the real question of the day. That's the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader needs to get the security clearance. He'll get the briefings then, and then he'll be able to do his work, because that's what Canadians expect from a leader. They expect them to get a security clearance.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, women veterans will be attending Remembrance Day services this week. Despite their courage and dedication, many of them will be asked if the medals they are wearing belong to their husbands or sons. Women veterans and their loved ones have sacrificed so much for our country. They cannot be made invisible. Will the minister make sure the organizers of the National Remembrance Day ceremony include women veterans, giving them the respect they deserve?
Then I have
the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, today being the first day of Veterans Week, I first of all want to take a moment to thank all the men and women that served in the Canadian Armed Forces and continue to serve with bravery. We owe them a debt of gratitude. As we attend Remembrance Day services all through Canada, we certainly want to make sure that Canadians have a moment to really thank the veterans that have served. I also encourage them to attend Legions and also many commemorative services that will take place all over Canada to thank both men and women that have served in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from London Fanshawe.
For 17 years, the Office of the Veteran Ombuds has been shining a light on the neglect of veterans. We have a sacred obligation to care for those who served, but successive Liberal and Conservative governments have ignored their reports and recommendations. Veterans need action, and we need to empower the Ombuds by giving them the power to compel documents and issue binding recommendations. When will the Liberals make the necessary changes to create a truly independent Ombuds so she can be the champion veterans deserve?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the services that we provided to veterans across this country, since 2016, our government has invested more than $11.5 billion in additional services and support to help our veterans and their families. Unlike the previous Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, we have acted. The previous Conservative government closed Veterans Affairs offices across this country. And the first thing that we did, we reopened all 9 offices, plus we opened an additional one. They also slashed the public service by 1,000 people, Mr. Speaker, public service that provided direct supports to veterans. We will absolutely always be there for veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, our government has an ambitious plan when it comes to housing. Fighting homelessness, making home buying more accessible with the First Home Savings Account, putting federal land on the market for housing, and supporting co-ops. Can the Minister of Economic Development for Quebec please tell us how these measures will increase access to housing around the country and increase housing stock across the country? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Accelerator Fund is going to help to build thousands of social and affordable housing units. Even Conservative MPs know it, and they've written to the Housing Minister to ask to access that program in their own ridings. The irresponsible plan from the Conservative leader to cut investments is going to endanger 8,000 accessible housing units in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. We can't trust a leader who's offering just cuts and slogans, but especially who isn't getting his security clearance so that he can protect Canadians from the dangers that we face.
The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, the majority of young Canadians have now abandoned the dream of home ownership. While housing starts fail to keep up with Canada's population growth, the Americans are building 4 times more housing per new resident. Conservatives have announced a plan to axe the federal sales tax on new homes, and we have called on the provinces to do the same. Our plan means more housing and savings for young Canadians who are desperately trying to enter the housing market. Will the NDP Liberals reignite the dream of homeownership and axe the federal GST on housing?
Here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
The list is growing, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we learned in the Toronto Star that the MP for Kamloops on the Conservative side has joined many other Conservative colleagues to advocate for programs that their leader wants to cut. Programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund that are going to lead to more home building in his community and communities across the country, Mr. Speaker. They want to make these cuts. They have no vision on housing. Therefore, they have no vision on the future for Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's not serious.
I ask the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, as well as the member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame to please not take the floor unless they are recognized by the Speaker. I thank the Honourable Members. The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Speaker, that wannabe minister is so desperately clinging onto their $8 billion failed Liberal housing photo op program that has built 0 houses. Conservatives have proposed the most significant housing policy commitment made in the past 2 decades. And those aren't my words, Mr. Speaker. That's what the West End Home Builders Association has said. And the Canadian Real Estate Association also called it a positive step towards making home ownership more attainable for Canadians. Will the NDP Liberals listen to the experts and axe the federal sales tax on housing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
It's a difficult subject for them, Mr. Speaker, obviously. The MP for Kamloops, the MP for Simcoe North, the MP for Central Okanagan, the MP, and he's the best friend of the Conservative leader, the MP for St. Albert Edmonton, Mr. Speaker, went behind the back of the Conservative leader to advocate for the accelerator fund that's going to lead to more home building. In this House of Commons, on social media, they parrot their leader's talking points, but they don't believe in those talking points, evidently, Mr. Speaker, because they're advocating for good government programs that are going to get more homes built for Canadians.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the two leaders of the Liberal Bloc Party aren't worth the cost of housing, but the common-sense Conservatives will axe the GST on new home sales. For an $800,000 home, which cost only $400,000 when our leader was housing minister, that will allow buyers to save $40,000. That's $2,200 per year in mortgage payments, Mr. Speaker. When will the two leaders of the Liberal Bloc Party axe the federal tax on housing, or are they going to continue to fund their photo op programs? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development for Quebec. Well, I would like to share with my honourable colleague a simple mathematical rule, Mr. Speaker. It's very simple. 6 is lower than 8,000, and that's the number of homes that the Conservative leader is putting in danger. 8,000 with his cuts. He needs to answer to Quebecers. Why won't he do it? I would invite all members, including ministers and leaders of the opposition parties, to take their conversations outside of the House, please. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' failures in housing have been resounding, Mr. Speaker. The two leaders of the Liberal Bloc Party have doubled the cost of housing, rent, and down payments. Because the Liberals' record is such a disaster, the common-sense Conservatives will cut $8 billion in failed, ineffective Liberal housing programs. Mr. Speaker, when the Conservative leader was Minister of Housing, he built 195,000 new homes. And we have the receipts. Why are the two leaders of the Liberal Bloc Party so far to the left that they've left Canadians behind when it comes to housing? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development for Quebec. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know how my honourable colleague can say to his constituents how they are going to cut the 80 housing units that are planned for his riding under the Housing Accelerator Fund. But his constituents also want to know why the Conservative leader doesn't want to get his security clearance and protect Canada's democratic integrity, the integrity of his own party. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. The Liberals promised a major reform of EI in 2015, then again in 2019, then in 2021, and then no later than 2022 promised, and then by Christmas 2022 pinky swear. 9 years, 4 ministers later, the Liberals have done nothing. EI is still failing 6 out of 10 workers. That's why the Bloc Québécois has tabled a bill to reform EI, and it's going to fix these inequalities. Will the Liberals support it? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, and when it comes to the question of modernising the employment insurance program, that's a priority for our government, and we have made major changes, Mr. Speaker. We've extended the illness benefits to 26 weeks. We have extended the 5 weeks of additional support for seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker. We've also added important benefits for adoptive parents, and we are going to continue to modernize the EI system for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. With C418, the Bloc is moving forward where the Liberals have failed since 2015. We are proposing a single eligibility criteria at 420 hours. Increased benefits from 55 to 60%, increasing the minimum benefit period to 35 weeks, increasing special illness benefits to 50 weeks, and the list goes on. That's what a real reform looks like. Will the Liberals support us?
Then I have
the Honourable Minister of Employment. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a gang who want to support us in continuing to modernize the EI system. We've heard loud and clear at our summit on the labour force for the 21st century. Listen, I understand that the Bloc Québécois wants to move forward with certain ideas here in the House, but they are going to disassociate from their friends, the Conservatives, and support us so that we can get back to work, the very important work that we need to get done here in the House of Commons. That's the question of the day.
the honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, they are not worth the cost of housing, and the majority of young Canadians are pointing to this government's failure to manage the economy as the reason their dreams of home ownership are dashed. The Conservatives have a plan. Scrapping the GST on new home sales will save young Canadians tens of thousands of dollars on new homes, and the Conservative leader already wrote the premiers asking them to match his pledge provincially. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Liberals axe the federal GST on housing so more young Canadians can afford a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered the matter already, and on this issue of housing, she ought to look one seat ahead of her to the MP for Peterborough. Earlier today, there was a 2-hour filibuster in the House of Commons committee responsible for housing, where we could have actually talked about housing, but we had to listen to the Conservatives filibuster for 2 hours, as I say, because they were trying to defend their colleague, who only a few days ago said that homelessness and homeless people and poverty lead to crime inevitably, Mr. Speaker. They made a natural connection between the two, blaming the poor for crime in Canada. It's unacceptable. We got to deal with stigma, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lennox, Hastings and Addington.
Let me be clear and call out the facts on the failures of these Liberals. The Liberals' own housing advisor said it was hard to deny that the Housing Accelerator Fund is turning out to be nothing more than a heist of tax dollars flowing from the feds to the municipalities. In contrast, the Conservative plan will apply to every single new home build, regardless if it's in downtown Toronto or in Bancroft. The Conservative plan will take power from the pens of bureaucrats to the hammers of builders. Mr. Speaker, will this government endorse the Conservative plan to scrap the GST on housing? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
More empty slogans from the Conservative side, Mr. Speaker. But you know what's not empty? You know what's real? The example of the Conservative leader who only months ago went down to encampments and filled people in their most vulnerable state. That's right. Who before that visited a home of a working class person, a server, and called it a shack, Mr. Speaker. Yep. So is it any surprise that the MP for Peterborough looks at poverty as something that's caused by those on the street, that points to the poor and makes them responsible for issues of criminality? We have to deal with stigma if we're going to deal with the homelessness crisis. They're not serious, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson and Caribou.
There was chaos, yelling, screaming, running for cover. And no, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about the last Liberal caucus meeting. I'm talking about a police chase that happened in downtown Toronto. It looked like the scene from a movie. Police chasing two people reportedly on bail. Rather than take accountability, this minister's response, do this, blame other people, blame the provinces. When will the Prime Minister and this Justice Minister stand in their place and take accountability for their failed catch and release policy?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about accountability.
There are currently 700 fewer police officers working in the City of Toronto today than when I was the police chief only 9 years ago. Mr. Speaker, there's been a 23% reduction in police per population in Toronto over those 9 years. And Mr. Speaker, how did that happen? 2 consecutive Conservative mayors, under the unwatchful eye of a Conservative premier, allowed a hiring freeze and those cuts to take place. If you want to look for accountability, look in the mirror.
Order, please. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, through the First and Second World Wars, over 300,000 Canadians in uniform left Halifax to go to Europe. Canada has hundreds of thousands of veterans, all of whom have their own specific experience. Every year, Veterans Week is the opportunity to reaffirm that as Canadians, we have the duty to remember the sacrifices that those who have served made, and that those who continue to serve continue to make. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs please inform this House about the theme of Veterans Week this year? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. I'd like to thank my colleague from Ottawa-Vanier for her important question and for her hard work for our veterans and their families. The theme of Veterans Week this year is Canadian Armed Forces Around the World. It's a theme that reflects the role that Canada has long played in promoting and defending peace and security around the world. Mr. Speaker,
Canadians across the country to either attend Legions this week, to thank a veteran, and also to make sure that they take part in a commemorative service in their community. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Liberals' $9 million cover-up of their luxury condo purchase in New York City is now unraveling. Newly uncovered government documents show that the Prime Minister's media pal, Tom Clark, lied before a parliamentary committee. Wow. He had previously said that he didn't weigh in on the purchase, but now we know he in fact said that it required urgent replacement. After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, they're not worth the cost, the corruption, or lies from their insiders. So will the Prime Minister fire his buddy Tom Clark for lying to Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I just went to the HoC committee and I answered all his questions for an hour, and we've been talking about this issue. First and foremost, we have good value for money in this transaction. $7 million will be refunded. Second, all the process were, of course, followed. And finally, we don't fall into the character assassination that he's doing about an important consul. But not only that, at the time of the U.S. election today, when all Canadians are looking down south to see what's going to happen, we need to invest in the American-Canadian relationship, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
These economic vandals bought a $9 million condo in Manhattan for the Prime Minister's buddy, and they're subsidizing his rent to the tune of $40,000 per month after doubling rents for Canadians, doubling mortgages for Canadians, and presiding over a country for 9 years with homeless encampments springing up under bridges in communities from coast to coast to coast. If that's not bad enough, Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers. 25% of Canadians don't know where their next meal is coming from. If they won't fire Clark for lying, will they fire him for blowing $9 million?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Apparently, Mr. Clark was good enough for the Conservative when he was moderating their leadership race, but that's another issue. That's another issue, Mr. Speaker. What I want to say today is, as Canadians are looking down south to see what's going on and to take act of the will of the American people, we will invest in the relationship between Canada and the U.S., contrary to what the Conservatives want to do. And of course, we won't take the recommendation of having an official residence outside of Manhattan. Why? Because only 2 countries in the world do so, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from... Order. That includes the honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's. The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, Tom Clark lied to committee, saying that he didn't know about the purchase of a $9 million condo. The Minister of Foreign Affairs also said she didn't know about the purchase of a $9 million condo. She also said she didn't know that a Canadian warship was next to Russian warships in the port of Havana. She also said that she didn't know that a senior global affairs official attended a Russian embassy party. Mr. Speaker, isn't that the role of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to know?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I know I have a lot of time for the member opposite because she used to be the consul in Dallas, and she knows how much it's important to be investing in her diplomatic network in the U.S. So, of course, we'll continue to do so. We'll continue to invest across our continent, across also the U.S., because if there's one country in the world who knows about the Americans, who knows about the U.S., it's Canada.
Good job now.
The honourable member from Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, previous Conservative government has brought cuts and challenges that left many veterans struggling, particularly in British Columbia, and we don't want to see this happen again. Our Liberal government has worked diligently to address these issues. As we reflect on these changes, let us remember that our commitment to veterans must be unwavering. Can the Minister of Citizen Services share how our government has expanded our reach to better support veterans from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Minister from Citizen Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you remember when the Conservatives campaigned on shutting down veterans' offices? Yep. Or do you remember when they promised to increase the retirement age to 67? Well, of course you don't, because Conservatives never actually say what they're actually going to do. It's why they speak in slogans. They hope no one would notice that they shut down veterans' offices in Corner Brook, Sydney, Charlottetown, Thunder Bay, Windsor, Saskatoon, Brandon, Kelowna, and Prince George. Mr. Speaker, our government reopened all those offices, and we opened a new office in Surrey, because when we say that we support veterans, unlike Conservatives, we actually mean it.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, Windsor is being abused and taken for granted by the Liberals yet again. It's a sad state that the city must sue the federal government to recoup the cost of the Ambassador Bridge blockade. While the Conservatives supported this illegal activity that hurt the economy and public safety, the Liberals are making Windsor taxpayers foot the bill. This means less money for roads, parks, housing, and emergency services. Less services for Windsor because of Liberal failures. Instead of forcing Windsor to fight in court, will this government repay the city and finally take responsibility for federal border costs as they should?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague from Windsor for that important question. He's right. At a time when the Conservatives were supporting the illegal acts of the convoy, the City of Windsor and the Province of Ontario were partners with the Government of Canada in trying to bring this horrible crisis to a peaceful conclusion. I was happy some months ago to have an opportunity to talk to the Mayor of Windsor. My colleagues on this side of the House have also been talking to me about what we can do to support the City of Windsor. And Mr. Speaker, we're always open to working with the City of Windsor. They've been a valuable partner to our government.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, INEO Employment in Port Alberni provides vital support to help people trying to find jobs. They offer necessary training and capacity building for employment readiness. They can do this because of the BC Community and Employer Partnerships Program, but they've recently lost support due to federal funding cuts. Funding cuts that are happening because the Liberal slashed BC's funding by $74 million. They're leaving people out to dry. But while they do everything they can to continue to prop up rich CEOs, will the Liberals immediately restore BC's federal funding to make sure that these critical programs keep running?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
I'm happy to report to this House that the Government of Canada transfers $2.8
billion every year to train almost 1 million workers in partnerships that we have with British Columbia, provinces and territories across the country. If that member and other members in this House want to make sure that we have a fully functioning workforce, let's get the provinces to do their part when it comes to recognizing foreign credentials. We have thousands of people in this country who need to make sure that the credentials are recognized here. We need the provinces to do their part and make sure that people don't have survival jobs in this country, but they have dignified jobs from coast to coast to coast.
It being 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante, Madame.
The question is the following one. Ms. Posey moves that the report of the Standing Committee on the Environment, report number 4, be concurred in.
For members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Bien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Ms. Gallant.
Ms. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vidal.
Correction, Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mrs. Sachs.
Mrs. Sachs.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Serri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur...
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
De retour à Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame
Desbiens.
Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Or they may rise in the House. The honourable member for Madame Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga, yay pour.
Mrs. Block?
Madam Speaker, and I would like to confirm that my vote was recorded as yay.
Yeah.
It was recorded as yay. Monsieur Noor Mohammed?
Yes, I want to confirm that my vote was recorded as yes.
Okay. So your vote is being recorded as yes.
Mr. Noor Mohammed, yay pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Barrett to the motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The question is as follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Williams, moved that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be concurred in. Amendment,
Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Patzer, moved to the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, including with respect to the implementation of requirements for financial institutions to disclose climate-related financial information, an initiative which the committee traced back to a 2015 decision of G20 central bank governors, provided that, for the purposes of this study, Mark Carney be ordered to appear as a witness for at least 2 hours at a date and a time to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but within 21 days of the adoption of this order.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Murray?
Madam Speaker, I would like to check that my vote was counted and I voted nay.
Right. The vote was counted and it was counted as a nay. There's no one else. The House will now proceed to the taking of the, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 118, 118. Nays contre 208, 208.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Williams, move that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be concurred in.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise.
House Leader? Whip, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I'd request a recorded division.
Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Palowski.
Mr. Palowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the end of the 10-minute electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muir's in relation to the privilege motion. La mise au voix porte sur le...
The question is on the sub-amendment and is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, proposes that the government's incapacity to provide the documents ordered by the House on June 10, 2024, be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Amendment. Mr. Berthold.
Perkins moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following, provided that it be an instruction. Should I dispense? No? Provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Auditor General of Canada. 4, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 5, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. 6, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons. 7, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. 8, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and B, that it report back to the House no later than Friday, November 22nd, 2024. The sous-amendment.
The sub-amendment, Mr. Muse, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding, after subparagraph A2, the following: the Privacy Commissioner of Canada who respected the order of the House and deposited unredacted documents. 4, Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet Governance.
For members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Dentel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreshin.
Mr. Dreshin.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Murray,
Ms. Murray.
Miss Kara,
Ms. Kara.
Miss Sahota,
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Leboutillier,
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibot,
Madame Bibot.
Miss Jacek,
Ms. Jazik.
Madame Bendayen,
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Gerritsen,
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste,
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk,
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon,
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Yacono,
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa,
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood,
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin,
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai,
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway,
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld,
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis,
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Long,
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam,
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey,
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard,
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South,
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera,
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hefner,
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang,
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers,
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga,
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski,
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford,
Miss Bradford.
Madame Lapointe,
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compléter.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 149, 149.
Je déclare.
I declare the sub-amendment carried.
C'est un point d'ordre, l'honorable.
Is it a point of order?
J'ai pas marqué quand j'ai fait debout.
You didn't see me when I stood.
Just one moment. Député?
Oui, Madame la Présidente, j'étais dans la chambre en nuit.
I was in the house. I had trouble with the app, but you didn't notice me when I said that my vote hadn't been counted. I didn't see you? Okay. We'll have a look at the vote. Is there unanimous consent for the member to have her vote counted? Yes. Can the honourable member say how she intends to vote? Against. Okay, thank you. That will be added to the tally.
Au résultat. C'est bien. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 50 minutes. Je désire informer la Chambre que le voix.
I wish to inform the House that the earpieces will now be reset.
Ordre du jour.
Privilège, reprise de l'étude d'une motion.
Question of privilege, resuming debate of a motion of privilege regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the amended motion of Mr. Berthold. I'd like to ensure that people having discussions could perhaps leave the chamber so that we can continue with the debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a debate that I really wasn't keen on participating in because it exposes the underbelly of the current government and its corrupt ways. I don't enjoy talking about the failures of our national government. I just don't. But the reality is there's so much to say on this. And today we are, of course, discussing the Green Slush Fund and the Prime Minister and his government's efforts to hide the corruption that undergirds this particular scandal. Now, Madam Speaker, at issue is, as I said, the Green Slush Fund. And as its name implies, it involves money. It involves a purported green innovation fund that was brought forward by Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And you know, Madam Speaker, I'm having difficulty hearing myself because of discussions happening across the floor.
I gave them notice to keep it down and maybe take it out. So our member for Abbotsford may continue, and hopefully we will continue to have order in the House now.
So, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, this Green Slush Fund is about slush, which is effectively a term that describes insiders within government taking taxpayers' dollars and funneling them to insiders, corporate interests, friends of the government, and it is a liberal green slush fund. It is a program that was put forward by this liberal government that has effectively allowed taxpayers' money, millions and millions of dollars, to be funneled to private interests without any significant oversight. And just to refresh your memory, Madam Speaker, this fund was supposed to promote green energy technology. This was a fund that was supposed to incentivize the private sector to step into the environmental arena, come up with innovative solutions to the environmental challenges facing not only Canada, but the world. So on its surface, this program seemed to be one that was suited for our times. There's a lot of money. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, let's call it a $1 billion fund intended to promote green initiatives within Canada. Well, what happened? Instead of this money going to worthy organizations, it went to insiders, liberal insiders, corporations that were connected to this government one way or another. And let me explain how that happened. When you establish a fund like that, typically government will establish a board of directors. And they'll draw from the private sector individuals who have expertise in that particular space, in this case being the green environmental space. And these directors have a responsibility to review every application for funding on its merits and to make sure there are no private interests, no conflicts of interest that arise that would allow corruption to set in. But instead of doing this, what did this board do? It funneled huge swaths of money from this fund to their own companies.
Shame.
The directors of this board made decisions that caused much of this money to be funneled to their own companies. That, by definition, is corruption, especially if those directors have not declared conflicts of interest, which they didn't on, get this, Madam Speaker, on 186 occasions, conflicts of interest were not declared. Directors did not recuse themselves or remove themselves from the process to ensure that the integrity of this funding mechanism was maintained. And now we have this slush fund. And of course, we as MPs in this House became aware of this, and we asked the government to deliver to Parliament all relevant documents relating to this scandal and to this corruption. That's the least that Canadians should expect of their members of Parliament. But instead, what the government said, no. These documents, they are confidential, they are sensitive, they really aren't the purview of Parliament. We're the government, and we know best, and we're not going to let you see those documents. So, of course, those of us in the opposition benches in this House, we got upset, very upset. And we said, you as a government have no right to withhold documents that are relevant to a police investigation into corruption at the highest levels of government.
That's right.
And so we went to you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it was Mr. Speaker at the time. And we said, Mr. Speaker, we believe there's a point of privilege here, and we would ask that you order that these documents be turned over to Parliament for delivery to our police authorities, in this case, the RCMP. And the Speaker of this House, the highest authority in Parliament, said, yes, I'm ordering you, government, Mr. Prime Minister, to turn over these documents to Parliament.
That's right.
That was the order of the Speaker of the House of Commons, the highest authority in Parliament. There is no appeal from that order or that decision. The Speaker, who is actually a Liberal, made the decision to make that order. And what did the Prime Minister do? He defied the order. He said, no,
shame.
I am above Parliament. I'm above the law. I will not turn over those documents, except in a redacted form. Now, for Canadians who don't understand what redaction is, it's simply censorship. What happens is government bureaucrats, at the instruction of their political masters, will black out huge sections of these documents.
That's right.
And then they say, well, we turned over some documents, but of course there's nothing of value to be read because all the relevant information has been blacked out. And that's what this Prime Minister did. He refused to divulge and disclose to this House, the People's House, the House that should be accountable to Canadians. He said, no, I'm defying the Speaker, I'm defying Parliament, I'm defying MPs, I am placing myself above the law and above Parliament, and I will not give you those documents in unredacted form. You're right. Shame on the Prime Minister and his government.
That's right.
This is what happens in tin pot dictatorships. Yet we have a Prime Minister who's established himself as the ultimate supreme authority in this country, above the law and above Parliament. I hope Canadians understand that. I know his government is imploding, but that's the kind of Prime Minister we have in Canada right now, willing to defy the rule of law. Now, Madam Speaker, this issue has been referred to a parliamentary committee, as it should be. And, of course, the government wants this matter to go to committee without having any of the relevant documents available for investigation, for review. They want the parliamentary committee to undertake its work without actually having the information that it would require and that our police authorities would require to actually get to the bottom of this very, very ugly and incredibly expensive scandal, the Green Slush Fund. We're talking about $1 billion slush fund from which $330 million has been diverted to insiders, and where 186 conflicts of interest by board members were never declared. 186 times a decision was made to act unethically on that board. It's unbelievable, Madam Speaker, that this could happen in Canada today. So this matter is supposed to be referred, of course, to the committee, but we as a House, acting collectively, have decided until the Speaker's ruling is complied with, we will not allow this matter to go to the committee. It is that important. And I believe Canadians who are watching today would agree with me, and would agree most of the members of this House, that this scandal is of such proportion and is so significant and goes to the very heart of this government, that they want this properly investigated, and they want the investigative authorities to have the information required to truly get to the bottom of this. It has been said, of course, Madam Speaker, that a fish rots from its head.
That's right.
And that is truly an apt description of this government. What's happening with the Prime Minister in his office, within his cabinet, certain ministers who are doing their darnest to try to hide from Canadians the gravity of this scandal. It's disgraceful. Now, Madam Speaker, Canadians should not be surprised that this scandal has now bubbled to surface and that Parliament is investigating this. This scandal has been described as being of the same nature as the sponsorship scandal, which brought down the Chrétien government. Remember that, Madam Speaker? I'm entitled to my entitlements. This is akin to that. And I expect when all of this information comes out, and the government can't hide this forever, when this information comes out, I believe people are going to go to jail.
That's right.
I believe there's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars that will have to be recovered from people who scam taxpayers.
That's right.
And I believe this government is going to be held accountable in the next carbon tax election, which I hope takes place very soon, when Canadians can cast judgment on this corrupt and unethical and incompetent Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, we talked about accountability and transparency. The least I would expect of a government that when its hands get caught in the cookie jar, and it's caught red-handed, that it doesn't mea culpa and says, okay, we screwed up, there's a real problem here, we're going to get to the bottom of it, we want to start afresh, we believe Canadians deserve to know how corrupt their government is, and they move forward accordingly. In fact, Madam Speaker, let me remind you, back in 2015, when this Prime Minister was first elected, do you remember Sunny Ways, my friend, Sunny Ways?
What a joke.
Do you know what he sent? He sent a letter to each one of his ministers, his cabinet ministers. And that letter was headed Open and Accountable Government. And I'm just going to read you a portion of that letter, which would demonstrate to you, Madam Speaker, not only the lengths to which our Prime Minister went to pretend that he was an ethical Prime Minister, but how badly he has failed Canadians in delivering accountable government. So, here's the quotation from this letter. It starts off by saying, a message to ministers, quote, at its heart is a simple idea. Open government is good government. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Further quoting, for Canadians to trust our government, we must trust Canadians. And we will only be successful in implementing our agenda to the extent that we earn and keep this trust. Now let me break for a moment. Has this Prime Minister and this government earned the trust of Canadians?
No.
I ask Canadians who are watching this today, ask yourself the question. After 10 long years of this failed Liberal government, have they earned your trust?
No.
I will continue. Quote, to be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. The trust of Canadians will rest on the accountability of our government. Now listen to this. Quote, our Prime Minister, in our system, the highest manifestation of democratic accountability is the forum of Parliament.
Whoa.
Let me repeat that. This is our Prime Minister in his letter to his cabinet ministers, claiming to be the bastion of integrity, writing, quote, in our system, the highest manifestation of democratic accountability is the forum of Parliament. And now this very same Prime Minister has not only contradicted his letter from 2015, he has defied this Parliament.
He has.
He has defied the Speaker of the House of Commons, our highest authority within Parliament, from whom there is no appeal. That is our Prime Minister. Today, an unworthy Prime Minister, unworthy of Canadians' trust. Now, Madam Speaker, you can see I am very upset about what I've experienced in this House in the last 10 years. I've been a member of this chamber almost 20 years.
Wow.
I've seen the cut and thrust of debate. I've seen the ups and downs of governments. And none of us is perfect. I'm not expecting perfection from anyone in this House. I don't expect perfection from our government. I do expect excellence. I do expect integrity. I do expect honesty and transparency. And sadly, that is lacking from this government. And that is why Canadians should no longer have any trust or confidence in this government. And I know my Liberal colleagues over there who are listening to me speak today, they know I'm telling the truth. Now, they're still propping up this Prime Minister, even though many of them privately are saying, hey, he's got to go, he's got to go. We don't trust him anymore. He's not our guy. But publicly, they're still out there cheering along, clapping like trained seals. But the reality is, he's even lost the confidence of his own MPs. They just don't have the courage to stand up and be counted today. Madam Speaker, we deserve better than that.
Yep.
You know, it gets worse than that, Madam Speaker. If I were only speaking about the Green Slush Fund, that would be enough.
Right.
But this government has a long history of corruption and graft and incompetence and recklessness. Think of the SNC-Lavalin affair back in 2019, when it was this Prime Minister who stepped in to pervert the rule of law in Canada by interfering in a criminal prosecution of one of Canada's flagship companies, SNC-Lavalin. And in the process, you know what the Prime Minister did? Because his Justice Minister, who was Canada's first Indigenous Justice Minister and a woman, a thoroughly capable woman, he fired her.
Sad.
And fired another minister, Jane Philpott. It goes on. The We Charity scandal. The vacation at the Aga Khan's Island, which he claimed was his friend. He was investigated for ethics violations, Madam Speaker. Time and time again, this government violates the trust of Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, I have a...
The honourable member's time is up. I've been giving him a 5-minute, a 2-minute, a 20-second. Sorry, the honourable member, I gave the honourable member quite a bit of time to wrap up. So we'll go to questions and comments, and he can add during that time. The honourable member for questions and comments. The honourable member for
St. John.
St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I have a lot of respect for him, and 20 years service is absolutely incredible in this House. I take the member opposite at his word that he did not want to get up and waste his time and waste our time this afternoon with that speech, but we did hear the speech. So, Madam Speaker, I do have a quote from the Commissioner of the RCMP I'd like to read to the member opposite. And I quote, the RCMP's ability to receive and use information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers afforded by the Auditor General Act in the course of a criminal investigation could give rise to concerns under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion where privacy interests exist could support a criminal prosecution to further a criminal investigation. There is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of the normal investigative process in charter protections. Again, Madam Speaker, lots of respect for the member opposite, but I'd like him to comment on the Commissioner of the RCMP's words. Thank you.
Member for Abbotsford.
I'd be glad to, Madam Speaker, and this gives me an opportunity, of course, to move, seconded by the member for Brandon Souris.
Only move a motion during his speech. He can't do it during questions and comments. So the honourable member for Abbotsford.
I'd be glad to respond to the question. Now, I noticed that the member for St. John's Rothsay qualified the letter by including the terms where privacy interests exist. Of course, privacy interests are sacrosanct in Canada. There is a reason why we have privacy interests in Canada, and we protect them at all costs. There's nothing that prevents this Parliament from receiving the documentation that we've asked for and protect the privacy interests of those who may be implicated. So, Madam Speaker, there is no reason for this Prime Minister to defy the Speaker of this House. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, if the Speaker of this House ordered documents knowing full well that privacy interests are impaired? But they're not. This is not an issue of Charter of Rights being impaired. This is an issue of the integrity of this House and the transparency of this government.
Well done. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Churchill, Kiwanis, Newcastle.
Madam Speaker, now we've heard over many days many Conservative members point to obviously Liberal scandal, but this member also pointed to the fact how long he's been here. Some of those years overlap with years that I've been here under the Harper government, where we also saw a number of scandals of their own making. And I would ask the member, more importantly, when it comes to defending Canadians' concerns, right? A rising cost of living. Where is this member, and where are Conservatives when it comes to standing with us in the NDP in terms of calling for tax fairness, in terms of calling for concrete action to take on corporate greed from grocery stores and other corporations that are gouging Canadians? Why do the Conservatives, when they have the chance, refuse to stand up to the rich and powerful when they have, as they have the chance in this House? Why do they vote against Canadians' interests?
The Honourable for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you to that member for that question. What I would say is this. Over the last 20 years, I don't think we've ever experienced the kind of affordability crisis that Canada sees today.
That's right.
And I thank her for mentioning the affordability crisis. But the best thing she and her NDP colleagues could do is force a carbon tax election so that Canadians can judge this failed Liberal government and install a Conservative government that is going to axe the tax and is going to build the homes and is going to stop the crime and is going to fix the budget.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've shared many times over the last month and a half of the speeches on this, Greens are concerned with the mismanagement of SDTC. It's why we supported the motion back in June. It's why we support this being actually investigated. My question to the member for Abbotsford is just one of clarification. In his speech, I believe he shared that Parliament is investigating this. Maybe I misheard. It doesn't seem to me like it's been a month and a half, and Conservative speeches, one after the other, is not really an investigation. It's a monologue, but it's not an investigation. Can he clarify what an actual parliamentary investigation could look like and how we could look to have one done? Potentially voting on this motion could get us there.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Any investigation starts with the proper information. And that proper information has not been provided by this government. This Parliament and this Speaker has determined that there are documents within the possession of this government that are salient and relevant to an investigation of the Green Slush Fund scandal. Until we receive that documentation, Parliament's hands are bound, our police authorities' hands are bound. We're looking for documents to be delivered as instructed by the Speaker of this House. I have confidence that he has made the right decision, and it is the majority of the members of this House who have supported him in that decision, and we will not rest until we get those documents unredacted.
I hope that the honourable member is not on his telephone in the House. I hope that's not, the honourable member is not on a telephone in the House. All right, thank you. Questions and comments?
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I really appreciated my colleague's speech. He's a man of great experience, but also of great integrity. And over the course of his career, he has demonstrated that. Over the course of this government, they have demonstrated the exact opposite. In fact, over 1/3 of all scandals in the history of Canadian governance has been committed by this government alone. I'm wondering if my colleague has any thoughts about that and how they have led without integrity, and in his experience, maybe he could just enlighten this government to what it actually means to lead with integrity.
Order. If the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has anything to add, he should wait till it's questions and comments. The Honourable Member, and that he's recognized. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me just say something about integrity. I'm a great believer in something called servant leadership. It's about serving others, putting the interests of others ahead of your own. And that requires character. And that's the one thing I have found missing in this government. The character to lead this country with distinction and with honor, and to admit when they're wrong, to admit when they've screwed up. I mean, that is at the heart of what it means to be a servant leader, acknowledging in humility, complete humility, that we don't always get it right. I don't always get it right. Nobody in this House gets it right all the time. So we should be open enough and humble enough to admit that. And that's one thing that I found missing. And it is so desperately needed in government nowadays that we restore the integrity that Canadians have expected of their elected leaders here in Ottawa.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on that note of integrity and character, I do want to say to this member, because I know he's not running again, that I certainly feel as though he has integrity and character. And I might put him on the spot by saying this, but the way that he stood up for the Governor of the Bank of Canada, and the way that he stood up to the leader of his party, and what the outcome of that was for him personally, couldn't have been easy, but I admire him for doing that.
Our member for Abbotsford has less than a minute to respond.
Well, I didn't hear a question in that, but I do thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for his very kind words. I have loved being a part of this parliamentary family here in the House of Commons. I love my colleagues across the aisle as well. We often disagree, sometimes vehemently. Occasionally we heckle each other, but hopefully it's always in a good-natured way. I always appreciate a witty comment or two. But as we move forward, we do need to restore Canadians' trust in the institutions of Parliament. And that is something that I see declining rapidly. We can't afford this as a country. And I hope whoever follows me and whoever follows this government after the next carbon tax election will be able to restore that trust in government that Canadians expect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Fraser Canyon, Small Business. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Persons with Disability, and the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Carbon Pricing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Oh, attendez un petit peu.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye, Madam Speaker, so I could rise again to speak on this amendment. Situation now where Parliament has been paralyzed for multiple weeks because the Liberal government's unwillingness to actually release all of the unredacted documents to the public. You know, Madam Speaker, when I spoke to the original main motion and the sub-amendment on this matter, I then told my constituents the depth of the issue that was going on before this House, that the government was refusing to disclose documents that my constituents as taxpayers had already paid for, documents that by all rights they should obtain, because as taxpayers they have a right to know what their government is doing with both funds and documentations within government. And we're talking almost $400 million that was misappropriated, misspent, and as the Auditor General has indicated, corruptly sent to the crony friends that ministers of the Crown had appointed to the board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, which we have labeled as the Green Slush Fund. And Madam Speaker, I got back a lot of my constituents who replied back that they were very happy to see that opposition parties, that all opposition parties way back in June of 2024 voted as a group against the Liberal government, demanding that these documents be given over to the House of Commons law clerk and then proceed then to give them to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP. And they were pleased to see that because they are just as worried as I am that close to $400 million would be corruptly spent, corruptly sent to companies that in some cases, as the Auditor General discovered, about 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 companies who made applications and were given money had nothing to do with financing and supporting green technology, innovation, commercialization in Canada. And it's examples like that that I tell my constituents, how do you get to billions of dollars of deficits? How do you get to billions of dollars of new debt that's accumulated on the national treasury that all citizens, all taxpayers are responsible? Well, it starts with millions and then it becomes billions. And this is a perfect example. Almost $400 million that could have been spent on anything else, or it could have been saved. We could have had a lower deficit in a particular year. And Madam Speaker, many Conservative members have asked the question, what could we have done with the close to $400 million that was corruptly spent by SDTC's board members that were appointed by a now former industry minister? And again, like I recounted in a prior debate, this fund had a clean bill of health right up until the Liberals decided to muck around in the people and individuals who were involved in making decisions on which projects would be funded and which ones would not be funded. At first, they replaced the board chair. They replaced the board chair because Jim Balsillie, who is a well-known entrepreneur in Canada, has had a lot of success in business, was really inconvenient for them because he was criticizing government policymaking and government decisions, so they then replaced him. And they replaced him with a different board chair, an adversarian, who was selected to be the new board chair. And then other board members started getting replaced. And this is where the issues began to accumulate, Madam Speaker. And this is why we find ourselves today with now considering the issue before the House, where the government is still refusing to give over the documents. And you know, the motion, the House order that was passed back in June that the government has refused to comply with within the time span that was given to it, it was very direct, it was very clear. Anything to do with SDTC or the Green Slush Fund documents had to be given over to the law clerk's office, the law clerk who we all trust as parliamentarians, who often works with different parliamentary committees to ensure that we give when there are issues of documentation, redactions of documents, the House has an absolute and complete right to get unredacted documents of whatever type they may be. And then we trust the law clerk to look at them carefully and decide which documents should be made available to parliamentarians. In this situation, where we're at, the House basically passed by majority vote, is that we give it to the law clerk, then give it to the RCMP. And you know, I've listened to debate. I've listened to debate over the past few weeks from different Liberal caucus members of the government caucus. And what they've said as excuse giving, that they've said is, well, potentially some of these documents may infringe the rights, the charter rights of some types of Canadians. And that argument is specious, I would say, Madam Speaker. It's a ridiculous argument to make. They've never actually said which charter rights would be infringed. And the charter cannot be used as a shield for Liberal government corruption. That was never the intention of the ratifiers of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms into the Constitution that it be later used by the government to say we can't release the documents because what you may see in here could infringe on some types of rights. That was never the intention. It is a bad argument to make, and I think in the case of my constituents, based on the replies I have seen to that newsletter that I had sent out, containing more information on exactly what was going on, exactly which types of documents we were requesting to see. That is what my constituents responded with, saying, we agree. It cannot be the case that the government could use a type of argument that says, well, the Charter protects us and we therefore cannot release any types of documents. And many of the documents that the government has released were redacted, had portions of it blacked out, which is a frustration for me that I've had for many years here, where I see it being done at parliamentary committees, to then see it done literally in the House of Commons, when we've made ourselves very clear. If we had wanted unredacted documents, or to give that option to the Government of Canada, to the Liberal government, we would have told them that in the motion. The motion would have said we give some latitude to give unredacted documents when it's, say, provincial federal relations, if it's private information, which are all, by the way, Madam Speaker, sections of the Access to Information Act which allow for redactions. Or we would have said for government machinery of government, government operations, or for cabinet confidences, we would have said, well, you don't need to give us those. We have referenced parts of the ATIP Act, but we did not. The motion did not. It just said to give all of the documents over. The documents must be really bad. There must be something there truly terrifying for Liberal cabinet members, for especially the industry minister, because it was partially under his watch that decisions had to be made. And they've run away from this fund, really. That's how bad it is. They've run away from this fund. This fund has basically been rolled into the National Research Council, and they've just washed their hands of it and pretend as if they were not there, actively participating in what was going on. There were government officials who were in those meeting rooms with the board members. And again, these documents must be really that awful in order to paralyze all of Parliament, where we have been debating this now for weeks on end. And I always tell my constituents, back to the original point, is why do we want these documents? We want these documents because we need to get to the truth of what happened to the close to $400 million that was corruptly allocated to companies that, as the Auditor General found, 186 cases out of 400, 186 cases of where the conflict of interest rules were not followed, for a fund that the Auditor General pre-2017 had said, clean bill of health. The only thing that really changed between when the fund was originally created in the post-2000s to 2017 is that this particular cabinet took over. And then these Liberals decided that it would be okay to start finagling and making decisions that were wrong. The people that they appointed made these corrupt decisions. They are responsible to the taxpayer, to the citizen of Canada then, for releasing those documents to prove to us exactly where did the money go. Close to $400 million. When I think back, close to $400 million, how much, netted out for an Alberta family right now, after the rebate, the carbon tax is still costing the average Alberta family $911. How many Alberta families could have their carbon tax covered for close to $400 million? It is a huge number. The entire population of Alberta could have had almost their carbon tax paid for an entire year. It is real money. It has a real impact on people in my riding. The carbon tax has had a real impact. So when they see that money, because they know they don't get all of it back, they know that. They will feel it in their pocketbook. They feel it at the end of the month when they're paying their bills. They feel it when they see how much income tax is deducted on their T4s. They can feel it and they can see it, Madam Speaker. So then when they're told that not only is the government missing its budget forecast by $7 to $8 billion, because that's what the government has done here. That's like a 20% miss, Madam Speaker. 20% miss. The deficit is closer to $47, $48 billion is what it'll come into for the last fiscal year. And then you have the parliamentary budget officer add on to that and say $400 million of that was mismanaged. And then you add in this $400 million, close to $400 million, that was also not just mismanaged, Speaker, it was corruptly directed to sometimes the board member of SDTC, or the Green Slush Fund, was a board member or a corporate officer of the company that received the money. Now, I remember my time in the Chamber of Commerce. This was like corporate ethics 101, like stuff you just cannot do under any circumstances. You're supposed to recuse yourself when you have situations where you have either a real conflict of interest, but the worst type, the perceptions of a conflict of interest, where you would recuse yourself from the decision-making process. And you have a situation where those people appointed by the Liberal cabinet made those corrupt decisions. And that's why taxpayers and citizens have a right to know, how bad does the rot go? And, you know, and in a prior speaking opportunity, Madam Speaker, on the main motion, this is that newsletter that I sent to my constituents, I related it back to my founding experience as what made me into a conservative. Why did I choose to choose the Conservative Party of Canada as the vehicle for my ideas? Because I always describe it that way. There are lots of different political parties. They organize our passions. What are we passionate about? What are our priorities? And I became a conservative partially because of the 1995 referendum in the province of Quebec. And then the second kind of founding major event in my life was the sponsorship scandal. And the sponsorship scandal was another fund, not quite the same size, about a tenth of the money corruptly spent, giving to the advertising buddies of the Liberal Party of Canada. It's every single time there's a major corruption scandal in Canada, we somehow have the Liberal government is in charge. It's almost every single time. And that, to me, was a very foundational event in my life. That's what led me to become a conservative, kind of more philosophically, because corruptly assigning money to your friends and buddies that it's taxpayer cash is just wrong. It's plain wrong. That should have been known by the people making these decisions. That the Auditor General has basically indicated that. And as she went through her audit, she explained line by line every single issue that existed with this green slush fund. And it was the Liberals. And it's not the only one. There's been SNC-Lavalin. Every single time there's like a scandal that's come up, at first the Liberals, there's this arc, so-called. At first they denied that anything went on. That was the case with SNC-Lavalin and the deferred prosecution, which cost them the firing of the very first Indigenous Justice Minister, Attorney General in the history of Canada, fired, undeservedly fired. And then the President of the Treasury Board that was then summarily fired. Both of them were expelled from government caucus. That was the SNC-Lavalin scandal. First, they denied it. They denied the Globe and Mail story was true. Then they said, well, the story is true, but it's not what you're pretending that it is. And then eventually they said, well, yes, this is exactly how it happened. There was a recording that was released as well. So, to me, the whole story is happening all again. The government has insisted there's nothing to see here at first. They said there was nothing going on. They got up in question period and answered questions and denied as ardently as they possibly could. Eventually, the Auditor General's report said that, no, this situation is untenable. There is not just corruption, but very deep corruption that goes back to 2017 when these decisions on who could make those decisions on how the money would be allocated by these board members, all appointed by the cabinet again. And again, in the case of Annette Verscherian, she even had $200,000 given to one of her companies. And when she emailed some of the staff, and this again, public documents, when she emailed some of the staff, they promised to find other funds in government where her company could gain access to additional monies. Like the government of Canada is not a piggy bank for Liberal crony friends. It is not a piggy bank for any of them. Taxpayers in my riding, citizens in my riding, and taxpayers are young and old. They're not just 18-plus-year-olds who pay personal income tax. It's teenagers who are paying GST. Every single time, they're just as much taxpayers as anybody else. And now you have a situation where their money was corruptly spent. Their money was corruptly directed. So we find ourselves here again looking at a new Liberal scandal. This one is not as new. This one now is several weeks old because now the government is in contempt. That's what the Speaker basically ruled. It's in contempt. It's refusing to give over documents. That is, to me, the textbook of contempt. They're refusing to abide by an order where a majority of MPs in this House voted for it as parliamentarians. Many of the arguments they are now using when they get up at different times is to say, well, it would be unwise to release them. It would be unfair to release them. It might violate some type of charter protections to release them. Those are all arguments they should have made back in June to try and persuade parliamentarians that that original wording of the motion should not have passed, but it failed. It failed then, and the decision was made to have a release of all the documents. Give all the documents over to the law clerk and give it to the RCMP. Now, I've heard the argument also made by the opposite side that the RCMP doesn't want the documents. I would insist that they reread the letter. That is not what the RCMP said. They are very clear on if they got the documents, that they would look at them, and then they would decide what to do with them. That's exactly what we've been saying all along. They will decide what to do with them. Nobody's directing the police forces here to do something in particular. That's not even what the motion originally called for the production of documents. It simply said to go from the law clerk, to go to the RCMP, just hand over the documents. It's also difficult now, Speaker, to subpoena or to ask for production of documents if you don't know that the documents exist. And as an avid and enthusiastic user of the access to information laws in this country, and I invite any member to look at my office expenses and see how often I expense ATIPs, which are $5, some of the best money an opposition parliamentarian can spend. I do a lot of them, and I often get frustrated because I sometimes don't know what a document is called. I don't know what the title of a document is, and sometimes I have people tell me that the documentation does not exist, Madam Speaker. And as I always do, I always have a Yiddish proverb, Madam Speaker, so I was saving this one for last. I know members were waiting. One of my favorite ones that I often use is, words should be weighed, not counted. And I hope that my contribution today will be again to reiterate the points we've made over the last several weeks, that the arguments being made by the Liberal government, the argument they are advancing, that they can't simply give the documents because charter, because freedoms are specious, they don't apply here. Yeah. It cannot be used to shield the Liberal government from corruption charges. It just does not make any sense. It must be truly horrifying. How else could you explain to Canadians how you corruptly misspent, almost $400 million, where almost 60 million of the funds that went out had nothing to do with green technology spending? Zero to do. That's not me saying it. That's the Auditor General of Canada saying it, that she could not find in the eligibility criteria where it matched up with anything. But somehow, that money still went out corruptly. And to the AG's report, the up to $400 million, Madam Speaker, that's just a sample size. She didn't look at every single project, which is why we want these documents from all the projects and all departments so we know everything on the particular issue. Madam Speaker, I wanted to make sure that I moved a motion. So I move, seconded by the member for Brandon Souris, that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Friday, November 22nd, 2024, with the following: the 30th sitting day following the adoption of this order.
Oh, great.
Mr. Kimmig, seconded by Mr. Maguire, moves the following sub-amendment: that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Friday, November 22nd, 24, with the following: the 30th sitting day following the adoption of this order. Le sous-amendement est recevable.
The sub-amendment is admissible.
Country Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce, and sorry, there's another piece to that one, and Workforce Development and Official Languages.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a great deal of respect for my colleague across the way. Both our fathers were in the Solidarity movement, fighting the communist dictatorship in Poland. It was a situation, it was a country where politicians directed the police, and they directed the police and arrested my father. Does he not see how this Conservative motion weakens not only the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but weakens that incredibly important wall separating the politicians and the police in this country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is correct. My dad was a member of the Solidarity Movement. I say his father, being one of those who was arrested, probably ranks in the esteem of a lot of the Polish-Canadian community quite a bit higher, because especially if you were not a shipyard worker, but you were one of the mine workers, you were especially oppressed by the communist regime in the People's Republic of Poland, as it was called. But no, I actually disagree with him, because a perfect example of why I would say no, it doesn't blur the lines. When it does blur the lines, Madam Speaker, is when the government uses the Emergencies Act and invokes it with barely any notice, and then rams it through and orders its backbenchers who are wavering that this is a matter of confidence. That's when you have the Emergencies Act was purely used to direct the police on what to do over several days. That is when you really fog it over and confuse people, that politicians don't direct police forces. They simply lay out the rules that are supposed to apply, but don't select the people who are supposed to be arrested. The Emergencies Act used by the government he belongs to is the problem here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about excellence in politics and the referendum, and me too, for the right reasons. Under the Harper government, 19 years after the Auditor General's report, including 10 years under Harper, there's still a lack of control over public funds, and this was never solved. So when we talk about the change from one government to another, it's always the same old story when it comes to interference, and there's lots of questions that remain to be answered. So my question is about whether we're playing our role as lawmakers. What does my colleague think about that? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I don't quite agree when she talks about the Harper times as Prime Minister. It's been over 9 years now that we've had a new government at the helm, and I would point out that in terms of how that particular fund that for health care was managed, the Auditor General, year after year, had given the Harper government an excellent rating in terms of how taxpayer money was spent in keeping with all the rules. It was only in 2017 that the people who had been put in charge of that fund, that's when the problems started. And the Auditor General today is saying that there are serious problems with that fund, and that's why we're asking for the document to be released.
For Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, the member for Calgary Shepherd is someone I feel is particularly reasonable. I understand he's introduced another sub-amendment. It must be the third, fourth, fifth sub-amendment. I believe each one has come from the Conservatives on their own motion. Can he explain what the purpose of these sub-amendments are, if not to prolong debate on the very thing that they claim to want to be investigated?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So I'd like to thank the member for the question from Kitchener Centre. Particularly reasonable might just be a slogan I might run on in my local riding. I'll credit him if it does happen in the next election. We want the documents, Madam Speaker. We're talking about close to $400 million of corruptly allocated funds from SDTC, the Green Slush Fund. The public has a right to know how their money was misspent and corruptly spent. All we're asking for the government to do is pretty darn simple. Give us all of the documents, unredacted, give them to the law clerk so they can pass it over to RCMP. The moment that happens, this paralysis that the Liberal government has imposed on parliamentarians, stopping us from doing legislative work, will end. But it's their own obstruction of Parliament, their contempt of Parliament, which is causing the current paralysis. So I invite them to simply release the documents. They can do it right now, this minute.
And comments? The honourable for Bow River. Bow River, yeah.
To my honourable colleague, and appreciated his speech, one of the things he did mention in it, the relevance of the documents had to do with we've only had a partial look and information about one part of those, and there's much more to this slush fund, and that's why we need the documents. I think he had an opinion about that.
The honourable member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member for Bull River is exactly right. In the sample size the Auditor General used to verify the process of spending, how decisions were made, she identified 186 particular situations where there was a conflict of interest or an apparent conflict of interest. And these are situations where board members of the Green Slush Fund should have recused themselves from the decision-making process. Because the sample size is not all of the projects, there are projects about which we have no information. We really don't know how the decisions were made. Were they even eligible? Like I mentioned in my intervention, close to $60 million was allocated to companies which had nothing to do with green technology. There might be more, which is why we want all of the documents to be released to the public through the intermediary of the law clerk's office. And the law clerk's office is, again, deeply respected. In fact, one of the previous law clerks, I'll remind the House, was actually appointed to become the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Canada. That is how much esteem the House and presumably the government has for the law clerk's office, because I have a motion at the Immigration Committee exactly on a similar situation that was passed for a production of documents, because again, we trust the law clerk's office to get the job right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Churchill, Kiwana, Newcastle.
We've now heard from yet another Conservative who's talking about what the best interest of Canadians are. Obviously, we support transparency, getting to the bottom of what the Liberals are hiding with respect to this scandal. But I want to go back to that question of the good of the Canadian public. We know that Canadians are having a more and more difficult time. Life has become increasingly unaffordable, and yet what we hear from Conservatives is slogans around cutting. We know when they were in power, they cut health care, they cut key programming. Certainly regions like ours lost jobs and public services under the Harper government. So my question is, when the Conservatives talk about the best interest of the Canadian public, why don't they stand up and vote for us when it comes to measures on tax fairness, when it comes to taking on corporate greed that's gouging Canadian workers and Canadians across our country? Why are they not on the side of Canadians who are suffering when it comes to taking a stand in this House, and instead throwing around cheap slogans and not standing up for real solutions for Canadians?
The member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So directly to the member's question, I invite her to review the Hansard Blues on my intervention. I am almost certain I did not use any abbreviations or the so-called slogans that she is referring to. I have a worry, like my constituents do, about how government spends their money. And I think we can all agree, I think all opposition parties agree, because we all voted together for the production of these documents, that Liberal government corruption is never excusable. They shouldn't be allowed to use the argument that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms allows them not to do this. They can't obstruct Parliament. They can't paralyze Parliament. They can't be in contempt of Parliament because they don't want to give us the documents. And I think what's always united opposition parties, whether they're Conservative or Bloc or New Democrats, is that we all agree that we are here to stop Liberal government corruption, because it is endemic. Every new government that comes in, whatever the words they use during the campaign, eventually leads to this particular situation where funds or programs that were working are bent to suit the needs of Liberal cabinet members, to suit the needs of Liberal cronies. So I hope we will all agree that we will stand firm against this corruption, and that we will not give the government the opportunity to continue to paralyze this Parliament.
Here, here. Well done.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired, Bill S-269, an act respecting a national framework on advertising for sports betting.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a bit remarkable that we're, still here 4 weeks later.
still quite delayed. I can hear some rumbling from some of my colleagues in the back benches of the Liberal Party over there who are frustrated. I understand their frustration. They are frustrated because, of course, we're still waiting for this Liberal government to deliver documents that the majority of members.
I'm sorry, get the honourable member to restart. It looks like members want to interject before it's question and comments, and I think that it's very difficult for those people at home or others who are in the chamber who want to hear this. So the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
I'm starting again? Sure. Oh, look at you. That's incredibly generous of you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. And obviously, my colleagues across the way are clearly very frustrated that we're still in this situation. But they know full well that the reason we're still here, of course, is because a majority of members of this House, the People's House, that we all sit in here, have demanded documents. This is the unassailable right of this place to demand documents from the executive. The Speaker himself even ruled in favor of the demand that's been brought forward, and of course the government still continues to ignore that order. They're continuing to hide, and we keep demanding these documents, and they keep coming up every week. It's after 4 weeks, of course, they've had to come up with some different lines every week about why they simply can't do what the House has demanded, despite the fact that they know full well that this House has the complete authority to demand those documents and that they should hand them over. But they continue to be interested more in hiding documents and protecting their own backsides instead of doing what the duly elected members of this place have demanded. I mean, 4 weeks of this, when we could really be debating the issues of the day. There are real problems that we face in this country that Canadians are struggling with. I mean, let's just talk about affordability for a moment. I mean, why are we not talking about these issues? The food bank usage in Canada is higher than it's ever been in the history of tracking these things. We should be discussing ways that we can be solving these problems. The carbon tax, we know, makes everything more expensive. You tax the farmer, you tax that grows the food, you tax the trucker that delivers the food. You tax food at every stage of the process. You make food more expensive, including taxing the food bank that buys foods to serve people that need help. And so this carbon tax makes everything. We could be very much debating how we could eliminate this carbon tax, how we could make food more affordable for Canadians. Instead, we're still dealing with this cover-up of documents. Also, the carbon tax makes heating our homes more expensive. We're getting close to winter. It's starting to get a little chilly out there. I finally brought my winter coat from home because Ottawa's getting chillier. It's expensive to heat our homes, and we're coming into winter. Many Canadians are forced to choose between, paying their heating bill this month and buying groceries. I have constituents in my own riding that have come to visit me in tears because they don't know what they're going to do. The food bank they used to donate to in their community, they're now using, and they're worried. Many of them are ashamed. They can't believe that they're in this situation. And so why are we not debating proposals to make their lives easier, to make it easier for them to heat their homes, to make it easier for them to heat their homes and buy food? Well, we could be debating our proposal to axe the tax, eliminate the carbon tax, which makes everything more expensive. And yet, here we are. We're still talking about trying to get documents that the majority of members in this House, as is their right as elected representatives of the common people, have demanded, and the government still refuses. We could be solving these problems. We could be focused on these problems. If only we had a government that was open and transparent by default. We'll all recall the Prime Minister talking about being open and transparent by default. I agree government should be open and transparent by default. But I think it's pretty clear after this demonstration of 4 weeks of completely disrespecting the order of this House that this government is anything but open and transparent by default. They're more interested in protecting themselves and hiding the corruption, the rot at the center of their government. You know, speaking of homes, I'm talking about homes and people who are struggling to, pay to heat their homes. These are the people that actually have homes, Mr. Speaker. There's no shortage of people in this country, young people particularly, that have given up on the dream of ever owning a home, never mind heating it. You know, there are so many young Canadians that have just given up on the dream of owning a home. 80% of young people who don't own a home believe now that owning a home is only for the very rich. To think that 80% of Canadians that don't own a home think that it's just for very rich people, this is something that we should be addressing in this House. We should be fixing these problems in the House. We should be changing that in this House. Instead, we're here trying to get documents and uncover the Liberal corruption, but they continue to try to protect themselves and keep things hidden because they're not anything remotely close to open and transparent by default. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, we're not only not open and transparent by default, but home prices have doubled. Rents doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. There's no wonder. It's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, why young people have simply given up on the dream of home ownership. It's no wonder why they've given up on this place doing anything to solve the problems that they face, because here we are, struggling to get documents that a majority of members of this House have demanded, as is their right, and a government continues to refuse to deliver the documents. It's like they think they're all powerful. It's like they think they don't have to listen to what this House says. And yet this House is supreme. Parliamentary supremacy. I did a little lecture on this not too long ago. My colleague from St. John's Rothsay remembers it. I see the giggle on his face because he knows it was a good speech. He understands the importance of parliamentary supremacy. So we should be debating things in this House right now that isn't about their cover-up, but it's about solving problems for Canadians. In fact, Conservatives, the Conservative leader, just proposed a brilliant idea that I know that some of them over there really like on the Liberal benches. He proposed a brilliant idea to eliminate the federal sales tax on new homes sold in this country under $1 million. What a brilliant idea. This has the potential of saving people up to $50,000 on the purchase of a home. But here's the thing. We're not debating that. We haven't got a motion on the floor proposing that the government adopt this change and eliminate the federal sales tax on new homes because they're trying to cover up their corruption. They're trying to cover their tracks in all the conflicts of interest. And so here we are. We could be talking about how we could be saving Canadians $50,000 a year, $50,000 on the purchase of a home, or $2,200 a year in mortgage payments. That's about the same amount, $2,200 a year. Imagine what that could do. Imagine how many more people could afford to buy a home. And now, of course, the Leader of the Opposition has actually written to the premiers to suggest that they follow suit and eliminate the provincial sales tax on the purchase of a new home. In Ontario, Mr. Speaker, that has the potential of reducing another 8% the cost of a new home. What a great idea. This is a brilliant idea. It could save thousands and thousands of dollars on the cost of a new home. More Canadians could have a home. That 80% of young people who believe that owning a home is only for the very rich, who've given up on the dream of home ownership, we'd actually be doing something to solve that. We'd actually be delivering hope and solutions to these young people. And yet here we are. Here we are, still debating, still pushing, still pressuring this government to hand over the documents, to be open and transparent by default. It's funny that we talk about transparency, Mr. Speaker, because you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, on November 4th, 2015, the then newly elected Liberal Prime Minister released this open letter. I'm going to read it, if you don't mind. He said, and I quote, "Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty and willingness to listen. That is why we committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in Ottawa. Government and its information must be open by default. Simply put, it's time to shine more light on government, to make sure it remains focused on the people it was created to serve. you. Boy, that sure sounds refreshing, doesn't it? What a great idea. A government that's open by default, and they promised to do so. Well, how's that gone since 2015? You know, Mr. Speaker, before I arrived here, I grew up in municipal politics. I spent a lifetime in municipal politics. I see a couple of colleagues that have been in municipal politics in Ontario. They know how local government works. It is absolutely open by default. Every council meeting, every committee meeting, it's all open to the public. Closed sessions are very rare things. They're only for legal advice or purchasing property or to deal with staffing issues. If you're going to fire somebody, for example, these are the things that are in closed. Everything else is open. In fact, a majority of council members just can't get together and have a chat. Like that's against the rules because it's like a council meeting in secret. It's open by default. And I'm looking at some colleagues that have lived that world, and they know, and I know they absolutely know that if they ever operated at local council the way this government operates, they wouldn't last very long. They'd be kicked out of office. It's a far cry here what goes on from what goes on at the local level, for sure. And so we're asking, why do we need to be transparent in this case? What is the need for transparency here? The Liberal insiders on Sustainable Development Technology Canada Board, they broke the public trust, Mr. Speaker. They broke the public trust. They didn't care about the honor and integrity of the office they held. That was until November of 2022 when literally heroic whistleblowers raised the alarm. They raised their concerns about what was going on in this agency with the Auditor General. They called the Auditor General. And so the Auditor General at that point saw enough of an issue that she launched an investigation. So she did this investigation and she found widespread conflicts of interest, corruption, and abuse of Canadians' hard-earned dollars at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as has been said in here many times, the Auditor General found that 82% of the transactions involving payments from Sustainable Development Technology Canada to companies approved by the Board of Directors were conflicted. Wow. That's almost all of them. 82%, meaning over the 5-year period in which the Auditor General examined, 82%, almost all of the transactions that she reviewed were conflicted. Honestly, at the local level. In municipal government, you'd go to jail for this kind of stuff. Yep. It's insane. And yet here we are, demanding documents for what amounts to a $400 million corruption. This makes the sponsorship scandal back in the Chrétien era seem quite tiny by comparison. $400 million. And oh, no, we can't show that information. Doesn't matter what Parliament, the supremacy of Parliament has said. That doesn't matter. We've got to protect this person. We've got to protect that person. In truth, what they're doing is they're protecting themselves. But this is a level of corruption and conflict of interest that is almost unimaginable. I can't think of another example this bad in the history of this country. So the Auditor General also found, never mind that, $300 million of conflicted transactions, but she also found that this board, this Liberal-appointed board, also funded almost $60 million, $58 million of projects that were not even eligible in the criteria of the agency. They weren't eligible. They didn't meet the criteria. You talk to all kinds of agencies, charities, municipalities all across this country that apply for federal programs all the time, and they get turned down. They have amazing applications, and they do all the things they got to do. They dot all the I's, they cross all the T's. They have amazing projects, amazing ideas, and they get turned down. But if you're a Liberal insider, it doesn't matter whether you meet the criteria or not, because someone's got your back. They'll take care of you. $58 million. $58 million. Imagine how many homes could be built with that. Imagine how many more people could be supported in this country that can't afford to buy food. $58 million. Not even eligible. But they got their money. So how has this happened? We'll go back. The House ordered the production of documents. A majority of members of this House voted back in June. A majority voted to hand over the documents. It's an extraordinary power. I know. I've talked about this again before. It's an extraordinary power. The government, the Prime Minister, the departments that his cabinet controls, like they've all just refused. They've redacted and removed portions of the documents this House has requested. They've just done their own thing. And, you know, you can't just sort of think for, you know, this is just a, you know, a one-off, you know. Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing. This arm's length group did something that yeah, it wasn't great, but we collapsed that and we've now done this other thing and it's all good. Don't look here. We've got it fixed. Don't worry. Everything's fine. We can be trusted. That's what they'd like you to believe. That's what they'd like you to be. We can be trusted. But this government has gone to great lengths to hide this. But it's not the first time, Mr. Speaker. If this was the first time something like this had happened over the last 9 years, you'd be like, nah, yeah, maybe you can cut them some slack. They fix things, maybe, and maybe they're, you know, maybe they're being on. But you know what? It's not the first time. Canadians will remember the Winnipeg lab documents case. The government worked to hide documents related to the firing of 2 scientists at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. This is another example of the power of this House and its members. Not because we're a power-hungry group, but because sunlight, as we heard from the Prime Minister back when he talked about openness and transparency by default, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And this $400 million green slush fund is in desperate need of some sunlight. So back when the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada was called to the bar to be admonished by the former Speaker, you'll all remember this. I remember it quite vividly because I'm still a fairly new member of this place. That hasn't happened in like 100 years. And there he was, standing there, being admonished. The Speaker, here's what the Speaker said. The powers in question, like all those enjoyed by the House collectively and by members individually, are essential to the performance of their duties. The House has the power, and indeed the duty, to reaffirm them when obstruction or interference impedes with its deliberation. Well, go figure, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're here today. The House has been seized of a matter. We have demanded documents related to a multi-million-dollar corruption, conflict of interest, giving money to organizations that didn't even comply with the rules. The Green Slush Fund is corruption of a massive scale. This government is desperate to cover their tracks. They've ignored the order of this House, the supremacy of this House, for 4 weeks while Canadians suffer, and we're not debating the solutions and solving problems that Canadians deserve answers for and they deserve solutions for. And so here we are, we continue to debate, and these guys could solve it right now. Hand over the documents. Let's be open and transparent by default. Let's shed some sunlight on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, and this is my first up, so I don't know who's been asking questions, but I'm going to go with Winnipeg South Centre.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll simply try to bring a little bit of levity and take advantage of the comments component as opposed to a question. 2 things. One, I thought that the member did a good job of using his own words. I enjoyed hearing discussion on a variety of different things that wasn't manufactured by Conservative staff. But the second is, in all honesty, Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of reference from another colleague earlier of Yiddish proverbs, so I thought I would offer my colleague this vocabulary that he could introduce into a future speech. He referenced liberal backside, so I thought I would tap into the former educator in me to teach him a word. The word in Yiddish for backside is tuchus. So I do hope that the word tuchus will find its way into the future remarks of my honourable colleague across the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just wondering for Hansard whether you have to spell that or not. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, listen, that's a lovely set of remarks there, and I appreciate my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre. Is it Winnipeg South Centre? And I've added a new word to my vocabulary. I appreciate that very much. And much like my colleague from Calgary, Shepherd, I clearly need to use more Yiddish in my expressions around here, and I will attempt to do so. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't help but think that when the member was talking about other municipal people that ran for or sit on city councils, he was referring to me. And I'll tell him something that I didn't do when I was on city council, because I did spend a lot of time on city council in Ontario as he did. I never once told the chief of police what to do. I never once collected evidence for the chief of police in Kingston. I actually quite often went to the chief of police to seek advice as to how to do things. I listened to the chief of police when the chief of police spoke to me, especially in the area of the chief of police expertise. And so in this case, we have the chief of the RCMP commissioner, who says, and I quote, "Any information obtained through a motion or other compulsory authorities would need to be segregated from the RCMP investigation. There's a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as circumvention of normal investigative processes or charter protections." So I'm just curious, in the interest of sharing stories from city councils, how many times did this member tell his chief of police what to do?
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
The very simple answer to that question. I, like him, actually spoke to the chief of police many times in my community and never told him what to do. But the interesting thing about this, of course, he didn't ask that question just to get that answer. That's the simple answer. He asked that question to suggest that what we're trying to do is wrong. And the fact of the matter is, what this House has demanded, a majority of members of this House, not just Conservatives, but a majority of members of this House have demanded documents that we'd like to hand over to the police. We're not telling them what to do with the documents. We're not telling them how to interpret the documents. We're not telling them how to manage their investigation. But the supremacy of this House has demanded documents. And frankly, that should be the end of it. Full stop. The supremacy of the House. We've demanded documents.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, both we have been municipal mayors in the past, and the documents and the transparency are very critical in municipal government. It's very open, very transparent. And I think in this particular case, and I think this member may have been referring to it, we just asked for the documents to be produced so we can move them to the next stage. People often say, well, then take it to committee. Take it to committee with the full documents, because if it goes to committee without the full documents, it won't work. So to my honourable colleague, I believe he has an opinion about why they need to be full documents to go to committee.
Honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
I want to thank my honourable colleague and former mayor himself for the question. Listen, the situation here, of course, is that we know that week 3 or week 4 or whatever it was, when the Liberals, their line of argument was that we should send this to committee. Of course they want to send it to committee, and Canadians should know. Canadians should know that this is all part of their grand scheme to keep things covered up. Because committee is a great place to go and bury things and try to keep things covered. And so the fact of the matter is, we're not interested in playing the Liberal cover-up game. We're interested in full disclosure, full sunlight, openness and transparency by default, which is what they promised and have never delivered.
Comment? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. Maybe I'll get to Windsor.
The motion that we're debating is to send it to committee. To somehow say that the members from the Liberals suddenly decided they wanted to send this to committee, I don't even know if this member knows where he is right now. His motion that he's debating is to send this to committee. What is he even talking about? But more importantly, back to the previous exchange that I had with him. When he said, well, all we want to do is produce the documents, what the RCMP does with them, well, we don't care. We just want to produce them. He makes it sound all innocent. If he listened to what I actually said that the RCMP commissioner said, is the commissioner said, we cannot do anything with information that's obtained in this fashion because it is unprecedented and it is not a manner in which we can collect, gather, and use evidence.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that display is precisely what Canadians are sick and tired of from 9 years of this smug Liberal government that is not open and transparent by default, but in fact their constant message is no, we know best. We know best. We'll tell you what you should think. We'll tell you what we should do. Conservatives, just ignore them. Ignore the will of this place. We know best. And so that's the message. That's the real message. I hope Canadians see that. Smug and arrogant and typically liberal. Their time is up, Mr. Speaker. We need solutions in this country, and here we are stuck trying to clean up their mess. Just hand over the documents, and we can move on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know Halloween is over, but it does seem to be a night of mayors. And for the Liberal Party, it seems to be a nightmare. And Mr. Speaker, while my colleague was sharing his speech, it was interesting. It brought me back to a time of where we talked about accountability in the council chambers and how everything was transparent. People could see what was going on. We've not seen that with this government, and we've seen corruption to the core. It starts at the top, and I just would like to get his perspective on the difference of seeing a council in operation and this Liberal government in operation, and why are we dealing with this at a time like this? Thank you.
Question. Honourable Député de Perry.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
I want to thank my colleague from Moose Jaw, a legendary mayor in his own right, and he's absolutely right. I mean, there's example after example. Unfortunately, I only had 20 minutes to speak, so I couldn't give every example of Liberal corruption over the last 9 years. But it goes on and on and on, and the cover-ups are like piling on top of each other over and over and over again, because this government is about staying in power and protecting itself, and they actually don't care what the people say in this house. This place represents the people. The people have spoken, and they don't care. It's arrogance, it's corruption, and they'll do anything they can to protect themselves and stay in power.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Speaker, and I've been listening intently to what the member has said, and when it comes to this Conservative motion and these documents, they scream out, we want to see everything, we want to see everything. Well, when it comes to foreign interference, when it comes to security clearance, when Canadian lives are at stake and at risk because of foreign actors, the leader of the Conservative opposition says, I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to see anything. He won't get a security clearance. He won't see what are the risks to his own caucus and to Canadians. Does the member not see the screaming hypocrisy of that position?
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka, 30 seconds.
I'll tell you about screaming hypocrisy. It's the fact that they could just release the names. The leader of the official opposition has said to the Prime Minister very clearly, show us the names. You can release the names. Go ahead and do it. If there's something that we need to hear, tell us. But they won't do that because that's not a good political game.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's truly a privilege to stand here on behalf of the wonderful people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Privilege. Now, when we talk about privilege, we must remember that our work here, representing our constituents, is an honor, not an entitlement. It is something that we as parliamentarians have inherited through the centuries to ensure that we can speak and exercise our roles as grantors of supply and legislators, as something that is entrusted to us, and we must ensure that when it comes time for a new generation of parliamentarians that is in the same condition or better that we received it. Canadians sent us here with the expectation that we will carry out these duties with respect and integrity. Throughout my public service, I was a former city councillor and now as a member of parliament, I've consistently strived to maintain what I call the public trust. That is to say, when we act in alignment with our conduct within our public institutions as trustees of sorts. We may have legitimate disagreements about how best to pursue the public interest through reason, reflection, discussion, and debates, but the heart of any decision must be centered around protecting that collective trust of the people we serve. That people who are in positions of leadership make a point of carrying out their duties that will maintain or enhance this trust in our system by as many as possible. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen with the Sustainable Development Technology Canada and its Green Slush Fund falls far short of that standard. Ultimately, it comes down to what kind of country we wish to see and believe in. A country where hard work, sacrifice earns a powerful paycheck, where a citizen can afford nutritious food, gas, and a home in a safe neighborhood, where they can raise a family, perhaps build a business, or retire with dignity. That, or a country where hard work and sacrifice is viewed as something for lesser mortals, where family and high corporate or political connections are what assures success rather than a better idea or a mousetrap or a hustle. An economy of gatekeepers that is made for and managed for the gatekeeping class and those seeking to join them, where merit and hard work is undervalued in the light of who you know and what you can do with that position of authority. This latter type of description of country is corrosive, and it really harms the previous version. That's not the kind of Canada I want to see for my children. And here's where these two conflicting visions have collided. Today, we have a Canada where over 2 million hardworking, working-class people and those with lower income are lining up at food banks to feed themselves, while a rogue Crown Corporation appointed by this NDP Liberal government puts itself first in line for their own interests and not to the Canadians who are suffering the worst of our own made-in-Canada GDP per head recession, where the past 8 out of 9 quarters, Canadians have seen their purchasing power eroded. Instead, we are seeing that the NDP Liberal government that brags that it is the most activist government ever, yet it leaves those who are seeing their dollar eroded and our country's productivity erode. Those so-called progressives should be mindful of what U.S. economist Paul Krugman warned, that productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. That remark, after 8 back-to-back quarters of a declining GDP per head, should act as a cold shower for all members in this place. We have young people who are working multiple jobs only to find themselves locked out of the dream of home ownership, seniors who would prefer to volunteer at a food bank, not line up at them, families who will have to use metal detectors to look for disposable needles, and drug paraphernalia on their children's soccer field scratch their heads, Mr. Speaker, asking what has happened in this country. The Member of Parliament for Carleton has said that he wants to restore the promise of Canada. His mission is to bring back the country we knew and still love. He wants to put hard work and merit as a first principle for getting ahead in this country. Instead, as the member of Papineau, who was also the Prime Minister, has essentially enabled the well-connected to get ahead despite all of his talk about inclusiveness at the expense of everyone else. We've been debating this privilege motion for months. If you only listen to the Liberals, their ministers, or their parliamentary secretaries, you might think at home that there's nothing to worry about. However, many Canadians are asking why this debate continues on.
Let's summarize what we know. In 2021, SDTC was created with the aim of providing financial supports for green tech companies for marketing. Since the Liberal government came to power, this foundation received $1 billion in public funding. The investigations conducted revealed that the period examined by the Auditor General revealed that 82% of the transactions approved by the board did have conflicts of interest. So allow me to repeat this once again. 82% of the transactions approved by SDTC's board involved conflicts of interest. The Auditor General said that this represents millions of dollars in taxpayers' money given to companies whose board members had conflicts of interest when they voted on this funding. These figures are alarming, and many Canadians are angry when they learned how much money was at stake here. And the situation is growing worse. The Auditor General also realized that the board approved additional funds for roughly $59 million that contravened SDTC's regulations as well as the law.
The Auditor General found, and I quote, "We found that the Foundation awarded funding to 10 ineligible projects of the 58 we examined. These 10 projects were awarded $59 million, even though they did not meet key requirements set out in the contribution agreements between the government and the Foundation," end quote. Now let's stop for a moment. In my riding, I've had constituents who, through no fault of their own, were overpaid CERB. In those situations, CRA clawed back every single dollar of overpayment. Now, I've also had citizens who were, after the fact, deemed ineligible for that same CERB funding. And guess what? They also found every single dollar clawed back as well. So I ask, what will happen to these ineligible projects at CDTC? Will these people have to pay that money, have that money clawed back as well, Mr. Speaker? Or is it different when it comes to Liberal insiders pocketing tax dollars they are not eligible for? Do members of this Liberal government think that's right? One set of rules for someone who receives CERB payments they were not eligible for, and a different set of rules for ineligible insiders cashing in on SDTC funding they weren't even eligible for. How do these things happen? How is it that no one raised a red flag? Why is no one in this Liberal government saying we need to claw those funds back? Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that fairness for everyone, something that does not apply, obviously, to Liberal insiders? Now, let's be clear. The laws clearly state that a governor and council appointee chosen by the government to oversee taxpayer funds should not personally benefit from their committee role, nor should their family. Yet somehow, over 5 years, the board approved 405 transactions, with the Auditor General examining 226 and discovering that 186 of those were conflicted, an astonishing 82%, totaling $330 million. This begs the question, if the Auditor General were to analyze all 400 transactions, how many more would have showed similar conflicts? Those 400 transactions represent $832 million in taxpayer money. It appears that appointees selected by the Prime Minister and his cabinet position themselves to profit from this privilege. Now, that's a staggering figure. Some might even call it outrageous. La vérificatrice générale.
The Auditor General designated 9 people who are responsible for these conflicts of interest, and that is why the Ministry of Industry said that this question is broader than the sponsorship scandal that involved $43 million under the Crutchan government. This is just the tip of the iceberg that we see here, and I congratulate my committee colleagues for the diligent work that they accomplished to shed light on this issue. With every layer revealed, every documents have been requested to reveal more troubling details. The government constantly refused to reveal these documents, and we understand why. The Auditor General's investigation showed that over $300 million was paid to Liberal insiders.
Minister are resisting the production order for documents to be submitted to the RCMP. The Prime Minister's office defied the House's order and instructed departments to redact sensitive information, resulting in documents heavily blacked out or not given at all. What are they hiding? Well, I think I know, we all know what they're hiding. I suspect they're hiding further misconduct and misuse of taxpayer funds. The limited information we've seen, 226 out of 400 transactions, indicates this is just the beginning, amounting to $390 million. Strangely, this doesn't seem to faze the NDP Liberal government. It's almost as if this program was deliberately designed to work this way. Liberals benefiting Liberal appointees. This is reminiscent of past scandals like SNC-Lavalin, where the Prime Minister attempted to exert pressure on then Member of Parliament for Vancouver-Granville, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to protect his wealthy associates. When she refused to comply, our great feminist Prime Minister dismissed her. Similarly, when Dr. Jane Philpott spoke out against this pathetic and shameful treatment, she was also ousted. This is the track record of our so-called feminist Prime Minister. This is the same Prime Minister who accepted a lavish vacation from the Aga Khan and has repeatedly violated ethical standards. It should come as no surprise that we find ourselves in yet another Liberal scandal involving the protection and enrichment of Liberal insiders, entitled to their entitlements. Let us also not forget that millions of taxpayer dollars were funneled to a charity that employed members of the Prime Minister's own family. Did he take responsibility? No, but his friend Mr. Morneau did. Funny how that works. It's always someone else who takes his hits. I guess that was a learning experience for the rest of us. I must express my disappointment at the backbenchers now, Mr. Speaker, on that side of the House. Sure, the infamous 24 who opposed the Prime Minister's continued premiership, note, I didn't refer to it as leadership, have been making the news. But surely there must be more than 24 that feel that their government's stonewalling of this House's production order is out of order. They must be receiving the same calls and emails from constituents that I am. They should remember that while they sit on the government side, unless they're in cabinet, and you might stretch this to a parliamentary secretary, Mr. Speaker, technically anyone who's not in cabinet is not part of the government. Those MPs, they work for the Canadians who elected them. Those seats don't belong to the Prime Minister's office or his Prime Minister office. They belong to the people that those MPs represent. I encourage them to reflect on why they ran for public office. I doubt any of them imagine that they would spend their time covering for entitled Liberal insiders who've profited from ill-gotten gains. Yet here we are, debating a motion of privilege because this Prime Minister prioritizes protecting his job and his friends over safeguarding taxpayer money.
Despite all the discussions about privacy protection, this has led to this. The board of SDTC used this slush fund to get rich, and the Auditor General caught them with their hand in the bag. My colleagues discovered more corruption with the help of a whistleblower. The House required the production of documents so that the RCMP can determine whether a criminal investigation is justified. The Liberal government has refused to produce these documents, which the Speaker has deemed to be in violation and breach of our question of privilege. We've been asking for almost 3 months for these documents, but rather than doing so, the work of the House has been blocked by a government that is trying to protect a Prime Minister that has clearly spent too much time.
Canadians will return to the polls to decide who will lead this great country. Will they choose a party and a leader who have shown a lack of respect for hard-earned tax dollars, a deficit of ethics, and limited moral backbone? A government that has enriched its friends while doubling housing costs, sent 2 million Canadians to food banks, and allowing crime and public disorder to rise. Or will they choose a common sense government led by the honourable member from Carleton, one that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budgets, and stop the crime? I believe Canadians will make the right choice, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to that day, but before I end my comments, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to recite one more time the importance of this particular debate. It is about this place we work in, the public trust that we've been asked to hold. I'm not asking for Liberals, I'm not asking for NDP or Bloc members or Green members to agree with me. We can fight out those battles. We can discuss and debate the ideas about how best to serve the public interest. But Mr. Speaker, that public trust, that means that we have to view this place as being worthy, so that when we discuss about our work in Parliament, we can say the House, a majority decided to force the government to bring forward documents, and the government followed that order, the same as a court order would be in any other circumstance. Mr. Speaker, this is Parliament. These are the rules that we have inherited. This is the chamber that we've all sought so much and given so much to be here so we can represent our constituents. Let us ensure that when we give the torch of to the next generation of parliamentarians, they can look at us in the eye and say, this is as good or better than when you found it. We cannot allow this privilege, Mr. Speaker, this privilege to be something we can fritter away. This is something that we need to press the government on, and the government members themselves, who aren't part of the cabinet, should be impressing upon their own Prime Minister and his cabinet. Just open it up. Let these things come forward. Then we can move to other discussions. But right now, Mr. Speaker, to allow this Liberal government just to pass on and say we're not complying with something that they've been ordered, that's wrong. We have a duty to this place to make sure that those orders mean something and to force this government to start honoring the traditions of this great country and the Westminster system that has served it so well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague from British Columbia, I think one of the concerns that I've heard expressed is the supremacy of parliamentary for itself, that when the Parliament makes an order and the Speaker is the one who makes this directed order, it is on our own business that we're asking this. So it's a supremacy of the Parliament that's at stake here in following what we believe should be done within our own Parliament, the House of Commons. I'd like to have my colleagues' opinion on this particular point.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Yes, well, this gives me an opportunity to rail a little bit about Trudeau Sr.'s use of the Charter to essentially Americanize our system and to remove some of the supremacy of Parliament. I do not believe that the trust that was given to those members of Parliament at that time was honoured, because essentially the supremacy of Parliament when it comes to certain elements of lawmaking is no longer supreme. I accept that the Supreme Court exists and can rule on the constitutionality of said laws under the Charter. I respect that. But what I also will say, it means more so than ever that over matters under our own jurisdiction, specifically an order, production order on the government should not believe that it exists upon itself. In our system, they are brought from us, legislative branch, to the executive, and they are tied to the hip for a reason. A government cannot start spending, it cannot start doing without honoring the Parliament as a whole around it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to show that when we do a production order that we mean business, and the government should respect that, absolutely, along the lines of supremacy of Parliament. Absolutely in our business, this is something the government should believe is sacrosanct, and I encourage all members of this place to tell the government to start acting like it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. This is not our first rodeo on this issue of the government refusing to hand over documents. Last year when we had the McKinsey scandal, the Operations Committee passed a unanimous decision, actually, for the government to turn over all the documents, both from McKinsey, but also from all the departments related to McKinsey. Now, McKinsey, as many people realize, is probably one of the most abhorrent companies, consulting companies in the world, responsible for horrors in Saudi Arabia, Yemen, but also the opioid crisis in North America, especially in the States. Now, funny enough, McKinsey complied with the order. Every single document McKinsey had, they turned over. The government actually refused. 19 departments refused to hand over documents. We actually did find one document, though, from the government to McKinsey advising them not to turn over documents the Parliament ordered. So I asked my colleague, what does he think when a company as abhorrent as McKinsey will follow the rule of Parliament, but the Liberal government doesn't?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for the question because this touches on a number of things. The commitment to a rule of law means that it is not up to the judgment of the men and women that are in positions of authority that ultimately decide whether a case is right or it's wrong. That is decided by laws as they are laid out. In this place, the government serves the House of Commons, and when the House of Commons, a majority, asks for a production order, it is expected to be followed. And the point he's made that public trust, that essential element where people look to comply with their democratic institutions because they see it's in the part of the bigger picture, even if in some cases, as the member has pointed out, that this particular company has created all sorts of new structures to game the incentives of the market. Well, what I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, is that the government needs to start treating the office they have as a position of trust. They need to start treating this chamber as royally as it deserves. Because, Mr. Chair, if we don't, we lessen this institution and we let it down. We let our constituents down. The government must comply. That's what our Constitution says. Parliament is supreme and can make orders to the government, not the other way around.
Questions and comments? Question Kamaltar, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you touched my colleague on his speech and his answer previously, and I think it's really important. I think it's trust that the people have in their democracy. And I think this particular case is an example of the trust and how important it is that the taxpayers, our constituents, have a level of trust. And I think this is how we lose this level of trust, and yet we're working to try to reestablish that by what we're asking. To my colleague, who has been here a long time, who would understand what trust is, how important is trust in this particular issue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
So, Mr. Speaker, in a free and open society, people only make decisions if they know that there is certainty. How do you know that when you get out of bed in the morning that you're not going to get run over? You trust that the system's going to operate as it should. And this is one of the reasons why we have representative democracy, where instead of all of us voting on an app as citizens, like perhaps some jurisdictions do, I know in places like Switzerland, their canon law allows for direct democracy. That involves too much time and consideration, and many Canadians just want to know that when they elect a member of Parliament, that person's going to come to Ottawa and be powerful and speak up for their interests, and to make sure that they have a government that respects the rule of law, that respects the Constitution, that respects Parliament and those people that are working in it. But we have to respect ourselves. And a big part of that, Mr. Chair, is that trust. Trust that when someone votes for someone, that they are going to be good actors. And I'm sure that the Prime Minister has spoken lots of that, especially on his victory speech in 2015. Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways. Well, Lord Acton said that all politics is failure. Now, it doesn't mean that people are failures. It just means that the grand visions that we have sometimes hit reality. But the one thing we should never lose, Mr. Speaker, is trust. So let us show trust in the process. Let's get this government to give us the documents so that we can properly show the Canadian public that we are trustworthy and that our democracy delivers for them.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye. I wanted to start just by recognizing the member for Winnipeg South Centre used a Yiddish term, which I'm really pleased that we're using more Yiddish in the chamber. So to the member, I want to say, how about will you join me in kvetching a little bit and complaining about this government? Almost $400 million was corruptly spent, which is what these documents are related to. What the Auditor General reported was this was just based on a sample size, an incomplete sample of all of the projects that the Green Slush Fund board members, in some cases, corruptly directed money to their own companies. So I wonder if you can expand on what could possibly have spent if the whole $1 billion had been spent differently. What other projects or initiatives could we have spent on, or lower taxes, or a smaller deficit could we have achieved? I just want to give an expansive opportunity for them to fetch with me and complain about Liberal government corruption.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, this is an excellent point, because the Auditor General has publicly said that their office has asked for more funding, because under this government we've seen spending just go up by unbelievable amounts, effectively doubling our debt. Canadians may not feel that they're getting better results for it, but there is more money that has sloshed through the system through Parliament. And the Auditor General felt that they can't do as good a job. So the member's 100% right. I think it's around 40% or less was sampled. And they found, what, 282 different cases of conflict of interest or where the rules weren't followed. I raised the case about ineligible companies receiving it and getting different treatment than ineligible Canadians when they applied for CERB, where they had to pay it all back. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, there are so many other priorities that could have happened. But the one point I want to just on is that the Auditor General, the whole idea about that is so we have a trustworthy source that is nonpartisan that we can all agree on. And that's where I really don't understand where backbench members of the Liberal caucus are at on this. They should be just knocking down the door saying the Auditor General has said something is wrong. What are you doing to fix it? Why are you not giving Parliament the documents so we can find out? Was it incompetence by the minister? Yes. Was it just simply the board itself? We need to have answers.
Yes, reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Or as I like to refer to it, Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall is the official name of my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to discuss the privilege motion we have before us on one of the many government green, specifically on the Green Slush Fund, but on one of the many government environmental green scandals going on. Now, yes, I did say scandals. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, scandals plural. And yes, just some that I've scanned through, there's 5 that we're looking at right now. There, of course, is the Green Slush Fund. We have the Environment Canada contribution audit scandal. We have the Net Zero accelerated scandal, and I'll get to those later. And of course, we have the government with the carbon tax misleading Canadians, misleading this House repeatedly on the carbon tax. Now, many members, including the Prime Minister, have stood in this House and said the carbon tax was revenue neutral. In fact, we went back through Hansard and counted 37 times Liberals claimed the carbon tax was revenue neutral. The problem is the public accounts very clearly stated that $100 million was being diverted to other use. It's not revenue neutral, as proven by the public accounts. We also heard this government repeatedly saying more money would go back in the pockets of Canadians. And yet the Parliamentary Budget Officer has come out and stated very clearly, because of the effects on the economy, because of the knock-on costs as the tax goes through the system, Canadians are worse off. Albertans will be worse off over $750 per family because of the carbon tax. And of course, we have the Parks Canada scandal, which is under Environment Canada, where we have seen Jasper, the unfortunate issue of Jasper burning. I used to work for a company, we had a hotel in Jasper. Unfortunately, a lot of employees are now out of work, but also homeless. The government, of course, quickly blamed everything on climate change, when in fact we've seen documents come out that the government for years ignored warnings of a buildup of dead trees and bushes and leaves and other issues, other items due to the pine needle, and they ignored it all for political optics. I'm going to read a quote from a Access Information email that came out from Environment Canada. At what point do we make the organizational decision to cancel planned prescribed burns in Western Canada? As more and more media articles raise questions concerning drought conditions, public and political perception may become more important than the actual prescription windows. So here you have the government stating perhaps optics is more important than the actual fix that we know about, which is clearing the trees and prescribed burns. Despite so many things to talk about, there's only so much time I have, so I'm going to focus on three. The first is, of course, the Green Slush Fund, which is Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which I'll from now on be calling SDTC for those following along at home. Now, Parliament has ordered the documents to be handed over, and the Liberals are covering up and refusing to hand over those documents, which makes you wonder, what are they hiding? What are they hiding that is so bad that the government is allowing weeks and weeks and weeks of their legislative agenda to be pushed aside for this debate? It makes you wonder, is that $400 million, taxpayers' dollars, were being funneled by Liberal insiders to other Liberal insiders? Is it that the Liberal appointees were ignoring conflict rules 88 times when funneling this money to Liberal insiders? Or perhaps the millions given to ineligible recipients? The Industry Canada contribution agreement, which is the contract basically that outlines who is eligible and also the rules to follow, clearly state that all conflicts from the board with STDC have to be reported to the minister. Now, we asked in committee a former Liberal minister, Navdeep Bains, about this, and there was no answer. It got so bad, we actually are approaching a privilege motion in public accounts over his refusal to answer. Now, this is right in the contribution contract with Industry Canada. So Navdeep Bains or the current minister would have had to be advised of these 88 conflicts of interest that led to millions, hundreds of millions of taxpayers' money go to Liberal insiders or ineligible recipients. So the question is, did the ministers know and did nothing? Or were the ministers not informed? These documents will tell us, but the Liberals will not. And I have to wonder, are these documents further implicating the Minister of Environment? Of course, the same minister who's financially involved in Capital Cycle, or Cycle Capital, I apologize, the same Cycle Capital, which is a recipient of tens of millions of dollars of the Green Slush Fund. Of course, the founding member of Cycle Capital, of course, was on the board of the STDC. Now, this founding member, the minister's partner, Andrea Lee Smitho, was in public accounts, and we asked her about these conflicts. But she noted that she and the minister barely made any money off of some of these grants. Hey, think about it, like, at what point does it become okay for corruption if we barely made any money? Are we setting the new bar that it's okay to be corrupt as long as you barely make any money? Good point. That is a question that could be answered by the documents and be answered by this government, but we're not. Now, we further heard from a senior bureaucrat from the Privy Council. Now, the Privy Council, of course, is the Prime Minister's department in informal terms, but it's the department that serves the Prime Minister. This senior bureaucrat from the Privy Council, when we asked about why she's not turned over documents as ordered by Parliament, said that she was refusing to release the documents ordered until she received permission from the former head of the board of the STDC, Arnett Verschuren. Now, this is the same Annette Vichurin who was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner for violating conflict of interest agreements with STDC grants. So here we have the Prime Minister's Department stating they need the permission from someone found guilty of violating the ethics code before they will actually hand over the unredacted documents that Parliament has ordered. Now we have the Liberal appointed chair who is sending taxpayers' dollars to her own company. And again, the government will not turn over the documents until they receive permission from her for privacy reasons. Now keep in mind, this is also the hand-picked chair of Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains, who worked outside of the application process, who reached out and chose her after the application process for the role had closed. And here we have the Liberal government blocking access. Now I want to move on to the next green scandal, number 2, the Net Zero Accelerator. Now, like the expensive Liberal housing accelerator that doesn't actually build houses, the Net Zero Accelerator doesn't actually reduce emissions. The Environment Commissioner reported that $8 billion for programs were paid out to ineligible companies, most with no plan to actually reduce emissions. The actual cost to Canadians' taxpayers per ton of reduced emissions was $523. You think about that. Current carbon tax is working its way up to about $170. Government paid $523 per ton of reduced emissions. The Commissioner commented in his report that the money was given out was not part of any coherent policy on decarbonization. Not a coherent policy. Of course, it's only $8 billion between friends. He also commented the vast majority of the projects have no written commitment to reduce precise amount of emissions. If only life was so easy that we could just give out $8 billion without telling the government what you were going to do with it or what you were going to achieve. Now, companies awarded billions hadn't even completed feasibility studies on how they were actually going to reduce emissions. The department raided other funding programs in order to top up funding to the Net Zero Accelerator because so much money had been committed to these companies that weren't eligible and hadn't provided information on how they're going to reduce emissions. Funding was approved before the Liberals even did due diligence on the applications. Now, who are some of these companies so deserving of the corporate welfare from taxpayers, you ask? Well, one of them is a company called Geely, or perhaps Geely, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it's Geely. Now, this is a China-owned car company that builds EVs with forced Uyghur labor. And yes, Canadian taxpayers, through our friends with the Liberal government, are giving them corporate welfare for electric vehicles made in China by forced labor to be brought into the Canadian market. But guess what? This is the same car company that will now be paying 100% higher tariffs on the cars built, subsidized by Canadians using forced labor brought into Canada. But it gets worse. And you wonder, how could it get worse? The Ukrainian National Agency for Prevention of Corruption states that Geely is a sponsor of war. It continues to help fund the Russian economy by paying tax, by continuing to do business in Russia, paying taxes in Russia. So we have an independent Ukrainian agency noting that this company is a sponsor of war, but what the heck, let's give them taxpayers' money anyways. Now, of course, we have Stellantis, which is worth $55 billion market cap. Got $500 million more on top of all the money they received for the battery plants. General Motors, worth $70 billion. Got $100 million of taxpayers' corporate welfare. Pratt & Whitney, $222 billion, worth almost $250 billion, got $60 million. All in all, $8 billion given out to companies worth over $900 billion. And again, we go back to what the Environment Commissioner said. Money was given out without due diligence, without proof that emissions would be reduced. Environment Commissioner even stated that the program didn't even help the largest emitters in the country. The low-hanging fruit where we could get the most bang from the buck. We heard the Prime Minister today state they were going to go after the oil and gas industry because they were the largest emitters, so they would have the easiest path to reduce emissions. So here we have the Environment Commissioner noting this same government gave out $8 billion of corporate welfare, but didn't even target the largest emitters where we get the most bang for the buck. Funny part of the report, this is page 8 for those following at home. Environment Commissioner notes that government stated that any project above $50 million requires Treasury Board approval, concurrence letters from ministers and other concerned departments, and cabinet approval, but it can be fast-tracked with a letter through the Prime Minister. So here we have, again, millions, billions given out to companies that weren't eligible, but it would have had to gone through Treasury Board and the Minister. So here we have the Treasury Board not doing the job, the Minister's not doing the job. You'd think somewhere along the lines someone would have said, oh, $100 million to General Motors, which is worth $70 billion. Are you sure? Have they done the due diligence? Are they doing the right thing? No. In fact, they even had a way to skirt the rules by you could fast-tracking this money by going right to the Prime Minister. I actually read in the report the Environment Commissioner stated due diligence wasn't done. Companies received money, funding, even before the project was properly vetted. How much money was given out to from taxpayers being fast-tracked for the Prime Minister so they could have optics instead of actual action on the environment? And now I get to the last scandal I want to talk about tonight, the Environment Canada contribution audit scandal. Now this is right from Environment Canada. The auditor, they have internal auditors, put out a report noting problems with the governance and weak conflict of interest rules, where have we heard that before, and weak guidelines on cash management for the grants and contribution given out by Environment Canada. Now, Environment Canada, you think would be about helping the environment, right? You'd be wrong if you thought that when you look through the report. So where did taxpayers' money go from Environment Canada? I'll give you some great examples. The iron ore company, which owns Rio Tinto, got $18 million. Now, today we had visitors from juvenile diabetes come to the house or come to our offices. They were looking for $15 million of funding over 4 years. They believed that they would have a medical breakthrough to cure type 1 diabetes. They're that close. They just need $15 million for 4 years. But where are we spending the money? $18 million for Rio Tinto. Oh, and by the way, the same Rio Tinto that got fined $500,000 by the Quebec government for dumping harmful substances into the Saguenay River. Environment Canada rewarding people who have been fined for polluting. Glencore, worth $53 billion, got $10 million of corporate welfare. This is after pleading guilty to corruption charges, and they had to pay $1.5 billion settlement to the U.S. government, but they had $10 million for that fine from Canada. Lafarge got $14 million. Guess what Lafarge got in trouble for and what they did with some of that money? They got fined for paying ISIS. Think about that. Some of the worst atrocities we've seen done by the terrorists and ISIS, funded by Lafarge, ordered by the U.S. government to pay $780 million penalty, and they're still operating in Syria right now, by the way. The taxpayers are helping this company through Environment Canada. Copper Mountain got $3 million, even though their head of security pled guilty to murdering Indigenous activists. And we're rewarding that. Environment Canada. Indigenous activists fighting for the environment, murdered by the company, but this Liberal government, Environment Canada, with their radical environment minister, sending them corporate welfare. Stellantis, oh, here they are again, $2.5 million. By the way, Stellantis was also fined for emissions cheating in Europe. So again, we have Environment Canada giving corporate welfare to a company that was fined for cheating on the environment rules in Europe. Taxpayers paying their fine, basically. Another one, Quadrille Property Group, $2.5 million. This company's been blacklisted in the U.S. for investments in companies in China using forced labor. Owens Corning, $2.5 million taxpayers' money through Environment Canada. Fined for hazardous waste violations. So here we have another big company helping destroy the environment, but the government giving taxpayers money to. One of my favorite, Cornell University, $15 billion endowment fund that they have, but the Environment Canada is funding students in a foreign university instead of funding here. Now, I want to get back to the issue at hand, which is the issue the government will not hand over the documents. Now, Michelle Bedard, who is the law clerk, when appearing in both Public Accounts and OGO, made this statement: there's no limit to the right of the House of Commons and any of its committees to order the production of documents, providing the documents are available in paper or electronic form and are here in Canada. And this is the crux of the issue. It's very clear Parliament has the right to order these documents. Committee has demanded them. Parliament has demanded them. This government has given up 4 or 5 weeks of its legislative agenda to prevent these documents coming out. We have to ask, what are they hiding? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bow River.
Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I really appreciate the information, the details he had about where taxpayers' money was going and for what dubious causes it might have been sent for. But to my colleague, going to committee is not what this is about. It's producing documents, I think, because the House has ordered it to be produced. No other reason. This is the supremacy of this government. His opinion on the supremacy of the Parliament to control what it needs to do in its own House.
Honourable member for Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Bow River. He's right. Parliament is supreme, and that is the issue here. We've had department after department come before committee, both an operations committee on the McKinsey scandal and this one, and tell us, unelected officials coming to tell us, Parliament is not supreme. We don't have to obey the law. We had the PCO, Privy Council Office, tell us, no, the Information Act, the Privacy Act, supersedes the Constitution, supersedes Parliament. We had other departments come and actually lie to committee about why they would not turn over documents. If they're not going to turn over documents, obey the law here, what else are they going to violate the law on?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I had a chance to speak to this amendment and this motion before, but my question would be for my colleague is, I remember in university I wrote a paper that said, has the Liberal government lost the legitimacy to govern? So have they lost the trust of the Canadians across the country? And that was during the ad scam, which I would think, and I'll ask my colleague, how would the ad scam scandal that took down the Chrétien Martin corrupt Liberal government compare? How does the Green Slush Fund scandal compare to the ad scam in the size and the amount, the dollar amount? And obviously that was a lot of focus in Quebec, and this slush fund scandal is focused across the country. But how much bigger is it than the ad scam scandal that took down the Chrétien Martin government?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you to my colleague from Regina Louvain for that. Ad scam, in the grand scheme of things, is peanuts compared to this. $400 million through the Green Slush Fund, funneled from Liberal insiders to Liberal insiders. We have clear rules actually stating before the money can go, people have to sign off the contribution agreement that the Minister of Industry has to be informed when there's a conflict within 1 month. So it's right there in writing in the contribution agreement. We also heard from a whistleblower who said, yes, I did come forward, I did make the minister aware of this scandal, of these conflicts, and no action done. Ad scam was horrible. It brought down the previous Liberal government. This should bring down this government.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. And yes, the government right now should provide the documents unredacted and be more transparent. But here's my question. If the Conservative Party were to come to power one day, how would you strengthen transparency to earn the trust of Canadians? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
That's an excellent question. There's a lot of things we can do to strengthen transparency. A very large one was supporting C-290 from my colleague from the bloc on whistleblower protection. We actually need to reopen that bill and make it stronger so that we are protecting whistleblowers and not protecting corrupt government officials.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for a wonderful speech. He's even educated me this evening. But I have a question for him. Maybe he could explain to Canadians watching tonight. As I speak to my constituents, they are appalled by what is happening and why this government won't release the documents, because they feel that as shareholders of this country, they deserve answers. Could he please explain to them that they need to make sure that when we have the next election, they vote for the Conservative Party of Canada?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Tough but fair question, yes. I think just having a member like we have representing King Vaughan would be enough to convince them to vote for the Conservatives. But this is an important issue. We saw out of ad scam, we had new transparency laws and the Accountability Act brought in by our former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. I think what we're going to see that's going to come out, the good that's going to come out of these scandals, is going to be a demand and action from the future Conservative Party and government to ensure that we do have transparency and, just as important, accountability, so that Canadians know that their hard-earned tax dollars are going to what Canadians want, and not corporate welfare, not Liberal insiders, but to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much. Well, my colleague gave a wonderful answer to the question I gave him a few minutes ago. I had a follow-up question because his answer actually triggered something. Was how many ministers of innovation and science, how many innovation ministers does he think might be complicit in this scandal? Because there's been several from the current one, and I'm wondering how many innovation ministers, and one left, I think, possibly because of the scandal, and he is still deeply involved. But how many do you think are involved in this? And does it go back all the way to 2015? I wonder if my colleague had an answer for that question.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity to respond to my friend from Regina Louvain, because this is probably the most I've spoken to him in a while. I think the issues are deep. The STDC is not a new program. It's been around for a couple decades. Up until this government took over, the Auditor General had given it a clean bill of health for the programs and for its investments. It's only since this government has taken over. The Auditor General very clearly stated in her report that this falls at the feet of the current industry minister. It's very clear from the documentations that we've seen with the contribution agreements, he had to have been told that there were conflicts, and he purposely ignored it because it was benefiting Liberal insiders, or he refused to ask if there are issues. We had a whistleblower made it very clear that the current minister was aware these issues were brought forward. We've also seen the previous minister, Navdeep Bains, hand-selected, went around the application process to hand-pick the CEO who was later convicted of violating conflict of interest rules, this same person who the Privy Council is now protecting by refusing to turn over the documents. So it's very clear the rot is deep, and I think this is why the government is refusing to hand over the documents.
Very good point. People anxious to ask questions. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, as he went through details and details, I think we've often mentioned the close to between 300 and 400 million that has been discovered at this point. But there's a lot more information. There was only 180 some that were looked at, and there is a lot more in that documentation. And that's another reason why we need the full disclosure, because this is not all of it. There is much more. And as my colleague has established with his speech, we have just seen the tip of the iceberg. To my colleague, what does he believe why we need to look at more?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I think thanks to my colleague from Bow River, we need to look at more so we can clear the air, so we can find out and get to the bottom of just how much taxpayers' money has gone to insiders, how much taxpayers' money has gone to ineligible companies. It's actually right in, again, the contribution agreement. I think, top of my head, I think it's page 29 if the Liberals want to look it up. But STDC, an industry, has an obligation to go after funds that were given out but were not eligible. We've asked repeatedly, has this government done that, as is required in the contribution agreement? And the answer repeatedly is they completely derail and go into a different topic. They refuse to answer. It's right in the contribution agreement. STDC has an obligation to recover taxpayers' money and return it. I think the current government is protecting their insiders so they don't have to pay back what has been stolen from taxpayers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Newport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The scandal continues. Parliament continues to uncover more evidence of the shameful record of this Prime Minister and his Liberal government after 9 long years. Canadians are once again seeing that this Liberal government is not worth the corruption. It is deeply concerning to witness this Liberal government's covering up another scandal. Every day, Conservatives expose more of this Prime Minister's corruption. We bring forward important testimony and new evidence that this Liberal government has tried to hide from Canadians. It is because of this corrupt and potentially criminal behaviour that Conservatives must rise in this House to bring home the facts directly to Canadians. With so much going on, it's important to bring all Canadians up to speed on the deeply troubling situation that has paralysed Parliament. For weeks, this Prime Minister has defied the will of Parliament by refusing to produce documents ordered by this House of Commons. For weeks, Conservatives have demanded that this Prime Minister surrender this evidence so that parliamentarians can uncover the corruption that has seeped into another Liberal Green Slush Fund, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, also known as SDTC. This is my second time rising in the House, and I will continue to rise as long as these Liberals refuse to hand over evidence to the RCMP. Conservatives will not allow this Prime Minister or his caucus to hide the truth that Canadians deserve. So how did we get here? Mr. Speaker, for those just tuning into this scandal, I'd like to take it to explain how Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, started to rot. You see, according to the program's website, SDTC is a government-funded program that claims to help, and I quote, Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies by developing critical funding support at every stage of their journey, from seed to success, end quote. What the program's website doesn't tell Canadians is that SDTC program became corrupt when the Liberals made changes to the program's board of directors. In 2019, under the direction of the Liberals industry minister, new appointments were made to the SDTC board. The SDTC website history doesn't tell you that many of these appointees' own companies would soon be caught in conflicts of interest with the same funds they were responsible for handing out. The SDTC website doesn't tell you that Liberal insiders began to siphon funds into their own pockets and have been getting rich for years while the Prime Minister and his cabinet turned a blind eye. And how do we know this happened? Well, Mr. Speaker, in a tremendously brave manner, whistleblowers came forward to call out the corruption they saw working at SDTC. Without their honesty, the scandal may have never been uncovered. Thanks to these whistleblowers, the alarms started to sound on this Liberal government. The ensuing investigations would suggest that SDTC negligence was much more than just mismanagement of funds. I refer to investigations, plural, because both the Ethics Commissioner and the Auditor General have reported findings of greed and corruption that is allowed to thrive under this Liberals government's watch. Over the course of multiple investigations, including investigations by Conservatives in committees, it seems that Parliament has only scratched the surface of Liberals' corruption. What started as tens of thousands of Canadian tax dollars being quietly directed to Liberal insiders turned from hundreds of thousands, turned to millions, turned to tens of millions, turned to what is now hundreds of millions of dollars. Multiple investigations have revealed that through the Green Slush Fund, $390 million of funding was approved for projects that had extremely concerning conflicts. What the Auditor General found was truly disturbing. The Auditor General found evidence that the Liberals' Green Slush Fund handed out $58 million to projects without a promise the contribution agreement terms were met. Another $58 million to 10 projects that were deemed ineligible as they, at times, could not prove an environmental benefit or were not developed green technology. And finally, $334 million in over 186 cases where SDTC board members held a conflict of interest. This shocking misdirection of funds by Liberal-appointed board members has opened the eyes of Canadians to the corruption that demands Parliament's full attention. I'm sure Canadians from my riding in Manitoba can think of many ways these hundreds of millions of dollars could have been used. Whether it's improving internet and cellular connectivity in rural and remote regions, or by investing in law enforcement to crack down on crime. Instead, Liberal insiders got rich in the name of fighting climate change, all under this Prime Minister and his minister's watch. But I am proud to say that upon discovering this gross negligence and potentially criminal acts, Conservatives stood firm and demanded a proper investigation take place. Conservatives voted to pass an order from this House of Commons to force the Liberals to hand over the documents involved in their Green Slush Fund. We demanded that these documents be handed over to the RCMP so a proper investigation could take place. But surprise, surprise, Mr. Speaker, these Liberals who voted against the document production order also refused to release the documents to the House of Commons. This is undoubtedly a breach of parliamentary privilege, as the Speaker of the House of Commons has ruled. It is on the breach of privilege that my Conservative colleagues continue to rise today. Not only were the Liberals caught giving funds to their Liberal friends, the minister responsible was also exposed for handing out tax dollars to projects without guaranteeing the projects would do good for the environment. This proves, once again, that the Liberals are nothing more than fake environmentalists. The Liberals failed to manage this program leading to $390 million going into the bank accounts of Liberal insiders. Some SDTC recipients had no requirement to meet the environmental goals set out in the fund, and others were not even eligible for the funding. This is not the first time we've seen the Liberals misleading Canadians about the environmental record. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the Liberals have proven to be fake environmentalists. In the Environment Committee, Conservatives have uncovered extreme negligence and an attempt to cover up by, you guessed it, this Liberal government and their Environment Minister. Evidence revealed at the Jasper wildfire investigation has proved the Liberals do not care about the environment and won't accept responsibility for the damage that their action caused. During the national tragedy this last July, a third of Jasper burned, resulting in nearly $1 billion in damage and leaving over 2,000 people homeless. The Environment Committee launched an investigation into the Jasper wildfire. What the Jasper wildfire investigation revealed was shocking. For years, the Liberals were warned by experts that the deadfall caused by an infestation of mountain pine beetles meant the forest was a tinderbox waiting to ignite. Instead of taking action, the Liberals ignored experts and played politics instead. An email obtained by the Jasper wildfire investigation revealed that senior officials in the Environment Minister's department were discussing cancelling prescribed burns months before the Jasper wildfires. And I quote, "At what point do we make the organizational decision to cancel prescribed burns in Western Canada? Quote, political perception may be more important than actual prescription windows." End quote. In fact, alarm bells rang for years under this Liberal government as local forestry experts raised concern with the forest mismanagement. In a similar situation to the one we are discussing today, whistleblowers came to the committee to speak the truth. The Jasper wildfire investigation heard from professional foresters who warned the Liberal government in 2017 that a devastating fire in Jasper was not a matter of if, but when. The same professional forester revealed, and I quote, "Nothing was done to address a landscape of beetle-killed trees to prevent the mega fire of July 22nd, 2024, end quote. And while the Liberals' radical Environment Minister falsely claimed that his department did everything they could to prevent the fires, Conservatives exposed the Liberals ignored warnings about Jasper for years. In fact, just like their Green Slush Fund, the Liberals are failing to cooperate with another investigation, the Jasper wildfire investigation. On October 9th, this Prime Minister appointed a minister responsible for Jasper's recovery. On that same day, Conservatives passed a motion calling for this minister to testify at the Jasper wildfire investigation. Mr. Speaker, that was 27 days ago. Despite this, the minister has gone into hiding. He does not want to come to committee where he will be held accountable. Canadians want to know what this minister is hiding from this committee. And why won't he show up to answer the people of Jasper who have lost their homes because of this Liberal government's inaction? This is just another example of Liberal cover-ups and corruption. And while the minister responsible for Jasper won't testify, Conservatives have continued this investigation on behalf of Canadians. Through the Jasper wildfire investigation also revealed that a Parks Canada employee who spoke out about the mismanagement in Jasper was fired under this government. The Jasper wildfire investigation also heard from professional forester Ken Hodges, who asked whether the inaction by this Liberal government could be considered criminal. Why does the question of criminality keep coming up under this government? The forestry experts submitted a brief written submission to the Jasper wildfire investigation and stated, and I quote, "Was the inaction by Parks, knowing the issue and concerns that created this catastrophe, a criminal act?" End quote. Canadians should be concerned by this question that shows once again how often this Liberal government's actions blur the lines between negligence and criminal behavior. The Jasper wildfire investigation is ongoing as Conservatives continue to uncover powerful evidence that shows Liberals' negligence allowed Jasper to burn. Mr. Speaker, we have to hold this government accountable. This is precisely why the SDC documents must be handed over to the RCMP so Canadians can understand just how corrupt this deal was and whether it was criminal. Canadians are rightfully wondering this. Mr. Speaker, to the millions of Canadians who are outraged to learn about this corrupt and potentially criminal use of Canadian tax dollars, I would direct them to yet another Liberal handout which has just been exposed. I refer to yet another flashy Liberal announcement earlier this September, this time for a project that the Prime Minister claimed would bring high-speed internet to Canadians. The Prime Minister claimed that his government signed a $2 billion deal with a company named of Telesat that would lead to, and I quote, better and faster internet service, even in rural and remote northern regions. The Prime Minister went on to claim, and I quote, Telesat Lightspeed will expand internet and 5G networks in communities across Canada with affordable high-speed broadband connectivity. The Prime Minister also said, and I quote, the network will accelerate the federal government's work to connect all Canadians to high-speed internet by 2030, end quote. This Liberal government hands out tax dollars in another deal they claim will connect rural and remote Canadians. But guess what we just learned? There is zero commitment to connect any households with internet with this $2 billion. Zero. Nothing. Nada. None. I asked the government in a written question, and I quote, what are the complete details of financial penalties, if any, for not connecting the number of households agreed to in the funding agreement, end quote. This was the minister's response, who, by the way, was the same minister overseeing the Green Slush Fund. And I quote, the funding agreement does not include any commitment in regards to the number of households to be connected to high-speed internet, end quote. The minister went on to say, and I quote, and so there are no associated financial penalties in this regard, end quote. Can you actually believe this, Mr. Speaker? It's a $2 billion joke. Canadians are being forced to pay $2 billion for a connectivity program that may not connect a single household. How can you expect to connect Canadians to high-speed internet when your contract doesn't even set a minimum number of households that must be connected? Was it laziness? Was it neglect? Was it corruption? It was probably all of the above, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, it means Canadians won't receive the connectivity services they paid for, even though these services can mean the difference between life and death, especially in rural and remote regions. The news comes after last year's findings in the Auditor General's damning report of this Liberal government's discovering that over 1 million households in rural Canada and over half of the First Nations still don't have access to high-speed internet. It's becoming very clear that the Liberal measure success on how much tax dollars they spend instead of the results they achieve. It seems the Prime Minister has no problem sending money to his friends in big corporations and no expectation to receive anything in return for Canadians. It's no wonder that despite multi-billion-dollar deals, Canadians still aren't connected, especially in rural and remote areas. This is why Conservatives are fighting for taxpayers. Allowing these Liberals' phony deals to go unchecked means more out-of-control spending and the corruption that only harms Canadians. Canadians know they cannot trust this Prime Minister to get results. The only people better off after 9 years of this Prime Minister are Liberal insiders. Mr. Speaker, despite claiming in 2015 that his government would be, and I quote, open and transparent. Canadians only see corruption and cover-ups. The Prime Minister's corruption and scandals are becoming so damning that even members of his own caucus have lost faith in him. The Prime Minister is hoping that the Green Slush Fund scandal disappears, but Canadians won't let him get away with this. To all the outraged Canadians watching from home, there is a clear but unmistakable pattern to what you are seeing. While Conservatives continue to expose the truth by asking questions, there seems to be no end of Liberal scandals. Whether we look at past scandals like SNC Lavalin or the We Charity or Rive scam, to the ongoing investigations like the Jasper wildfire investigation or the $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund, every day new scandals are coming to light. Just like their $2 billion Telesat deal mentioned today. All these blunders have a few things in common. They all have the fingerprints of this Prime Minister. They all involve the misuse of taxpayers' dollars. They all involve the Liberal negligence. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worse off for each and every scandal the Liberals have created. This Prime Minister has led to incredible damage inflicted on Canadians' well-being. Billions of Canadians' tax dollars are being mismanaged by this Liberal government, and in some cases going directly to the funds with no real commitment to get results for Canadians who foot the bill. And then, coincidentally, the same funds find their way into the pockets of Liberal insiders. It has become clear that instead of working to ensure Canadians have affordable food to eat, Liberals are focused on ensuring that Liberals can fill their bank accounts. Instead of building enough affordable homes for Canadians to live in, Liberals choose to build a bureaucracy of red tape. Canadians deserve a government that can benefit them, not just the Liberal elite. I hope the Liberals can end the cover-up, hand over the documents, so we can expose to Canadians just how deep their corruption runs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I would like to present once again my sincere apologies to the Minister of Public Services and to all my colleagues.
Free to speak in any official languages of their choice, and my comments were inappropriate. Je suis désolé.
I am sorry. Thank you.
And we do have time for maybe a 30-second question, or the honourable member for Bow River.
Speaker, to my honourable colleague from Manitoba, I appreciated his speech. I appreciate the pattern that he established of the problems we've had with this Liberal government over the last few years. In this particular case, it's about the money, the corruption, the uncovering, and the responsibility to return this money. To my honourable colleague, can he please respond to what he believes is important about this cover-up?
30 seconds, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Neequa.
Well, it's taxpayers' dollars. It's not our dollars. This scandal, this whole debate is all about what we do here in Parliament as members of Parliament. We have a responsibility to everybody that votes for us. And meanwhile, this Liberal government and this Prime Minister is blowing us, all Canadians, off. This should not be accepted by anybody, and we can't have a carbon tax election fast enough.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, in October, I asked the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Small Business why it was okay for Liberals to enrich their friend through the Sustainable Development Technology Corporation while small businesses are struggling. SDTC was established in 2001 and it operated with few issues under both previous Liberal and Conservative governments until this Prime Minister took office. Earlier this year, the Auditor General released a damning report that outlined serious governance failures, including 186 conflicts and over $400 million in misspent funds. The Auditor General made it clear that this scandal falls squarely on the shoulder of the current Liberal minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. The Liberals' refusal to table documents regarding the Green Slush Fund has effectively paralyzed our Parliament, hindering our ability to do work for which we were elected. This obstruction makes it impossible for us to address pressing issues like Canada's poor economic environment, with high business insolvencies, a lack of productivity, and high tax burdens. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, small businesses are struggling more than ever. Business insolvencies were reported at 6,331 for the 12-month period ending August 2024, an increase of 51.6% year over year. More businesses closed than opened in 4 of the past 5 months. July 2024 had 42,346 closing businesses and only 41,738 opening businesses. Canada's productivity has been stagnant since 2019, going from bad to worse since the pandemic, while our other countries in the OECD see economic indicators improving. In key sectors, the combined activity of our agriculture, utilities, manufacturing, and construction have fallen from 1/3 to 1/4 of the Canadian economy from 20 years ago. The construction sector has experienced some of the worst productivity in Canada. The Bank of Canada's Monetary Policy Report in July 2024 reduced their forecast for overall Canadian productivity over the next 2 years, citing constraints on housing construction coming from structural factors such as the availability of land, zoning restrictions, and a lack of skilled labor as the key concerns. According to the Canadian Survey on Business Conditions, in the third quarter of 2024, half of all businesses reported rising inflation as an expected obstacle over the next 3 months. The rising cost of inputs was second most frequently reported, following by rising interest rates and debt costs. As well, Canadians are now being taxed higher on their capital gains. Business groups are saying that these changes are unwise at a time of weak productivity. More than half of small business owners believe it will affect the eventual sale of their business, and high capital gains are amongst the most economically damaging form of taxation because they reduce the incentive to innovate and invest. This will penalize a lifetime of hard work. And, I might add, Environment and Climate Change estimates the cost of the carbon tax in 2030 will cost the inflation-adjusted GDP $25 billion. So my question is this: will this government release the Green Slush Fund documents so Parliament can get back to the important issues of this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by the Honourable Member from Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon regarding support for small businesses. Our government understands the important role small businesses play in the economy, and this is why we are delivering $2.5 billion to close to 600,000 small and medium-sized enterprises by the end of the year through the Canada Carbon Rebate. We have negotiated agreements with both Visa and MasterCard to reduce their interchange fees by up to 27%, or $1 billion over the next 5 years. This means that more small businesses will be able to invest in their operations, create good jobs, and strengthen our economy. To help Canadian businesses thrive, we've invested in them through the Canada Summer Jobs Program and My Main Street programs. We lowered the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%, Mr. Speaker. This is in recognition of the vital role small businesses play in our economy and to enable business owners to have more cash flow. In 2024, small business and medium-sized enterprises are estimated to save $6.2 billion because of the preferred small business tax rate, Mr. Speaker. To encourage Canadian innovators to turn their ideas into growing businesses, our government announced the creation of the Canadian Entrepreneurs Incentive that would reduce the inclusion rate to 1/3 of a lifetime maximum of $2 million in eligible capital gains. combined with the increased $1.25 million lifetime capital gains exemption, the Canadian Entrepreneurs Incentive would make eligible business owners better off when selling business shares worth up to $6.25 million. Mr. Speaker, the government's latest budget, devoting $200 million to renewing Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative with a goal of supporting venture capital for entrepreneurs who are part of equity-deserving groups and investing in underserved communities and outside key metropolitan areas. This will ensure that more small businesses owned by women, members of Black, 2S LGBTQI+, and Indigenous communities have access to the capital that they need to start up and to scale up. Giving young people the option to choose entrepreneurship is a valuable career path, Mr. Speaker. For their futures is so important to our government. And that's why in Budget 2024, we invested $60 million in Futurepreneur Canada to help the organization increase its capacity to support young Canadian entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, these combined measures make a real, tangible difference that supports small businesses, including those led by women and members of the equity-deserving groups, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Mission Mask Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that under every Liberal budget, there seems to be a line item for every issue facing our country. But what the Liberal approach fails to do, Mr. Speaker, is to address the broader economic conditions that government programs on a one-off basis cannot address. We need a government right now that's going to address the overall productivity of the Canadian economy, the overall state of our economy, so the statistics that I outlined related to business closures, business openings, and the productivity crisis we face in our country are actually addressed. We need to create an environment for the economy to thrive once again, and that will only come through broad-based tax measure, changes to the tax code, and the way the government treats the natural resource sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to support small and medium-sized businesses. We're empowering entrepreneurs. We are increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption. We're investing in Canadian startups, and we are supporting equity-deserving entrepreneurs and businesses as well. This also gives me the opportunity to highlight that we negotiated agreements with both Visa and MasterCard to lower interchange fees by up to 27% as of October 19th of this year. Our government is committed, Mr. Speaker, to supporting small businesses, economic growth, and prosperity for all Canadians. We've been with small businesses and supporting small businesses from day one, and the opposition have voted against all of it, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Kitchener-Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back tonight to continue calling on this government to fix the Canada Disability Benefit. It's particularly timely because we're now nearing when we expect to see their fall economic statement. It's an opportunity for them to right a wrong. And the stakes are pretty high. 1.5 million folks with disabilities are living in poverty across the country. It's 40% of all those living in poverty in Canada. Now, it was the Liberal Party's own platform in 2021 that said a re-elected Liberal government would implement the Canada Disability Benefit, and here's the quote, "This new benefit will reduce poverty amongst persons with disabilities in the same manner as the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the Canada Child Benefit." Both programs, in the case of the Canada Child Benefit, in the order of tens of billions of dollars. I think it's around $15 billion for the Canada Child Benefit. The minister at the time said this would be a generational program. Her quote, "the sleeper legacy piece if we do this right." Well, now we're nearing the end of this government's mandate. The fall economic statement is likely the last opportunity to fix the benefit before we head into an election. If nothing is done, here's the reality. The proposed benefit amount is currently capped at a maximum of $200 a month, It won't even start till July of 2025, and it's going to be limited to those who can access the incredibly burdensome disability tax credit. Recent modeling from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives shows only 10,000 people would be lifted above the poverty line by the benefit as it's currently laid out. Here's Inclusion Canada commenting on it. Their quote, "Our disappointment cannot be overstated." This government's got to fix the benefit as the disability community has been calling for. Specifically, 7 things they've got to do to address fixing the Canada Disability Benefit. First of all, remove the barriers to application by automatically enrolling recipients of provincial and territorial disability programs, as well as those who currently receive CPPD in the Canada Disability Benefit, and remove the requirement for a DTC certificate. Second, remove the additional barrier of another application that they've proposed in the regulations with a simple opt-out option for those who do not wish to receive the Canada Disability Benefit. Third, support the dignity and the independence of each person with a disability by means testing the benefit against an individual's income. Fourth, of course, increase the maximum amount to lift folks with disabilities above the poverty line, taking into account the added cost for those who live with a disability. Fifth, raise the income threshold so that it takes into account the added cost of living with a disability. Sixth, fast track the implementation and delivery of the benefit. And seventh, issue retroactive payments dating back to when the legislation was passed in June of 2023. They could pay for this easily if they redirected the subsidies they currently give to the oil and gas industry every single year. It's about $18.5 billion in 2023 alone. This is about honoring this government's own promise. It's about addressing poverty. It's about listening to the disability community. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, will they do it?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Monsieur le Président, I'd like to thank the member from Kitchener Centre for his question on behalf of persons with disabilities and for his advocacy, and also thank the disability community for its advocacy over the last several years. Everyone in Canada should be able to live in dignity. Our government is dedicated to this principle. We're prioritizing the needs of persons with disabilities and the disability community, and we're working towards meaningful solutions that matter and are impactful. It was our Liberal government that enacted the Accessible Canada Act. This was the first national Canadian legislation that impacted all government departments and federally regulated agencies.
We are committed to making Canada more accessible and inclusive for everyone.
Disability Inclusion Action Plan, our blueprint for change. A key component of this plan is a robust employment strategy. This strategy is integral to supporting persons with disabilities, helping persons with disabilities enter the workforce. In fact, Statistics Canada estimates that over 1 million working-age Canadians with disabilities can participate in the labour market if they had a fully inclusive environment. We are committed to providing that fully inclusive environment for the 1 million Canadians of working-age persons with disabilities. Our government is committed to removing barriers through programs like the Enabling Accessibility Fund. This fund supports essential improvements such as ramps, accessible doors, accessible washrooms and offices. Additionally, the Opportunities Fund assists individuals with disabilities in preparing for and finding and maintaining employment. It also helps to advance careers. Together, these initiatives help foster accessible communities and workplaces. It enables us to tap into this important and valuable talent pool.
Our government has invested more than any other federal government to support Canadians with disabilities. And yet there's still much more to be done. With the Canada Disability Benefit, our government has taken a new historic step.
As a cornerstone of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, the Canada Disability Benefit aims to enhance financial security of low-income, working-age persons with disabilities. Importantly, the disability community is engaged to supplement my apologies. The disability benefit is designed to supplement existing disability support programs, not replace them. Les provinces et les
The provinces and territories play an essential role in the provision of benefits.
Combined federal and provincial and territorial benefits improve supports for persons with disabilities to match the levels of the old age security and guaranteed income supplement. This significant adjustment is essential to effectively address the rates of poverty facing persons with disabilities. The Canada Disability Benefit allows our government to work with provinces and territories to see that there are no more clawbacks in existing benefits. Ensemble, nous pouvons.
Together, we can explore ways of improving our collective assistance to people with disabilities. We understand that the disability community is anxious to see benefits begin to flow, and so are we.
De voir les prestations commencer, et nous le sommes aussi. We're moving swiftly towards establishing essential components of the disability benefit and delivering this. This will be in people's pockets by dès que juillet.
As early as July.
From Kitchener Centre again.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government can move swiftly. They did it with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the CERB, in the midst of the pandemic. Within weeks, a framework was designed. When it came to people with disabilities, though, this is a promise made over 4 years ago now. This entire session of Parliament is now nearing its end. We've now got a really critical economic document coming out in the coming weeks. It's an opportunity for this government to show the disability community that they've actually been heard, to see them and see the reality of what they've proposed, how insufficient it is. A maximum of $200 a month, limited to those who can get through the burdensome disability tax credit application process, is not what this government promised in the throne speech years ago or in their platform. And so my question to the parliamentary secretary is, will they take this moment to reflect on the feedback they've heard from the disability community, demonstrate they've heard the disability community by doing better and fixing the Canada Disability Benefit?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Monsieur le Président, I'd like
Mr. Speaker.
Kitchener Centre for his advocacy. Our government is committed to supporting persons with disabilities. The first checks of this disability benefit will be in people's pockets as of July. This is an important and historic benefit for our country, for all people who are living in challenging times with disabilities, working age adults. This will help reduce poverty and will support the financial security of so many. The CDB is a major milestone in our government's commitment to diversity and inclusion. Our government is moving quickly as possible to get this money to people who need it most. Les conservateurs, the Conservative Party has said that it supports persons with disabilities. But there is a question mark in terms of which programs the Conservative Party will cut first. We've heard this from the Conservative leader in the past. We'd like to know if this benefit will be cut by them into the future.
And the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to wrap up this evening's events and ask some questions, follow-up questions on our discussion around the carbon tax. I asked the Minister of Environment a week ago in question period, and we all know the carbon tax costs a majority of Canadians much more than they get back in rebates. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that time and time again, and recently confirmed it in his most recent edition of the PBO report. And we all know that the Canadian Trucking Alliance has come out and said the carbon tax from 2019 to 2030 will cost the trucking industry $26 billion. Mr. Speaker, how do the NDP Liberals not think that cost will get passed on to consumers? For example, at the grocery store, we've seen groceries skyrocket under this NDP Liberal government over the last few years. And we'll hear, whoever on that side gets up, we've heard the PBO says that 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off with the carbon tax rebate, but it's not true, Mr. Speaker. When you take in the total cost, indirect cost of the carbon tax, I would say a vast majority of Canadians are worse off. The rebate is minuscule, Mr. Speaker, and we know that the carbon tax is put on in most parts of the country, home heating, air conditioning, every time you fill up your gas tank, every time you go to the grocery store, you get hit time and time again. Canadians now realize this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost, and over the 9 long years that they've been in government, everything has gone up in price. We've heard it time and again, costs are up, taxes are up, time's up, Mr. Speaker. It's time to have a carbon tax election. And we even know and see their junior partner, the NDP, kind of waffling a little bit on the carbon tax. We see that their leader from Burnaby South, right there in the middle of the Elmwood-Transcona by-election, he said, maybe we're not in favor of a carbon tax. Only days later to flip-flop back and then come on board. We saw the NDP premier in BC, Mr. Eby, say, you know what? The carbon tax is hurting people of BC. They're going to maybe revisit that. They made that promise during an election campaign, but once again, they'll go back to their old ways of foisting the carbon tax on the Canadian people in BC and making them pay more and more each and every day. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like a clear answer from whichever Liberal is going to give an answer this evening about why do they continue to break their promise? The promise that they gave in the 2019 campaign where they would never raise the carbon tax past $50 a ton. And it's in their campaign platform, Mr. Speaker. That is the Liberal commitment. They've never raised the carbon tax to past $50 a ton. And what we're going to see by 2030, they're going to quadruple the carbon tax, and it's going to cost each and every Canadian an extra 61 cents a litre. That is an undeniable fact. So I'm hoping to have an answer of why did they break their promise to Canadians and quadruple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Without an ounce of irony, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member gets up and talks about breaking promises. That member ran on pricing pollution. Him and every member of his party ran on a carbon tax. It's in his platform. He's heckling, Mr. Speaker, show me where it is. There was an announcement. It was on the cover of their platform, the guy with the muscles that they got rid of a little bit after. He ran on a carbon price. It's shocking, Mr. Speaker. I looked it up before the speech. More than half of the member's province is currently in drought conditions. And in his entire speech, he didn't talk about any action on climate change. Climate change is affecting the farmers that he purports to stand up for in dramatic ways. That's affecting yields, that's affecting their livelihood, and he says, I don't care. Maybe in Regina, it doesn't matter what the farmers, the impact for the farmers and climate change beyond the borders of his riding, Mr. Speaker. But I know, I think the honourable member and I have discussed this, we both like to eat. And isn't it important that we stand up for farmers, we stand up for our economy, and we fight climate change, if not for them, for our kids who are facing this. Looking at my phone right now, it is 18 degrees on November 5th in Ottawa. We can see the impacts of climate change with our own eyes, and the honourable member just wants to stick his head in the sand. He quotes the parliamentary budget officer. I don't know that he's even read the report. In the report, it specifically says 8 out of 10 Canadians do better under the carbon pricing system. He is the person that would speak to 100 doctors who would say smoking's bad for you and go speak to one doctor that says it's okay and say, oh, it's great to go smoking. We should really do this, and we should do it regardless of what the other 99 doctors said. 300 of the top economists in this country have said carbon pricing works, it puts more money in the pockets of Canadians, but this member doesn't care. He went through his speech without even mentioning the rebate. Yes, costs get passed down, but there's a rebate back, and because more money is put in their pocket, Canadians are better off, Mr. Speaker. It's shocking that the members from the other side do not care about the environment, do not care about climate change when it is an existential threat to Canada and Canadians.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
There was so much wrong in that answer. I want to unpack it. I don't have the time. But one thing I will say is, as a father of 3, smoking is very, very bad. And please be assured that I think smoking is not a good thing for anyone, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to get on the record. I would say this to my honourable colleague, and I wasn't sure who was going to answer, but I'm glad this member answered because I do enjoy his clever banter every now and then. I will invite him out to Saskatchewan. And we'll go, I was born and raised on a farm, so I know quite a few people still ranch and farm. And we'll tour southwestern Saskatchewan. I'm sure the member for Cypress Hills Grassland would help us out. We'll tour northern Saskatchewan, and we'll go to every farmyard we can in Saskatchewan, and he can tout the efficacy of the carbon tax and if it's helping or not. And I'll put our position on the table, and let's see what the people of Saskatchewan think is better. So we can do that or have a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I don't know where the honourable member thinks I come from, but there's a lot of agricultural land, and I speak to farmers in Niagara, and including especially grape growers, and they are incredibly worried about climate change. Looking at British Columbia, they have lost 95% of their crops because of the impacts of climate change. The honourable member doesn't care. The honourable member buries his head in the sand and still does not acknowledge that 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off with the rebate system in place. Not only the parliamentary budget officer has said so, but 300 of the top economists in this country. And again, he would pick that one doctor that says smoking's okay for you, regardless. Thank you.
I'm not supposed to interject, but smoking isn't okay. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.